The Bond Sovereign Act 1. Chapter 1, The Quirk That Would Not Sleep. The training ground behind the old gymnasium Gamma had never been rated for the kind of stress Izuku Midoriya was about to put it through. Cracked concrete from a dozen prior overhauls still crunched under his shoes as he settled into a stance he had drilled 1,000 times, knees bent, weight low, one hand raised as though he could physically pull the air toward himself. He could not really. Not on purpose. But something in him had been changing for 3 weeks, ever since the incident at the collapsed overpass on the east side of the city, and neither he nor Recovery Girl nor even All Might had found the words for it yet. All Might stood at the edge of the ground, arms folded, his hero form thinner and more careworn than it had been in Izuku's first year but still radiating the calm authority of a man who had spent a lifetime reading the edges of danger before they arrived. Beside him, Izawa leaned against a support post with his usual sleep-deprived slouch, capture weapon coiled loosely around one wrist, watching Izuku the way a man watches a pot that has started to boil in a way pots are not supposed to boil. "Try it again, young Midoriya," All Might said. "Small increment. We are not trying to break a personal record today." Izuku nodded, throat dry. "Small increment," he repeated to himself, and reached for the strength. It answered the way it always did now, immediately and completely, an avalanche where he had asked for a trickle. His whole body lit up with power, muscles cording, the ground denting faintly beneath his heels from sheer potential energy he had not even released yet. For one giddy half-second he felt like he could lift the gymnasium off its foundations. Then, exactly as it had every single time for 3 weeks, the strength guttered out from the inside, like a furnace that had run through its fuel in an instant. His knees buckled. The world tilted sideways, and the last thing he registered before his vision grayed out entirely was Izawa already moving, faster than a sleep-deprived man had any right to move, closing the distance between them. He came back to himself with his cheek against warm concrete and a persistent buzzing in his ears that resolved, after a moment, into voices. 0 to full output in under a second, and then a full systemic crash, Izawa was saying, and it is not fatigue in any normal sense. Recovery Girl checked his blood sugar, his hydration, his everything. There is no physiological reason for the crash. It is like something is switching him off. "I am aware," All Might said, and for the first time in longer than Izuku could remember, his mentor sounded genuinely frightened. 3 weeks. It is worsening, not stabilizing. If this had happened during a real engagement instead of a controlled drill. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Izuku forced his eyes open. "I am fine," he tried to say, and managed only a thin croak that made both men turn toward him at once. "Do not," Izawa said, "get up. Just breathe. You went out for almost 4 minutes. That is not a stamina drop, that is a shutdown." Izuku lay still and did as he was told, which told its own story about how badly the fall had rattled him. Because Izuku Midoriya getting up too soon after being told not to was practically a law of nature. He stared at the gray afternoon sky and tried to think through the fog clouding his thoughts. It had started small. A strange, humming readiness under his skin that first showed up the week after the overpass collapse, when he had lifted a support beam alone that should have needed 3 grown men and a crane. In the moment it had felt like relief, like his body finally answering the call his heart had been making since he was 4 years old and quirkless and furious about it. For a few days he had almost been afraid to tell anyone, worried that speaking it aloud would make it stop. Then it had started stopping on its own. Randomly. Violently. Every single burst of strength followed, within seconds or minutes, by a crash so total it was less like tiredness and more like his whole nervous system pulling the plug on itself. Recovery Girl had run every scan she had. Nothing showed abnormal except the readings during the crash itself, which she described, with visible unease, as his internal reserves reading as completely empty, not depleted, empty, the way a battery reads empty rather than low. "You are thinking too loud," Izawa said without looking down at him. "I can hear it from here." "Sorry," Izuku murmured. "Do not apologize. Think. Just do it quietly." He thought. His quirk, when it had finally been given a provisional name by the analysis team 3 days ago, was called Lifeblood Authority. The name had come from Power Loader after weeks of data, and even he had delivered it with the reluctant hedging of a scientist who knew a label was not the same as an explanation. The strength itself was staggering, comparable in raw output to All Might in his prime according to the training logs, but it drew on no internal reserve that anyone could find. It behaved instead like an appliance with no battery of its own, one that needed to be plugged directly into an external source every single time, and that ran catastrophically, dangerously dry the instant that connection was severed. The trouble was that no one, including Izuku, understood what the source was supposed to be. "You should eat something," All Might said finally, crouching down beside him with the careful economy of movement of a man managing his own reduced reserves. "Recovery Girl is bringing food. We are not running any more trials today. Possibly not this week. We do not have a week," Izuku said. His voice came out steadier this time, if not exactly strong. "Shigaraki is still out there. The League is still rebuilding. Every week we spend not understanding this is a week closer to a fight I might have to be in, and I cannot even control it enough to lift a bookshelf without passing out." Aizawa's expression did not soften, but something in his posture did. "That is precisely the problem, young man. A quirk that ends with you unconscious on the pavement in the middle of a real fight does not help anyone. It gets you killed, and possibly gets whoever is standing near you killed as well. Power is only as useful as the person wielding it is still awake to wield it." Izuku said nothing to that, because there was nothing to say. He knew it was true. He had known it every night for 3 weeks, lying awake running the same numbers, the same failed hypotheses, filling notebook after notebook with diagrams of a mechanism he could not identify. It was Recovery Girl, arriving a few minutes later with a tray of rice balls and an expression that mixed motherly exasperation with real scientific curiosity, who finally offered the thread that would unravel the whole tangled question. "I want to try something," she said, setting the tray down and crouching with the creak of old joints that had outlasted 3 generations of heroes. "Toshinori, hold his hand. Not for any medical reason. Just hold it. Humor an old woman." All Might blinked, then, with the faint bemusement of a man who had learned decades ago not to argue with Recovery Girl about anything, reached down and closed his large hand around Izuku's. Nothing happened. Izuku felt his mentor's grip, warm and steady and achingly familiar, and nothing happened at all beyond the ordinary comfort of contact from someone he trusted with his life. Recovery Girl watched the monitor readout from the small diagnostic unit still strapped to Izuku's wrist, its needle sitting flat at the bottom of the gauge exactly where it had been for the last several minutes of his crash. Nothing. As she had expected, evidently, because she nodded once to herself and reached out instead to pat Izuku's other hand, the one All Might was not holding, with 2 fingers, briefly, almost dismissively. The needle jumped. It was not a large jump. It was the barest flicker, gone as fast as it appeared, but all 3 adults in the training ground went utterly still, staring at the small dial as though it had spoken aloud. "Do that again," Aizawa said, very quietly. Recovery Girl did. 2 fingers, brief contact, no more force than you would use to steady a wobbling teacup. The needle jumped again, the same small flicker, and this time Izuku felt it too, a faint warmth blooming under his sternum where a moment ago there had been only gray exhaustion. "It is not the hand," Recovery Girl said slowly, thinking aloud in the clipped cadence of a woman assembling a diagnosis in real time. "Toshinori has been holding his hand for 2 full minutes and there has been no reading at all. I touched him for perhaps a second and there was a spike. It is not contact. It is something about the contact." "What kind of something?" All Might asked, and there was an edge of real urgency under the question now. "I genuinely do not know yet," Recovery Girl admitted. "But I have a hypothesis, and I do not like it, because it means the readings we have been calling a stamina system may not be measuring stamina at all." She looked down at Izuku, and for a moment her sharp, tired eyes held something that looked almost like pity. "I think, young man," she said, "that whatever your quirk is drawing on, it is not inside your own body to begin with. I think it never was." The words settled over the training ground like a held breath. Izuku lay on the cracked concrete with the last of the afternoon light going gray overhead, his mentor's hand still wrapped around his, and felt, for the first time in 3 exhausting weeks, that someone had finally found the edge of the right question, even if none of them yet had the faintest idea what the answer would demand of him. Chapter 2, A Theory with No Comfortable Shape. They moved the conversation indoors before the sky finished going dark, into a small conference room off the support course wing that smelled permanently of solder and industrial coffee. Izuku sat wrapped in a blanket someone had produced from somewhere, still faintly dizzy, while Recovery Girl pulled up 3 weeks of readings on the wall monitor and began, with the brisk patience of a woman who had diagnosed stranger things than this in 40 years at UA, to walk them through what she suspected. Every crash you have had follows the same pattern, she said, tracing a line across the graph with one finger. Full output, then complete and immediate collapse to zero, not a gradual decline. That is not how fatigue works in any quirk I have studied. Fatigue is a curve. This is a cliff. Something is being consumed entirely, all at once, and it is not being replenished by rest, food, or sleep, all of which we have controlled for extensively. So what does replenish it? All Might asked, seated across the table with his elbows on his knees, looking every one of his years. That, Recovery Girl said, gesturing at the small flicker of data from 20 minutes earlier, still glowing on a secondary readout. That 2-second window is the only positive spike we have recorded in 3 weeks of monitoring. I touched his hand for approximately 1.1 seconds with what I would call genuine affection, the kind you give a patient you have known and cared for a long time, and the meter jumped. Toshinori held the same hand for over 100 seconds with what I am certain was equal affection, and nothing happened at all. Aizawa, who had been silent through most of this, leaning against the wall near the door with his arms crossed, finally spoke. Difference in contact type, he said. Not duration, not affection in the abstract. Something specific about how the two of you touched him. Recovery Girl nodded slowly. That is my working theory, yes. Toshinori held his hand in a grip. Steady, supportive, but static. I touched him briefly and released. There is also the matter of who did the touching. I am his physician. Toshinori is his mentor and, forgive me for saying so bluntly in front of the boy, something closer to a father figure. Different relationships. Different kinds of trust. Izuku, who had been quietly absorbing all of this with the growing, uncomfortable sensation of watching people diagnose him like a broken engine, finally found his voice. You think it is about trust, he said. Not touch itself. Trust. I think, Recovery Girl said carefully, that it might be about a specific kind of voluntary human connection that carries genuine emotional weight behind it. I want to stress that this is a hypothesis built on a sample size of one positive data point, and I would ordinarily never present something this thin as a working theory. But 3 weeks of controlled failure and 1 uncontrolled success is data, however small, and I would rather chase a thin thread than sit here with no thread at all while you keep passing out in training exercises. All Might rubbed a hand across his jaw. If this is right, he said slowly, then the mechanism is not physiological in the way we usually mean it. It is relational. Which means testing it responsibly is going to require the cooperation of other people, not just more machines. Which raises an obvious problem, Aizawa said. If the mechanism responds to something like trust or voluntary connection, then it is not something we can order people to provide on a schedule. You cannot mandate genuine feeling. Try to force it and you will get exactly what Toshinori got a few minutes ago holding his hand for 2 minutes straight. Nothing. The room went quiet. Izuku stared down at his own hands, turning the implications over. If his power ran on something as fragile and unforceable as real trust from real people, freely given, then it was not a switch he could flip whenever a fight demanded it. It was something he would have to earn over and over, from people who had no obligation to give it to him. There is another problem, he said slowly, and the 3 adults turned to look at him. Even if this theory is right, one flicker from Recovery Girl touching my hand for a second lasted, what, a few seconds before it faded? If I am supposed to fight someone like Shigaraki with this, I would need a lot more than that. A tiny spark is not going to carry me through a real battle. No, Recovery Girl agreed. It is not. Which means if this theory holds, what you would actually need is not one moment of connection but a sustained, ongoing source of it. Multiple people, likely. People willing to invest real, continuous trust and support in you, not as a one-time favor but as something closer to an ongoing relationship. All Might went very still at that, and Izuku watched something cross his mentor's face, a complicated mixture of protectiveness and something almost like grief, before it smoothed back into careful neutrality. That is an enormous thing to ask of anyone, All Might said quietly. Let alone multiple anyones. Young Midoriya cannot simply request that people trust him on demand for tactical purposes. That is not how trust works, and if we frame it that way to him or to them, we will corrupt the entire mechanism before we even understand it. I agree completely, Recovery Girl said. Which is why I am not proposing we frame it that way at all. I am proposing we test the hypothesis carefully, ethically, and only with people who already have an existing relationship with this young man, people who choose to participate because they want to, not because anyone asked them to sacrifice anything. If the theory is wrong, we have lost nothing but an afternoon. If it is right, we proceed slowly and let the people involved set every single term themselves. Aizawa exhaled through his nose, the closest thing to agreement his exhausted expression ever seemed to manage. Class 1A already treats him like their weird favorite little brother half the time, he said. If any group of people were going to volunteer for something like this without being pressured into it, it would probably be them. But I want to be very clear to everyone in this room right now. The instant this starts to look like we are asking teenage girls to prop up a weapon, I will shut the entire program down myself, theory or no theory. Am I understood? Understood, All Might said immediately, and there was steel under the exhaustion in his voice now, the steel Izuku remembered from the earliest days of his training, the version of his mentor who had once told him a hero's power exists to protect the people around him, never to use them. Izuku swallowed hard and nodded too, though something in his chest had gone tight and strange at the whole conversation, an uncomfortable knot of hope and shame tangled together. Hope, because for the first time in 3 weeks there was a theory that made any kind of sense at all. Shame, because the theory, if true, meant his own body had apparently decided that his strength should cost other people something, and he had never once asked for that arrangement to exist. I do not want anyone to feel obligated, he said, quiet but firm. If this is true, if it really is about people choosing to support me, then I need it to actually be a choice. Real choice. Not because I am asking to be strong enough to fight Shigaraki. If someone says no, that has to be fine. Completely fine. I mean it. Recovery Girl looked at him for a long moment, and something in her sharp, tired face softened into something warmer. That, she said, is exactly the attitude that makes me willing to test this hypothesis with you at all, young man. Hold on to it. It will matter more than the strength ever will. They spent another hour drafting what Aizawa insisted on calling, with visible distaste for the phrase even as he coined it, a controlled and fully consensual trial protocol, complete with an explicit opt-out clause for anyone involved at any time, oversight from at least one licensed adult hero at all times, and a hard rule that no test would ever occur in a context where refusal carried any social or academic consequence whatsoever. All Might signed off on every clause twice. Recovery Girl added 2 more of her own. By the time Izuku finally walked back to the dorms under a fully dark sky, his legs still faintly unsteady from the afternoon's collapse, he had the strange, hollowed-out feeling of a person who had just watched 3 adults design an elaborate structure of care around a mystery that was, at its center, still entirely and uncomfortably his own body's fault. He did not sleep well that night. He kept thinking about the 2-second flicker on Recovery Girl's monitor, and about what it might mean to need that flicker sustained across an entire battle, and about how he was possibly going to explain any of this to his friends without it sounding like exactly the kind of demand he had promised himself he would never make of anyone. Chapter 3, the first to say yes. Word did not spread the way Izuku feared it would. There was no dorm meeting, no dramatic announcement in front of the whole class. Instead, Aizawa called 4 people individually to the staff room over the course of the following 2 days, in a rotation that Izuku only learned about after the fact, and each conversation apparently began the exact same way, with Aizawa laying out the theory in blunt clinical terms, stressing the opt-out clause until it was almost comically repetitive, and then simply asking whether the person wanted to know more. The first person to say yes was Ochako Uraraka, and she said it, according to Aizawa's later dry summary, before he had even finished the sentence. She found Izuku the next afternoon in the common room, dropping onto the couch beside him with the easy directness that had defined their friendship since their very first day at UA. "So," she said without preamble, "apparently I am allowed to hold your hand for science now." Izuku nearly choked on the tea he had been drinking. "Ochako, you do not have to, I mean, Aizawa told you it is completely optional, right? You really do not have to feel like you owe me anything just because." "Deku," she said, cutting him off with the particular patience she reserved for moments when he was spiraling, "I know it is optional." I heard the whole speech. Twice, actually, because Aizawa-sensei apparently does not trust me to have heard him the first time. "I am telling you I want to. There is a difference between doing something because someone needs it from you and doing something because you actually want to help a friend who has been passing out in training for 3 weeks and clearly will not stop trying to fight Shigaraki-level threats no matter how many times we tell him to slow down." He looked at her, and something in his chest loosened slightly, the tight knot of guilt easing just a fraction. "That is fair," he admitted. "Also," she added, more quietly, "if this theory turns out to be right, and it really is about people you trust choosing to support you, then honestly, Izuku, I would rather it be people who actually care about you doing that than nobody at all. I would rather be part of the reason you do not collapse in the middle of an actual fight than sit in the stands wishing I had said yes." They ran the first controlled test 2 days later, in the same training ground, with Recovery Girl monitoring the readout and Aizawa standing close enough to intervene but far enough to give the moment its proper space. Izuku called his quirk in a small, deliberately restrained burst, felt the familiar avalanche of strength answer instantly, and this time, before the crash could hit, Ochako simply took his hand, the same easy grip she had used to help him up after 1,000 training-exhausted sparring matches, and said, "You have got this, Deku," like it was the most obvious thing in the world. The needle on Recovery Girl's monitor did not flicker. It surged. Izuku felt it happen in real time, a warmth spreading from where their hands met up through his arm and into his chest, not overwhelming, not strange, just a steady, grounding fullness that felt almost like breathing after holding his breath too long. The crash that should have hit within seconds simply did not come. He stood there, strength still humming through him, staring down at their joined hands with something between disbelief and a kind of quiet, overwhelmed relief he did not entirely have words for. "It is holding," Recovery Girl said, and her voice for once had lost all its usual clinical dryness, replaced by something closer to astonishment. 30 seconds. 45. It is not decaying at the crash rate at all. Ochako squeezed his hand once, grinning up at him with the particular fierce brightness she got whenever something she cared about was working. "Told you," she said. "You have got this." The connection held for nearly 2 full minutes before finally beginning to taper, and even then it faded gradually, a gentle decline rather than the violent cliff of every prior crash, giving Izuku plenty of warning to release the quirk's output himself before he ever came close to the edge. When it was over he sat down hard on the training ground, not from exhaustion this time but from the sheer emotional weight of finally, after 3 weeks, understanding something true about his own body. "It really is you," he said, looking up at Ochako. "Not just contact. Not just anyone. It matters who, and it matters that you actually mean it." "Well," she said, settling down cross-legged beside him, still slightly out of breath herself, "that is either the sweetest or the weirdest compliment anyone has ever given me, and I genuinely cannot decide which." Recovery Girl spent the following week running variations of the same careful trial with painstaking scientific rigor, always with full consent, always with an immediate stop the moment anyone showed the faintest hesitation. Tsuyu Azui volunteered next, calm and matter-of-fact about the whole process in the way that defined her, offering Izuku a steady, reassuring pat on the shoulder that produced a smaller but still clearly positive reading. Momo Yaoyorozu came after her, thoughtful and precise, asking a dozen careful questions about the underlying mechanism before finally offering her open palm and a quiet, sincere "I believe you can handle this responsibly, Midoriya," which produced a spike nearly as strong as Ochako's. By the end of the week, a pattern had begun to emerge that even Recovery Girl, careful scientist that she was, could not fully explain away as coincidence. The strength of each connection seemed to correlate not simply with duration or physical closeness but with the depth and sincerity of the relationship behind it, and more specifically with something Recovery Girl began cautiously calling in her careful clinical notes, an act of freely given belief. Not obligation. Not performance. Belief, offered without strings, in Izuku himself. There is something else worth noting, Recovery Girl said, gathering the class in the small conference room at the end of that first week to walk through her findings, with all 4 volunteers present alongside Izuku, All Might, and Aizawa. The readings are strongest not simply from people who know him well, but specifically from people whose belief in him carries real conviction. It is not about intimacy in the way anyone might have first assumed when this theory was floated. It is about the sincerity and strength of trust, freely given. She looked pointedly at Izuku as she said it, and he understood the unspoken addendum even before she said it aloud. Which means, she went on, that this mechanism, whatever we end up calling it formally, is not something you can manufacture through closeness alone. It has to be real. It has to be chosen. And it appears to scale with how strongly that choice is felt. All Might, who had been quiet through most of the presentation, finally spoke, his gaze steady on Izuku across the table. Which brings us, he said, to the tactical question none of us have wanted to say aloud yet. If this genuinely scales with the number and strength of freely given trust connections, then defeating a threat on the level of Tamura Shigaraki is very likely going to require more than 4 training volunteers offering brief, controlled contact in a supervised gymnasium. It is going to require an entire structure. Sustained. Reliable. Built on real relationships, not favors. The room went quiet at that, the full shape of the implication settling over everyone present. Izuku felt his stomach twist with the old familiar knot of guilt and hope tangled together, the same feeling he had carried since the very first conversation in this room a week ago. I still do not want anyone to feel like they have to be part of that, he said quietly. Whatever it ends up looking like. Midoriya, Momo said, with the calm precision that made her one of the sharpest minds in their year, I do not think anyone in this room is under the impression that they have to do anything. I think what we are looking at is the early shape of something new, and I would rather help shape it thoughtfully from the beginning, with real boundaries built in from day one, than leave it for someone with worse intentions to define later. If this power exists, and it clearly does, it is going to exist whether or not any of us participate. I would rather it exist with people who actually care about you at its center. Ochako reached over and bumped Izuku's shoulder with her own, grinning. Besides, she said, somebody has got to keep an eye on you so you do not run off and try to solo Shigaraki on pure stubbornness the second you feel strong enough to try. Might as well be us. Izuku laughed despite himself, a small, tired, grateful sound, and felt, for the first time since the overpass collapse 3 weeks ago, that whatever strange and demanding shape his quirk was about to take, he was not going to have to carry the shape of it alone. Chapter 4, The Rabbit Hero Takes Notice. The first real test came sooner than anyone expected, and it did not come from a training ground. It came from a warehouse fire on the industrial edge of the city, 3 blocks from a residential zone, with structural collapse already underway by the time the first hero response units arrived. Izuku had been on a supervised patrol rotation with Ida and Tsuyu, part of an ongoing internship arrangement that Aizawa had approved specifically because it kept the group small, familiar, and easy to monitor, when the emergency alert lit up all 3 of their communicators within the same second. By the time they reached the scene, the situation had already tipped from bad to critical. A support beam network inside the warehouse had begun buckling under the fire's heat, threatening to bring the entire structure down on top of a rescue team that had gone in moments earlier to search for 2 maintenance workers still unaccounted for. The pro-hero on scene, a mid-ranking fire specialist named Blaze Warden, was pinned under a fallen support strut, his quirk rendered useless by smoke inhalation, and the collapse timeline, according to the structural engineer shouting numbers into a radio nearby, had shrunk to under 2 minutes. Izuku did not think. He moved. He was through the warehouse doors before Ida could finish shouting his name, smoke closing around him thick and choking, the heat pressing against his skin like a physical wall. He found Blaze Warden pinned exactly where the radio chatter said he would be, a length of twisted steel crushing down across his legs, and reached for his quirk with the same instinctive certainty that had gotten him this far. The strength answered immediately, and for one terrible half-second, kneeling in the smoke with his hands already closing around the steel, Izuku remembered, with cold clarity, that he had no support connection here. No hand to hold. No voice offering belief. Just himself, alone, about to draw on a well that he now understood, with hard-won 3-week-old certainty, was not actually his to draw on freely. He did it anyway. There was no time for anything else. The steel groaned and gave, tearing free with a shriek of tortured metal, and he hauled Blaze Warden clear just as the first support beam directly overhead let go, a shower of burning debris crashing down exactly where they had been kneeling a heartbeat earlier. He got the man another 10 feet toward the exit, half dragging him through smoke that had turned the world into a wall of gray, before the crash hit. It hit harder than it ever had in training. There had been no gradual build-up this time, no controlled increment, just a full emergency output slammed against an empty tank, and when the strength cut out it took his consciousness with it almost instantly. His last clear memory was of Tsuyu's tongue wrapping around his wrist, hauling him bodily backward out of the collapsing structure a half-second before he would have gone down inside it. He woke up in a hospital bed 11 hours later to the sight of his mother asleep in a chair beside him, Ochako curled in the chair next to her, and Aizawa standing at the foot of the bed with an expression that managed to combine profound relief and genuine fury in equal measure. You saved Blaze Warden's life, and both maintenance workers were found alive 20 minutes after you went down, Aizawa said, before Izuku could even fully form a question. You also collapsed inside a burning structure with no support connection active, which meant the only reason you are alive right now instead of buried under a warehouse roof is that Azui reacted half a second faster than the structural failure did. We are going to talk about this at length when you are less concussed. Izuku, throat raw from smoke inhalation, managed a small, apologetic smile. Worth it, he rasped. They are alive. Aizawa's expression did not soften, but something in his eyes did. I am aware, he said. That does not mean I am not furious with you. Those two things can both be true at once. Get some rest. The story broke on the news within hours, and by the following morning it had done what stories about a UA student single-handedly pulling a pro-hero and 2 civilians out of a structural collapse tend to do in an industry built on public perception and hero rankings. It spread. Mirko, the number 5 hero, currently sitting a hair below the top ranks through sheer relentless force of personal will, found the footage on her phone at 6 in the morning, mid-stretch before her usual pre-dawn run, and watched the shaky bystander video of a green-haired teenager tearing a steel beam apart with his bare hands 4 separate times before she finally set the phone down. She showed up at UA 2 days later, unannounced, striding through the front gate with the kind of casual confidence that made security personnel scramble to catch up rather than intercept, and found her way, through sheer force of reputation, directly to Aizawa's office. I want to see the kid who tore a support beam like it was a breadstick, she said, without preamble, dropping into the chair across from Aizawa's desk and propping both boots up on the corner of it, which he allowed with the weary resignation of a man who had long since stopped fighting battles that were not worth the energy. That request is going to require some context, Aizawa said, and get your boots off my desk, and then, with visible reluctance, began explaining the theory. Mirko listened to the entire explanation in a silence that grew progressively more focused, her usual restless energy narrowing into something sharp and assessing by the time Aizawa finished. When he was done, she sat quietly for a long moment, chewing over the implications with an intensity that surprised him. So let me get this straight, she said finally. Kid's got a quirk that could genuinely put him in Shigaraki's weight class, maybe higher, but it runs on people actually caring about him and choosing to back him up, and right now his whole support network is what, 4 teenage girls and 2 exhausted teachers. That is a somewhat reductive summary, Aizawa said, but essentially correct. Mirko stood up, boots finally off his desk, and paced the length of the small office once, twice, with the restless energy of a predator working through a problem. I have spent my entire career clawing up the rankings on nothing but my own strength, she said. Never needed backup, never wanted it, built my whole reputation on being the hero who does not need anyone else in the fight with her. And I am telling you right now, watching that footage, this kid tore steel apart on an empty tank because 2 people were trapped and there was nobody around to give him what he needed to do it safely. That is not stupidity. That is exactly the kind of heart this profession is supposed to be built on, and it is going to get him killed inside a year if somebody does not build him a proper foundation. She turned back to Aizawa, and for the first time since walking through the door, the wild bravado dropped away entirely, replaced by something quieter and far more sincere. I want in, she said. Whatever this program of yours ends up looking like. Not because I feel sorry for him. Because I looked at that footage and saw a kid with the kind of power that could genuinely change what this whole city can survive, and he is currently running on the goodwill of 4 teenagers who love him. That is not sustainable, and it is not fair to any of them either. He needs pros in his corner. Real ones, who know exactly what they are signing up for and what it is going to cost. Aizawa studied her for a long moment, the wariness of a man who had personally overseen every step of this careful, consent-driven process warring with the plain, obvious truth that a hero of Mirko's caliber, offering genuinely and without being asked, was exactly the kind of reinforcement the theory desperately needed if it was ever going to scale to the level a fight with Shigaraki would demand. You understand this is not a favor you do once and walk away from, he said finally. If the pattern holds the way it has so far, this is an ongoing relationship. Real trust, freely given, sustained over time. Not a photo opportunity. Not good press for your ranking. If you are not prepared for that, I would rather you walk away now than start something you cannot finish. Mirko's grin, when it came, was sharp and entirely without irony. I have never walked away from a fight worth having in my life, she said. This is not going to be the first. She met Izuku for the first time later that afternoon, in the same training ground where his first collapse had happened 3.5 weeks earlier, and the meeting was, by every account that survived it, considerably louder than anything the careful, methodical trial protocol had produced so far. So you were the kid who tore a beam apart on an empty tank because 2 idiots were stuck under a warehouse, she said, looking him up and down with an assessing directness that made Izuku straighten instinctively under the scrutiny. That was reckless, borderline suicidal, and also exactly the kind of thing that makes me think you might actually be worth my time. Izuku, still faintly winded from the sheer force of her presence, managed a slightly strangled thank you, I think, before Mirko cut him off with a short bark of a laugh. Do not thank me yet, kid, she said, planting both hands on her hips. I am about to make your training a lot harder, and a lot louder, than 4 nice girls holding your hand ever did. If we are doing this, we are doing it properly. You are going to learn exactly what it costs the people backing you, exactly what it feels like when that support runs thin, and exactly how to stop yourself before you ever end up back in a hospital bed because you decided saving 2 strangers was worth dying for. Are we clear? Izuku looked at her, at the fierce, unshakable certainty in her eyes, and felt something settle in his chest that had been unsteady since the moment he woke up in that hospital bed, the growing, grounding sense that whatever shape this strange, demanding power was going to take, it was no longer going to be built only in careful, quiet training sessions behind closed doors. It was about to become something the whole hero world would eventually have to reckon with. Crystal clear, he said, and meant it. Chapter 5, The Vanguard Circle. Mirko's arrival changed the shape of everything, and it did so almost immediately. Where Recovery Girls' trials had been careful, incremental, and quiet, conducted behind closed doors with meticulous documentation at every step, Mirko treated the entire enterprise like exactly what it was, a new and dangerous kind of training that demanded a proper structure, proper stakes, and proper honesty about what it would actually take to bring Izuku's quirk to a level capable of standing against Tomura Shigaraki. Within a week of her first visit, she had convinced Nizu, in a conversation Izuku was not present for but heard about afterward in increasingly colorful second-hand accounts, to formalize what had until then been an ad hoc series of supervised trials into an actual sanctioned program. They called it, at Midnight's suggestion once she joined a week later, the Vanguard Circle, and its founding charter, drafted jointly by Nizu, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, and Midnight herself with input from every single participant, ran to 11 pages and contained, among its many careful clauses, an opt-out provision so thoroughly reinforced across every section that Aizawa privately joked it could survive a legal challenge from 3 separate directions at once. Midnight's arrival came with its own particular flavor of directness. She showed up to the first formal circle meeting in the newly designated training annex with a stack of printed research on trust psychology, group cohesion under stress, and voluntary support network theory thick enough to double as a doorstop, and spent the first 20 minutes of the meeting systematically dismantling any lingering assumption in the room that this program was, or could ever safely be allowed to become, anything resembling what certain corners of the internet had already, inevitably, begun speculating it might be. "Let me be extremely clear about something before we go one step further," she said, standing at the front of the annex with a stack of papers under one arm and an expression that had none of her usual theatrical flourish, replaced instead by the flat, serious authority of a licensed professional who took the responsibility in front of her with total gravity. "This program works, if it works at all, because of consent, trust, and voluntary emotional connection between people who genuinely care about each other. It is not, and will never under my supervision become, transactional. Nobody in this room owes Midoriya their trust because his safety in a future fight depends on it. If that framing ever starts to creep into how any of you think about this, I want you to tell me immediately, because the moment it becomes an obligation instead of a choice, the entire mechanism stops working anyway. The theory has already proven that much on its own." She looked around the room, at Izuku, at Ochako, and Tsuyu and Momo, at Mirko lounging against the back wall with her arms crossed, at Aizawa and Recovery Girl seated near the front with matching expressions of tired vigilance. "So here is how this is actually going to work," Midnight continued. "Every single person in the Vanguard Circle participates because they want to, on terms they set themselves, and can renegotiate or withdraw at any point without explanation owed to anyone. We will build a training and support structure around that principle, not the other way around. Anyone who cannot live with that framing does not belong in this room, myself included, and I mean that." No one left the room. Over the following weeks, the circle's structure solidified into something Izuku could genuinely have never predicted a month earlier, back when he was a boy quietly terrified of a quirk he could not control or understand. Training sessions took on a rhythm, 3 mornings a week in the annex, always supervised, always beginning with an explicit, almost ritualized check-in where every participant was asked, plainly and without pressure, whether they still wanted to be there that day. The question was never rhetorical. Twice in the first month, Momo asked for a session to be rescheduled around an exam she needed to focus on, and both times the circle simply adjusted without complaint or comment, because that, Midnight reminded everyone constantly, was the entire point. What emerged from the training was a picture of the mechanism far more nuanced than anyone had first understood. Each member of the circle produced a distinct flavor of support, Recovery Girl eventually concluded after weeks of careful data collection, tied unmistakably to the particular shape of their relationship with Izuku and the particular way they expressed belief in him. Ochako's support arrived in warm, steady surges, grounding and immediate, built on the easy, unshakable trust of the oldest and closest friendship in the group. Tsuyu's was quieter but remarkably durable, a slow-burning certainty that lasted longer under sustained output than almost anyone else's contribution, which she attributed, with characteristic bluntness, to simply never having doubted him much to begin with. Momo's carried a precision to it, sharp and clarifying, almost like it sharpened his control over the raw strength rather than simply fueling it, which led to hours of fascinated theorizing from Power Loader about whether the specific character of a support connection might shape the specific character of the power it fed. And Mirko's, when she finally ran her own first formal trial 3 weeks into the circle's existence, was unlike anything they had measured before. She did not hold his hand, and she did not offer a quiet word of encouragement the way the others had. Instead, in front of the entire assembled circle, she planted herself directly in front of Izuku, gripped his shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise, and looked him dead in the eye with an intensity that made the whole room go quiet. "I am not going to baby you," she said. "I believe you can carry this. Not someday. Now. So prove it." The readout spiked so high and so fast that Recovery Girl actually stood up out of her chair in alarm, one hand flying to steady the monitor as though the sheer force of the reading might physically knock it over. Izuku felt the surge hit him like a struck bell, a fierce, bracing certainty that had none of the gentle warmth of Ochako's support or the quiet steadiness of Tsuyu's, but something harder-edged and electric, the particular fuel of someone who genuinely, fiercely believed he could become exactly what the moment demanded. "That," Mirko said, watching him absorb the surge with visible satisfaction, "is what real belief feels like when it does not come wrapped in cotton wool. Get used to it." If you are going to fight Shigaraki someday, kid, you are going to need people who tell you the truth, not just people who make you feel comfortable. Midnight, watching from the sidelines with her arms folded, allowed herself a rare, genuine smile. Different people offer different shapes of trust, she said, half to herself, half to the room at large, jotting a note on her tablet. This is going to be more interesting, and considerably more complicated, than any of us first anticipated. By the end of the second month, the circle had grown again, this time to include Kyokujiro, whose steady rhythmic encouragement produced a distinctive resonance power loader compared, only half joking, to a metronome stabilizing an unsteady engine, and Mina Ishido, whose boisterous, unwavering enthusiasm turned out to be worth considerably more than her easygoing manner initially suggested. Ida, after weeks of careful consideration and several long conversations with Aizawa about the ethical framework involved, formally opted not to join the circle's contact-based support roster, citing his own discomfort with a mechanism that involved physical touch, and no one, least of all Izuku, treated the decision as anything but completely and unremarkably fine. Instead, Ida took on a role the circle came to value just as highly, serving as its logistics and safety coordinator, tracking training schedules, monitoring recovery windows, and ensuring that no single participant was ever quietly overextending themselves to compensate for another's absence. That balance, everyone agreed by the 2-month mark, was the real achievement, more than the raw power output Izuku could now sustain, more than the growing roster of names attached to the circle's careful charter. It was the fact that an entire structure had been built, from the ground up, around the radical and unglamorous premise that strength drawn from other people had to be strength offered freely, protected carefully, and never, under any circumstances, extracted. Izuku, standing in the training annex on the evening the 2-month mark passed, watching Ochako and Mina compare notes about an upcoming exam while Mirko needled Aizawa about his sleep schedule and Midnight quietly reviewed the week's data with Recovery Girl, allowed himself, for the first time since the overpass collapse that had started all of this, to actually believe that he might survive what was coming. Not because his strength had finally stopped terrifying him. It still did, some nights, when he thought too hard about the sheer scale of what he might eventually be asked to draw on. But because for the first time in his life, he was not standing at the edge of that terrifying strength alone. Chapter 6, Eyes from the Shadows. The last piece of Act 1's story arrived, fittingly, in the middle of a live broadcast. MT Lady's arrival into the Vanguard Circle was, in true MT Lady fashion, considerably more public than anyone had planned for. A gas main rupture near the entertainment district had triggered a multi-block evacuation, and with 3 separate fires threatening to merge into a single uncontrollable blaze, the responding command post had called in every available hero within range, Izuku's supervised patrol group among them. When a support column supporting a partially collapsed parking structure gave way above a trapped news crew, live camera still rolling, it was MT Lady who reached the scene first, giantess form already engaged, hands closing around the column before it could finish its fall. The trouble was the column was heavier than even her considerable strength could hold indefinitely, and the crew was too far beneath the wreckage for her enormous hands to safely extract without risking a fresh collapse. It was Izuku, arriving seconds later with Tsuyu at his side, who saw the shape of the only solution in time. "I need to get under there and clear the debris while she holds it," he said, already moving. "Tsuyu, I need you close." There was no time for a formal check-in, no careful ritual question about consent, only Tsuyu's hand closing around his wrist as they moved together toward the wreckage, the quiet, familiar surge of her steady belief in him flooding through the contact exactly the way 3 months of careful trials had taught his body to expect. He tore through twisted metal and broken concrete with a controlled, sustained strength that never once threatened to crash, working with a precision that surprised even Aizawa, who arrived moments later to find the news crew already being pulled clear, shaken but unharmed, MT Lady still holding the column steady above them all. The whole rescue, all 4 minutes and 31 seconds of it, had been captured live on camera, uploaded, clipped, and dissected across every hero-focused corner of the internet before the sun had even finished setting that evening. MT Lady found Izuku 2 days later, not through official channels but by simply showing up at the UA gates and asking, with a directness that mirrored Mirko's own, to see the kid who had cleared an entire collapse zone by hand while she held a support column over both their heads. That was either the single most impressive thing I have seen a first responder do in years, she told him bluntly, once Izuku had, with visible weariness, walked her through the same careful explanation he had now given more times than he cared to count, or the single most reckless, and I genuinely could not tell which in the moment. Turns out it is a little of both. Her eventual decision to join the circle came with none of the hesitation Izuku half expected from someone whose public persona leaned so heavily into performance and spectacle. Underneath the camera-ready confidence, he found, once he actually spent time training alongside her, was a hero who had spent years quietly frustrated by how rarely her quirk let her work in close, precise coordination with anyone else, her sheer scale making most partnered rescues logistically difficult if not outright dangerous. The circle, and Izuku's particular need for support that could be offered in the exact moment strength mattered most, gave her something she had not realized she wanted, a genuine partnership rather than simple parallel deployment. By the time the story of the parking structure rescue had finished circulating, however, it had done more than earn MT Lady's attention. It had earned someone else's as well, someone considerably less interested in Izuku's safety. In a derelict building on the far side of the city, in a room lit by the cold blue glow of 6 different monitors, Tomura Shigaraki watched the parking structure footage for the 4th time in a row, fingers drumming an uneven rhythm against the arm of his chair, all 5 visible. Interesting, said a voice from the doorway, distorted, dry, the kind of interest that carried genuine unease underneath its careful neutrality. He is drawing strength from other people, Shigaraki said, still staring at the frozen frame on the center monitor. Izuku's hands buried wrist deep in torn concrete, Tsuyu's fingers locked around his wrist just visible at the edge of the shot. Not a quirk that copies theirs. Not a quirk that steals theirs. Something else. Something that needs them to just keep giving it to him. A leash, then, the voice from the doorway offered. Rather than a weapon. Shigaraki's fingers stilled against the chair arm. No, he said slowly, a strange, cold clarity settling into his voice, the particular tone that had come to unsettle even his closest lieutenants over the past year, the sound of a mind assembling a plan piece by piece in real time. Not a leash. A supply line. He turned from the monitors at last, decayed features catching the blue light at an angle that made the scarring across his hands and throat look, for a moment, almost skeletal. You do not defeat a weapon like that by fighting the weapon, he said. You defeat it by cutting the supply line. Find out exactly who is feeding him. Find out exactly how many of them there are. And find out exactly what happens to a boy like that when the people holding him up are no longer there to hold him up at all. The figure in the doorway inclined its head, the gesture unreadable in the dim light, and withdrew without another word, leaving Shigaraki alone with the frozen frame still glowing on the center monitor. The image of a boy tearing through concrete on strength that was never entirely his own. None of this reached Izuku, of course, not yet, not in the weeks that followed as the vanguard circle continued to grow and stabilize around him, its charter now formally recognized by UA's administration, its training sessions folded into his regular schedule with the careful, deliberate structure Midnight and Izuku had spent months building around it. He knew only that his strength no longer terrified him the way it once had, that the people around him had chosen, again and again, freely and without pressure, to stand at his side, and that somewhere ahead of him, in a future still unwritten, a fight was coming that would test every single thread of trust the circle had spent 2 months carefully weaving together. He did not yet know that someone on the other side of that coming fight had already begun studying exactly where those threads were tied, and exactly how, with the right kind of pressure, they might be made to snap. That evening, the full circle gathered in the annex for what had by then become an easy, familiar ritual, a shared dinner before the last training session of the week, plates balanced on knees, the low hum of 6 or 7 overlapping conversations filling the room in a way that still, some nights, caught Izuku off guard with how much it simply felt like home. Mirko was mid-argument with Izuku about whether his sleep schedule qualified as a public safety hazard. Mina was showing Kyoka something on her phone that had both of them laughing too hard to explain it when Ochako asked. MT Lady, still getting used to the circle's particular rhythm, sat slightly apart at first, until Tsuyu simply shifted over on the bench without comment and made room, and after a moment MT Lady settled in like she had always belonged there. Izuku sat near the center of it, not because anyone had arranged it that way but because that was simply where the conversation kept pulling him, and let himself, for a little while, just listen. Recovery Girl's charts and Midnight's careful clauses and Aizawa's endless, weary vigilance had built the scaffolding for all of this, but the thing itself, the warmth and noise and easy trust filling the room around him, was something none of their careful planning could have manufactured on its own. It had grown the only way it ever could have. One freely given choice at a time. Midnight, watching from near the doorway with a mug of tea in both hands, caught his eye across the room and gave him a small, knowing nod, the kind that said, without needing words, that she saw exactly what he was thinking. He nodded back, and turned toward the conversation again, and let the first act of whatever this strange new chapter of his life was going to become settle, for now, into something that felt, against every reasonable expectation he had carried 3 months earlier, almost peaceful. It would not stay peaceful. He understood that, somewhere underneath the warmth of the moment, with the same quiet certainty that had once told him a support beam was about to fail 3 seconds before it did. Whatever Shigaraki was planning, out there in the dark beyond the walls of this room, would eventually arrive to test every single thread the circle had spent these past months weaving. But for tonight, surrounded by the people who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him, Izuku let himself simply be grateful, and let that gratitude be enough. Later, walking back toward the dorms with Ochako under a sky just beginning to clear after a week of rain, he found himself thinking not about Shigaraki, or supply lines, or the shape of the danger still waiting somewhere ahead, but about the strange, winding path that had brought him here, from a boy who once believed strength had to be carried alone to prove it was real, to someone slowly, carefully learning that the opposite was true. Real strength, the kind that could actually hold against whatever was coming, had never been about standing alone at all. It had always been about who stood beside you, and why, and whether that choice was ever truly free. The Bond Sovereign Act 2. Chapter 7, Midnight's Ledger. Autumn arrived at UA with the particular briskness that made the training annex windows fog faintly each morning, and with it came a shift in the vanguard circle that none of the founding members had fully anticipated, the slow, inevitable transition from a careful experiment into something that increasingly resembled an institution. It was Midnight who noticed the change first, in the unglamorous way institutions always announce themselves, through paperwork. What had begun as an 11-page charter drafted around a kitchen table had, 4 months later, grown into something closer to a genuine operational protocol, complete with individualized support logs for each of the 9 members now formally listed on the Circle's roster, a rotating supervision schedule that required at least 1 licensed hero present at every session, and a quietly maintained ledger that Midnight kept updated by hand, out of what she privately admitted to Aizawa was an old-fashioned habit of wanting to see the human shape of a program rather than trust it entirely to a database. 9 names, she said one evening, laying the ledger open on the annex table in front of Izuku with a weight that made clear this was not a casual conversation. Uraraka. Azui. Yaoyorozu. Jiro. Ashido. Mirko. Mount Lady. And as of this week, provisionally, Kendo Atsuka from Class 1B, whose request to join surprised precisely no one who had watched her lead her own class through 3 separate crises with the same steady conviction that seemed to be the common thread running through every name on this list. Izuku looked at the growing roster and felt the familiar knot of gratitude and unease tighten in his chest at once, an emotional pairing that had become so constant over the past months it barely registered anymore as 2 separate feelings. That is a lot of people, he said quietly. It is, Midnight agreed. And I want you to understand something before this conversation goes any further, Midoriya. 9 people choosing, independently, to invest real trust in you is not a burden you should be apologizing for. It is not a debt. I have watched you flinch every single time this roster grows, like each new name is one more weight you are forcing someone else to carry. I need you to hear me when I say that is not what is happening here. She closed the ledger and looked at him directly, her usual theatrical flourish entirely absent, replaced by the plain, serious care of someone who had spent 4 months watching this particular anxiety eat at him session after session. Every person on this list made their own choice, for their own reasons, she said. Kendo did not join because you asked her to. She joined because she watched footage of you clearing a collapse zone on strength borrowed from a friend's belief in you, and she thought, I want to be part of building something like that, something that proves strength and connection do not have to be opposites. That is not a burden on you. That is an honor you keep refusing to let yourself feel. Izuku was quiet for a long moment, turning the ledger's closed cover over in his mind the way he turned over every hard truth, slowly, from every angle, before finally letting it settle. I do not want to ever stop being careful about it, he said finally. Even if it is not a burden the way I keep thinking it is. I do not want it to ever become something I take for granted. Midnight's expression softened into something almost fond. That, she said, is precisely why none of us are worried about you taking advantage of any of this, Midoriya. The day you stop being careful is the day I start worrying. Until then, let yourself simply be grateful, the way I know you already are underneath all that guilt. The circle's growing structure was matched, over those same months, by a growing sophistication in what the training itself could actually measure and refine. Power Loader, working alongside Recovery Girl with an enthusiasm that bordered on giddy whenever a new data pattern emerged, had by now mapped the support mechanism into what he cautiously termed 3 distinct categories, though he stressed constantly, in the careful hedging language of a man who knew better than to declare a hypothesis settled too early, that the boundaries between them were far blurrier in practice than any clean taxonomy suggested. There was what he called anchor support, the steady, grounding variety exemplified by Ochako and Tsuyu, connections built on long-standing familiarity and unshakable baseline trust, which produced sustained but moderate output, excellent for extended engagements requiring endurance over raw peak force. There was edge support, Mirko's particular specialty, fierce and immediate, built on direct, unflinching challenge rather than gentle reassurance, which produced the highest peak output of any connection tested so far but decayed faster, better suited to short, decisive bursts than prolonged engagement. And there was what he termed weave support, Momo and Kyoka's contribution, precise and clarifying rather than simply fueling, which seemed to sharpen Izuku's control and accuracy at the cost of raw magnitude, invaluable in situations demanding surgical precision over overwhelming force. The tactical implication, once Power Loader finished walking the assembled circle through his findings on a whiteboard now dense with overlapping graphs, was not lost on anyone in the room. A real engagement, the kind the entire program had ultimately been built in anticipation of, would likely demand not simply more support but the right combination of support types, deployed with real tactical thought, rather than treating the circle as an undifferentiated pool of raw fuel. This is not a battery, Mirko said bluntly, arms crossed as she studied the whiteboard with the focused intensity she brought to every serious tactical discussion. This is a team. It has always been a team, we have just been slow to actually build a strategy around that fact instead of just running trials and hoping the numbers keep going up. Aizawa, watching from his usual position near the back wall, allowed himself a rare, small nod of agreement. Then let us build that strategy properly, he said. Because if the intelligence reports Nizu has been quietly circulating for the past 2 weeks are accurate, we may not have as much time to build it as any of us would like. The room went still at that, the easy academic energy of the whiteboard session draining away in an instant. Izuku felt his stomach drop with the particular cold weight of a shoe he had been half expecting to fall for months finally beginning its descent. What kind of reports, he asked, though some part of him already suspected the answer. Aizawa's expression, already grave, hardened further. The kind that suggests someone on the league's side has taken a very specific and very unwelcome interest in exactly how your quirk works, he said. And in exactly who is standing behind you when it does. Recovery Girl set down the ledger she had been quietly annotating throughout the meeting, her expression carrying none of its usual brisk clinical distance. I want to say something before we all move to Nizu's office, she said, and every head in the room turned toward her. Whatever we hear in the next hour, I do not want anyone in this room, least of all you, Midoriya, to mistake caution for retreat. 5 months ago we were chasing a 2-second flicker on a monitor, uncertain whether any of this was even real. Tonight we are discussing how to protect 9 people who chose, deliberately and with open eyes, to build something remarkable together. Danger does not erase that. It only tells us how much it is worth defending. Izuku held on to those words as they filed out of the annex toward the administrative building, the autumn evening settling cold and clear overhead, and found that they steadied something in him that had been quietly fraying since Aizawa first mentioned the word reports. Chapter 8, what Nizu already knew. Nizu's office occupied the same modest corner of the administrative building it always had, cluttered with books stacked in towers of questionable structural integrity and a chalkboard covered in diagrams that made sense to precisely one being on the entire campus. He greeted the assembled group, Izuku, Aizawa, Midnight, Mirko, and Recovery Girl, with his usual warm, unsettling geniality, gesturing them toward a collection of mismatched chairs that had clearly been dragged in specifically for this meeting. "Thank you all for coming on short notice," he said, settling into his own chair with the small, precise movements that always made his true nature as something other than simply a very intelligent animal briefly, unnervingly apparent. "I am afraid what I have to share is not pleasant, but I have found that unpleasant information handled early tends to cost considerably less than pleasant ignorance handled late." He tapped a small remote, and a projection flickered to life on the wall behind him, a grainy but unmistakable still image pulled from security footage, timestamped 3 weeks prior, showing a figure in a long coat studying the exterior perimeter of the UA campus from a rooftop 2 blocks away, face obscured but posture unmistakably deliberate, patient, professional. "This individual has been observed near campus on 4 separate occasions over the past month," Nizu said. "Always from a distance. Always avoiding direct line of sight with any active security camera for longer than a few seconds at a time, which tells us they know precisely where our blind spots are, which is itself informative. We have not been able to identify them through any existing database, which suggests either a very obscure quirk registry entry or, more concerningly, deliberate identity concealment of a sophistication we do not typically see outside League leadership circles." Izuku felt his mouth go dry. "You think they are watching me specifically," he said. "Not just UA in general." Nizu's small, dark eyes settled on him with an expression that held genuine sympathy underneath its careful analytical precision. "I think, young Midoriya, that the timing is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. The first confirmed sighting occurred 4 days after the parking structure rescue footage reached its peak circulation online. Every subsequent sighting has coincided, within a day or two, with either a public appearance involving your quirk or a documented expansion of the Vanguard Circle's roster. I do not believe this individual is interested in UA as an institution. I believe they are building a picture of you specifically, and of the structure supporting you." The room absorbed this in heavy silence. Mirko was the first to break it, leaning forward with the sharp, focused intensity that had made her one of the most formidable heroes of her generation despite never once relying on subtlety as a tactic. "What do we know about who is actually doing the watching?" she asked. "League proper, or one of Shigaraki's new lieutenants? There is a difference in how dangerous that makes this." Nizu's expression flickered, just briefly, with something that looked almost like reluctant respect for the question. "That is precisely the right thing to be asking," he said, "and I am afraid the honest answer is that we do not yet know with certainty. Our intelligence sources within the wider underground network have picked up fragments, nothing conclusive, but enough to form a worrying pattern. There is chatter, unconfirmed, about Shigaraki personally taking an interest in what he has apparently begun referring to, in intercepted communications, as, and I quote this directly because I think the precise phrasing matters, the boys' supply line." Izuku felt something cold settle low in his stomach at the phrase, an ugly, clinical framing of everything the circle had spent months building with such careful, deliberate warmth. "That is not a phrase someone uses if they intend to fight you directly," Aizawa said quietly, and there was an edge in his voice that Izuku had rarely heard, something that sounded almost like real fear held carefully in check by long professional discipline. "That is a phrase someone uses if they intend to go after the people around you instead." Nizu inclined his head in grim agreement. "Which brings us to the reason I called this particular meeting, rather than simply circulating a written briefing," he said. "I want every member of the Vanguard Circle to understand, in plain terms, what participating in this program may now realistically expose them to. Not as an abstract theoretical risk. As a concrete, credible threat, however unconfirmed the specifics remain. I believe every one of them deserves the chance to reconsider their involvement with full information, and I believe that choice needs to be offered again, clearly and without pressure, regardless of how much has already been built." Izuku felt the weight of that settle over him like a physical thing. "You are saying I might have to ask everyone whether they still want to be part of this," he said slowly, knowing they might say no, knowing that if they do, it would be completely right for them to. I am saying, Nizu corrected gently, that you do not have to ask anything at all, because I intend to inform them myself, directly, with full transparency, precisely so that their decision is never colored by any sense of obligation toward you personally. This is not your burden to manage alone, Midoriya. It never should have been, and it is not going to start being that now, not on my watch. Recovery Girl, who had been quiet through most of the briefing, finally spoke, her voice carrying the particular weary steel of a woman who had spent decades watching young heroes shoulder burdens that were never rightfully theirs to carry alone. He is right, young man, she said. You have spent 5 months trying to make sure no one felt pressured to give you anything. Do not let fear undo all of that good instinct now by trying to protect them from a choice that is fundamentally theirs to make, not yours to make for them by quietly stepping back and pushing them away first. Midnight, seated beside Recovery Girl, nodded firmly in agreement. I will coordinate the individual conversations myself, she said. Each person deserves a private, unhurried conversation, not a group announcement that puts implicit pressure on everyone to respond the same way in front of each other. And I want to be extremely clear to everyone in this room, myself included. If even one member of this circle decides the risk has changed the calculation for them, that decision does not get treated as a defection or a disappointment. It gets treated exactly the way every other choice in this program always has been. As entirely, completely valid. The meeting broke up an hour later with a plan in place, individual conversations scheduled over the following week, security measures around the training annex and dormitories quietly tightened, and a renewed emphasis, at Aizawa's insistence, on ensuring every session henceforth included a hard tactical component alongside the trust-building exercises, because if a fight was genuinely coming, he said flatly, sentiment alone was not going to be enough to survive it. Izuku walked back to the dorms alone that evening, the autumn air sharp against his face, turning Nizu's words over and over in his mind. The boys' supply line. He thought of Ochako's easy grin, of Tsuyu's quiet steadiness, of Mirko's fierce, unflinching belief, of every name in Midnight's careful ledger, and felt, for the first time since this whole strange journey had begun, a fear that had nothing to do with his own safety at all. Chapter 9, 9 Conversations. Midnight kept her word, and over the following week she held 9 separate conversations, each one private, each one unhurried, each one built around the same careful, unflinching honesty about exactly what Nizu's intelligence suggested and exactly how uncertain that intelligence remained. Izuku was not present for any of them, at Midnight's explicit and firm insistence, and the not knowing, the sitting alone in his dorm room while people he cared about were somewhere else in the building deciding whether the growing danger around him was a risk they were still willing to carry, proved to be one of the hardest waiting periods of the entire 5 months since the overpass collapse that had started all of this. The answers, when they finally came, arrived not as a single dramatic announcement but in the quiet, ordinary rhythms of the following days, each person choosing their own moment and their own way to simply show up again, exactly as they always had. Ochako found him in the common room the morning after her conversation with Midnight, dropping onto the couch beside him with a bowl of cereal and an expression that carried none of the weight he had braced himself for. I heard everything Nizu-sensei wanted me to hear, she said, without preamble, in the same direct way she always led with the things that mattered most. Every uncomfortable, scary detail. And then I thought about it for about 4 seconds and realized nothing about my answer had actually changed. Izuku looked at her, throat tight. Ochako, if there is any part of you that is scared. Of course there is a part of me that is scared, she said, cutting him off gently but firmly. I would be lying if I said there was not. But being scared and changing my mind are not the same thing, Deku. I decided to be part of this because I care about you and I believe in what we are building together, not because I thought it would always be safe. Nothing worth doing is always safe. I am still here. I am always going to still be here, unless a day comes where I genuinely do not want to be, and today is not that day. Tsuyu's response came in her own characteristically understated fashion, a brief note left on his desk 2 days later that read simply, still in, still your friend, talk later if you want to worry about it out loud, followed that evening by exactly that conversation, calm and steady and utterly unshaken. Momo approached it with her usual thoroughness, requesting a full copy of Nizu's briefing materials, reading them twice, and then arriving at Izuku's door with a notebook full of her own tactical suggestions for hardening the circle's security protocols, treating the danger not as a reason to step back but as a problem to be solved with the same rigorous precision she brought to everything else in her life. Mirko's answer, predictably, arrived with the least ambiguity of all. She found Izuku in the training annex before their scheduled session, grabbed him by the shoulder with her usual bruising directness, and looked him dead in the eye. "You think a rumor about some creep watching from a rooftop is enough to scare me off, kid," she said, something fierce and almost offended in her voice. "I have fought villains who could turn concrete into acid. I am not walking away from this because Shigaraki apparently noticed I exist. If anything, this just tells me we are doing something right enough to make him nervous." One by one, over the course of that difficult week, every single name in Midnight's careful ledger reaffirmed their place in it, some with quiet steadiness, some with fierce defiance. One, Kendo, with a thoughtful, careful conversation about exactly what additional safety measures she would want in place before continuing, a request the entire circle took seriously and implemented without complaint. By the end of the week, sitting once again in the training annex with the full circle gathered around him, Izuku found himself struggling to find words adequate to the moment, an unusual failure for someone whose mind rarely stopped producing words even when he desperately wished it would. "I do not know how to say thank you for this in a way that is big enough," he said finally, looking around the room at every face that had chosen, deliberately and with full knowledge of the risk, to stay. "I keep trying to find the right words and they all feel too small." Mina, seated cross-legged on the floor near the front, grinned up at him with her usual bright, irrepressible energy. "Then do not try to find the perfect words," she said. "Just keep showing up for us the way we keep showing up for you. That is the only thank you any of us actually want." Midnight, watching from the doorway with the ledger held loosely in one hand, felt something in her chest ease that had been tight since the moment Nizu first showed them that grainy rooftop photograph. 9 names, still 9 names, each one freely, deliberately chosen all over again in the face of real, credible danger. It was, she thought, watching the easy, familiar warmth of the room settle back into its usual rhythm, exactly the kind of foundation that made her believe, for the first time since this whole delicate, complicated program had begun, that it might actually be strong enough to survive whatever was coming for it. She wrote one final line at the bottom of that week's page in the ledger before closing it for the night, not a statistic or a data point but something closer to a private note to herself, the kind she rarely allowed even in a document meant only for her own careful record-keeping. 9 names, chosen freely, twice over. Whatever comes next, remember that this is what they chose, and choose to honor it accordingly. Chapter 10, First Blood. The League's first move came 11 days later, and it came with a precision that made clear exactly how much careful study had gone into its planning. It was not an attack on UA itself, which every member of the circle had half expected and prepared for extensively. It was smaller, more surgical, and considerably more unsettling for exactly that reason. A coordinated series of minor disturbances erupted simultaneously across 3 different districts of the city during the evening rush hour, small enough individually that no single one warranted an emergency mobilization of the circle's full roster, but numerous enough collectively to stretch the city's available hero response thin across a wide radius. It took Aizawa less than 10 minutes, monitoring the unfolding pattern from the command center UA had established for exactly this kind of contingency, to recognize the shape of what was actually happening. "This is not 3 unrelated incidents," he said, studying the map where 3 separate disturbance markers blinked at careful geographic distance from one another. "This is a net. Someone is testing our response distribution, and testing exactly how fast and how far we can spread the circle before someone ends up isolated." The realization arrived less than 2 minutes before it mattered. Kyoka, dispatched to the smallest of the 3 disturbances alongside a junior pro-hero as part of a routine supervised patrol, found herself, in the space of a confused, chaotic 30 seconds, suddenly and deliberately separated from her partner by a villain whose quirk allowed him to generate disorienting sound distortion fields, cutting off her ability to track direction or distance with any reliability. By the time the field cleared, she was alone in an alley 3 blocks from where she had started, and a figure was already stepping out of the shadows ahead of her, tall, calm, dressed in nondescript dark clothing, studying her with an unhurried, clinical attention that made her skin crawl in a way none of her previous villain encounters ever quite had. Kyokujiro, the figure said, and the casual, precise certainty of the address, the fact that this stranger clearly already knew exactly who she was and exactly what she meant to the circle, sent ice down her spine faster than any physical threat could have. I understand you are one of the sources feeding the boys' little support network. I would like to have a conversation with you about exactly how that arrangement works. I have been watching your patrol patterns for some time now. You are careful. Disciplined. It made this considerably more difficult to arrange than I would have liked, which I confess I find almost admirable. She did not answer. Instead, she activated her quirk in the same instant, driving a burst of concentrated soundwave force directly at the figure's center mass, a move that should have staggered anyone without significant defensive capability. The figure did not so much dodge as simply step through the attack's trajectory with an unnerving economy of motion, close enough now that Kyoka could see, in the dim alley light, the strange, patchwork quality of the skin along his forearm, faint seams like old scar tissue arranged in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Not bad, he said, sounding almost genuinely appreciative. But I am not actually here to fight you, Miss Jiro. I am here to understand you. Your friend's quirk requires belief, does it not? Trust, freely given. I find myself curious what happens to that mechanism when the person providing it is no longer able to provide it freely. Whether by choice, or by other means. The implicit threat in the words landed with cold, deliberate clarity, and Kyoka felt real fear settle into her chest for the first time since the confrontation began, not fear for herself precisely, but a sudden, sickening understanding of exactly what this man was actually testing. Kyoka's reply came through gritted teeth, though her voice held steadier than the sudden hammering of her own pulse. Watch all you like, she said. You are going to be disappointed with what you find. She never got the chance to find out what he intended next. MT Lady's giantess form crested the rooftops on the north side of the alley at that exact moment, drawn by the emergency beacon Kyoka had managed to trigger in the first seconds of the confrontation, one enormous hand slamming down into the alley entrance with enough force to send both combatants scrambling for cover, and the strange, patchwork-skinned figure, weighing the sudden shift in the odds with the same unhurried calm he had shown throughout the entire encounter, simply stepped backward into a gap between buildings too narrow for MT Lady to follow and was gone before backup could fully secure the scene. Kyoka was shaking by the time Aizawa and Izuku arrived 12 minutes later, though she insisted, with visible effort, on walking through her own account of the encounter with as much precision as she could manage, understanding on some deep, instinctive level that the details mattered more right now than her own residual fear. He knew my name, she said, sitting wrapped in a thermal blanket in the back of a response vehicle, hands still not quite steady around a cup of water someone had pressed into them. He knew exactly what I am to the circle. He was not trying to hurt me. He was testing something. Testing what happens if someone tries to take a piece of the support network out of the equation. Izuku knelt in front of her, his own hands trembling with a fear that had nothing to do with his quirk and everything to do with the plain, unbearable fact that someone had come looking for one of his friends specifically because of their connection to him. Kyoka, I am so sorry, he started, and she cut him off with a sharpness that surprised them both. Do not, she said, firm despite the residual shake in her voice. Do not you dare apologize to me right now like this is your fault. Someone tried to isolate me because I chose to be part of something I believe in. That is not on you, Izuku. That is on them. If you start apologizing for other people's cruelty every time it touches someone near you, you are going to spend the rest of your life apologizing for things you never did, and I am not going to let you do that to yourself. Not tonight, and not ever. Aizawa, standing nearby with an expression carved from granite, absorbed every word of Kyoka's account with the focused, methodical attention of a man already building a tactical response in real time. The description matches a profile our intelligence has flagged before, he said grimly. Patchwork features, unnervingly calm effect, methodical rather than aggressive engagement style. If our sources are correct, that was very likely one of Shigaraki's inner circle, sent specifically to gather first-hand data on exactly how this mechanism might be disrupted. He looked at Izuku, and for once there was no scolding in his exhausted gaze, only a grim, shared understanding of exactly how much the stakes had just shifted. They are not planning to fight your strength head-on, Midoriya, Izuku said quietly. They are planning to take it apart from the outside, one thread at a time, starting with the people holding it together. Which means from tonight forward, protecting this circle is not a secondary consideration anymore. It is the primary one. Chapter 11, Reinforcing the Weave. The days following Kyoka's encounter reshaped the Vanguard Circle's entire operational posture with a speed that left little room for the careful, gradual deliberation that had defined the program's first 5 months. Nizu convened an emergency planning session within 24 hours, and this time the room held not just the familiar core of Izuku, Midnight, and Recovery Girl, but a wider circle of UA's senior staff, alongside 2 additional pro-heroes Nizu had personally vetted and invited into an expanded oversight role given the escalating stakes. The tone of the meeting carried none of the careful, almost gentle deliberation of the program's earliest days. It was tactical, urgent, and unflinching in its assessment of exactly what the League's opening move had revealed. They are treating this as a supply chain to be disrupted, Nizu said, laying out the implications with characteristic precision. Which means our security posture from this point forward needs to treat every single member of the circle as a potential target, not simply Midoriya himself. That is a fundamental shift in how we protect this program, and I want every protocol rebuilt around that reality starting today. What followed was a comprehensive overhaul. Individual patrol assignments for every circle member were adjusted to eliminate the kind of isolated, predictable routes that had allowed Kyoka to be separated from backup so easily. A discrete secondary communication system, independent of standard hero band frequencies that intelligence suggested the League might have found ways to monitor, was implemented within days. Training sessions in the annex were hardened with additional security measures, and perhaps most significantly, the circle itself began training not simply for how to generate and sustain Izuku's support connections, but for how to actively protect each other in the field, treating the group's cohesion itself as a tactical asset requiring dedicated defensive doctrine. Mirko took point on much of this new combat-focused training with an intensity that left even seasoned circle members finishing sessions genuinely exhausted. This is not optional anymore, she told the assembled group on the first morning of the new regimen, pacing in front of them with restless, focused energy. Whoever that patchwork-faced creep was, he proved something we should have planned for from the start. This circle is not just Izuku's support system. It is now a target in its own right, and every single one of you needs to be able to hold your own long enough for backup to arrive, because backup will not always be 12 minutes out. Izuku, watching his friends and mentors and the pro-heroes he had come to think of as something like extended family throw themselves into this new, harder-edged phase of training with the same unshaken determination they had shown in Midnight's careful ledger of 9 reaffirmed names, found himself caught in a complicated tangle of gratitude and grief. Gratitude for their unwavering commitment. Grief, quiet and persistent, for the fact that his own existence, his own strange and demanding quirk, had transformed all of their lives into something that now required this level of vigilance. He raised exactly that with Izuku one evening, staying late in the annex after everyone else had gone to bed, turning the day's exhausting training over in his mind. They should not have to learn combat drills because of me, he said quietly, staring at the training mats without really seeing them. This should not be their fight. Izuku, packing away equipment with the same unhurried economy of motion he brought to everything, did not look up immediately. You are wrong about one thing, he said finally, and something in his tone made Izuku actually turn to look at him. This was never only your fight to begin with, and it has not been since roughly the moment 9 people chose to make it theirs as well. That is what the circle means, Midoriya. Not that they are helping carry a weight that is fundamentally yours alone. It means the weight itself became shared, the moment they chose it to be. He finished securing the last of the equipment and finally met Izuku's eyes directly. You did not ask any of them to be targets, he continued. Nobody blames you for the fact that the people you love became targets simply by choosing to love you back. That is not a debt you owe them. It is a truth about what it costs to actually let people in, instead of standing alone the way you tried to for most of your life before any of this began. The cost was always going to exist, Midoriya. The only real choice you had was whether to pay it alone or let people choose to help you carry it. They chose. Let them. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, the words settling somewhere deep and unresolved, before finally nodding, slow and uncertain but genuine. I am trying, he admitted quietly. Some days it is harder than others. That is called being a decent person, Aizawa said, with the faintest, weary trace of something that might have been a smile. It is supposed to be hard. If it were easy, it would not mean anything. 2 weeks later, the Circle's hardened defenses faced their first real test, not from another isolated probing encounter but from a full coordinated strike, and everything the program had built in the frantic days since Kyoka's alley confrontation would determine whether that foundation held or shattered under the pressure of a genuine League offensive. Chapter 12, The Night the Net Closed. The strike came on a Friday night, 3 weeks into the Circle's hardened new protocols, during what should have been an ordinary joint patrol along the warehouse district that had, months earlier, been the site of Izuku's very first uncontrolled collapse. Nobody involved would later call the timing a coincidence. It began, as the earlier probing incident had, with distraction. A trio of minor disturbances flared up simultaneously across the district, each one calibrated with unnerving precision to draw exactly the response pattern UA's new protocols were designed to prevent, forcing a choice between consolidating forces and risking a slower response to each individual incident, or spreading thin and risking exactly the kind of isolation that had nearly cost Kyoka everything 3 weeks earlier. Aizawa, monitoring the unfolding pattern from the mobile command post the Circle now deployed on every joint patrol, recognized the shape of it within 90 seconds this time, considerably faster than before, and made the call without hesitation. Consolidate, he ordered over the secondary comm channel. Everyone converges on the central position. We do not spread out for this. Not again. It should have been enough. It very nearly was not. The real attack, when it came, arrived not through the 3 decoy disturbances but through a fourth vector nobody had flagged, a direct assault on the warehouse where Momo and Kendo had been stationed together as part of a 2-person Overwatch team, their position seemingly secure, tucked well behind the outer perimeter of the converging response. The attackers numbered 5, moving with the coordinated precision of a unit that had trained together extensively, and at their center walked the same patchwork-skinned figure who had confronted Kyoka weeks earlier, this time flanked by 4 League operatives whose quirks, Momo recognized within seconds of the engagement beginning, were built specifically around restraint and containment rather than raw destructive force. They are not here to kill us, she said over the comm, voice tight but controlled even as she deployed a hastily constructed barrier between herself and the advancing line. They are here to take us. This is an extraction attempt. Kendo's reply came through gritted teeth as she engaged the nearest operative directly, her enlarged fists driving back an attempt to close the distance. Copy that. Then we make sure that extraction fails completely. What followed was 4 minutes of the most dangerous combat either of them had faced in their young careers, a desperate, coordinated defense against attackers who fought with the patient, methodical confidence of people who had planned this exact scenario down to granular detail. Momo's barriers bought precious seconds, each one constructed and reinforced with the same precision that had made her one of the sharpest tacticians in her year, while Kendo held the physical line, refusing to yield ground even as 2 of the operatives began working to flank her position. The patchwork-skinned figure held back from the direct engagement entirely, watching with the same unhurried, clinical attention he had shown in the alley weeks before, occasionally offering quiet, precise instructions to his subordinates that made clear he was not merely observing but actively directing the assault with the calm authority of a field commander who had run this exact kind of operation many times before. Fascinating, he said at one point, watching Momo's barrier absorb and redirect a concentrated blast that should have shattered it outright. The support network is not simply fueling Midoriya. It appears to be sharpening the capabilities of the people within it as well. Reciprocal, then, not one-directional. I will need to revise my models. The clinical detachment of the observation, delivered mid-battle as though the entire confrontation were simply a data-gathering exercise rather than a genuine attempt to abduct 2 teenagers, sent a fresh wave of cold fury through Kendo even as she fought to hold her ground. You are talking about us like specimens, she snarled, driving an enlarged fist into an operative's shoulder hard enough to send him stumbling. I am talking about you the way any careful analyst discusses a variable of genuine interest, the figure replied, entirely unbothered. It is not personal, Miss Itsuka. It is simply thorough. It was at that moment, 4 minutes and 11 seconds into an engagement that Aizawa's tactical assessment would later note should have overwhelmed a two-person defense within half that time, that the rest of the circle arrived, and the battle's entire character shifted in an instant. Mirko came first, dropping from the rooftop directly into the center of the League formation with a devastating kick that sent one operative through a support wall before he even registered her arrival. Empty Lady followed seconds later, giantess form crashing through the warehouse's outer wall to physically separate two of the flanking operatives from Kendo's position. And Izuku arrived at the center of it all with Ochako's hand already locked around his wrist, the familiar surge of her steady, grounding belief flooding through him in the same instant his strength answered, full and immediate and, for the first time in a genuine combat engagement against enemies actively trying to kill or capture people he loved, entirely, ferociously without hesitation. The patchwork-skinned figure, watching the balance of the engagement collapse against his carefully planned extraction attempt within the span of 90 seconds, allowed himself one final, unhurried observation before ordering the withdrawal. 9 threads, holding under direct assault, he said, more to himself than to anyone listening. Shigaraki will want to hear about this personally. This is going to require an entirely different approach. He was gone before Izuku could reach him, slipping into a gap between collapsing warehouse structures with the same unnerving economy of motion he had shown in his first encounter with Kyoka, his remaining operatives falling back in a coordinated retreat that made clear, even in defeat, exactly how disciplined and well-trained this particular League cell actually was. The warehouse district fell quiet in the aftermath, smoke and dust settling over a battlefield that, against every fear that had driven the circle's frantic 3 weeks of hardened preparation, had held. Chapter 13, What the Weave Survived. They gathered in the UA infirmary 2 hours later, bruised, exhausted, and, against every reasonable expectation of a night that had begun with a coordinated abduction attempt against 2 of their own, entirely intact. Recovery Girl moved between them with brisk, practiced efficiency, tending to a dislocated shoulder here, a set of deep bruises there, her sharp tongue softened for once by the plain, visible relief of a woman who had spent the entire engagement monitoring casualty reports she was profoundly grateful never arrived. Momo sat on the edge of an infirmary bed with an ice pack pressed to a bruised temple, still turning over the tactical implications of the night's engagement with the same rigorous precision she brought to everything, even exhaustion. He called us threads, she said, half to herself, half to the room. 9 threads holding under direct assault. He is thinking about the circle as a structural problem. Load-bearing points. Which one bears the most weight, and what happens if you remove it? Aizawa, leaning in the infirmary doorway with a fresh scrape along one cheekbone that Recovery Girl had already scolded him twice about not letting her treat, absorbed the observation with grim focus. That tracks with everything Nizu's intelligence has suggested, he said. They are not planning a straightforward assault on Midoriya's strength. They are planning to identify and remove specific support connections, methodically, until the structure weakens enough to be finished off entirely. Tonight was a test of exactly how hard that removal would actually be. And it did not go the way they wanted, Kendo said from the next bed over, her voice still carrying a residual edge of adrenaline despite the visible exhaustion in her posture. That has to count for something. It counts for a great deal, Recovery Girl said firmly, finishing her examination of Kendo's arm with a satisfied nod. It means this program, whatever any of us want to call it formally, has built something considerably sturdier than a simple support mechanism. It has built genuine cohesion. That patchwork-faced individual can run all the analysis he likes. Cohesion built on real trust does not show up cleanly on a spreadsheet, and it is precisely the variable I suspect he is going to keep underestimating. Izuku sat near the center of the room, Ochako still close beside him, his hands wrapped around a cup of tea he had not yet managed to drink, replaying the battle's final moments over and over in his mind with the same obsessive precision he brought to every hard lesson life handed him. The strength that had answered him in that warehouse had been unlike anything the careful, controlled trials of the past 5 months had prepared him for, not simply powerful but ferociously, protectively focused, every ounce of it aimed at keeping the people he loved safe from a threat that had come specifically, deliberately, to take them from him. That is what real stakes feel like, he said quietly, mostly to himself, though the room had gone quiet enough that everyone heard it. Not training. Not careful trials. Someone actually trying to hurt the people I care about because of what they mean to me. I do not think I understood, before tonight, what this power is actually for. Not really. Not all the way down. Mirko, seated on an overturned equipment crate near the window with a split lip she had flatly refused to let recovery girl treat before everyone else, snorted, though there was no real mockery in it, only weary, hard-won understanding. Welcome to the actual job, kid, she said. Every hero worth the title eventually has that exact moment, the one where the abstract idea of protecting people stops being abstract and starts having a face attached to it. Yours just happened to have 9 faces at once. That is not a curse. That is clarity. Use it. Nizu arrived shortly after, moving through the infirmary with the same unsettling, quiet composure he brought to every crisis, pausing at each bed to offer a few words of genuine concern before finally addressing the room as a whole. Tonight was a significant escalation, he said, without preamble, his small dark eyes moving across the assembled, battered group with careful attention. I will not pretend otherwise, and I will not pretend the danger has passed simply because tonight's attempt failed. If anything, tonight's failure makes me more certain, not less, that further attempts are coming, likely with greater resources and more careful planning behind them. I want every one of you to understand that clearly before you decide anything about how you wish to proceed from here. He paused, and something in his usually composed demeanor shifted, softened, into something that looked almost like genuine, unguarded pride. And I also want every one of you to understand that what I witnessed in tonight's engagement reports was not simply a group of talented individuals who happened to be in the same place at the right time. It was a team, built deliberately, over months, on a foundation of real trust freely given, and that team held against a coordinated assault specifically designed to break it. That is not a small thing. That is, in my professional assessment, one of the most remarkable pieces of hero infrastructure I have observed in my considerable time at this institution. The room absorbed that in a quiet that carried, underneath the lingering exhaustion and adrenaline, something warmer, a shared, hard-won sense of having built something worth the cost of defending. Izuku looked around at the faces gathered in that infirmary, at Ochako's steady presence beside him, at Momo's ice pack and Kendo's bandaged arm and Mirko's stubbornly untreated split lip, at Aizawa's exhausted vigilance and recovery girl's fierce, motherly relief, and felt something settle in his chest that had been unsteady since the first frightening days of understanding his own quirk, 5 long months ago. They are going to keep coming, he said quietly, not as a question but as a simple, grim acknowledgement of the shape of the fight still ahead of them. Let them, Ochako said, squeezing his hand once, firm and unshaken. We held tonight. We will hold again. That is what this circle is for. She said it simply, without any need for embellishment, and somehow that simplicity made it land harder than any grander declaration could have. Across the city, in the same derelict building where the plan had first taken shape weeks earlier, Tomura Shigaraki listened to the patchwork-skinned strategist deliver his after-action report with a stillness that had grown, over the past year, considerably more unsettling than his earlier fits of temper had ever been. The report was thorough, clinical, and entirely without excuse or embellishment, laying out in precise detail exactly how the extraction attempt had failed and exactly why. 9 threads, Shigaraki repeated, once the report finished, turning the phrase over with the same cold, methodical attention he brought to every piece of intelligence that mattered. You said it yourself. Reciprocal support. The network does not just feed him. It strengthens all of them. That changes the math considerably. It does, the strategist agreed, without any defensiveness in his tone, only the same flat, analytical honesty that had characterized every report he had delivered since taking on this particular assignment. My original model treated the boy as the sole point of failure, with the support network as a simple, exploitable dependency. That model is now demonstrably incomplete. The network functions as a genuine multiplier across every member within it, which means removing any single thread does not simply weaken the boy. It weakens the entire structure in ways that are proving considerably more resistant to disruption than anticipated. Shigaraki was quiet for a long moment, decayed fingers drumming their familiar uneven rhythm against the arm of his chair, and when he finally spoke again, there was something in his voice that had not been there in the earlier conversation weeks ago, a grudging, clinical respect layered uneasily beneath his usual contempt. Then we stopped trying to break it from the outside, he said finally. A structure like that, built on trust freely given, does not fail because someone attacks it. It only fails if the trust itself breaks down from within. Find out what happens to that boy's support network if the people inside it start to doubt each other. Start to doubt him. That is not a fight we lose to 9 teenagers and a handful of pro-heroes holding a line for one desperate night. That is a fight we win by making sure the foundation cracks itself, long before we ever need to lift a hand against it directly. The strategist inclined his head, already turning the new directive over with the same patient, methodical attention he brought to everything, and withdrew to begin the considerably more delicate work of finding exactly where, in a structure built on 5 months of hard-won, freely given trust, the first hairline fractures might already be quietly waiting to be found. Chapter 14, The Weight of Being Chosen. Recovery Girl ordered a full stand-down for the Circle's regular training schedule the following day, insisting, over Mirko's vocal objections, that even the toughest hero alive needed at least 1 day of genuine rest after an engagement like the previous nights. The annex sat quiet and unused, and the dormitory common room filled instead with the particular subdued warmth of a group of people who had nearly lost each other and were, in the unhurried, ordinary rhythms of a lazy Saturday, simply grateful to still be in the same room. Izuku found himself, in the early afternoon, sitting alone on the dormitory's back steps, notebook open on his knee out of old habit though he had not written a single word in nearly 20 minutes, simply staring out at the training grounds where all of this had started 5 months earlier. He did not hear midnight approach until she settled onto the step beside him, 2 cups of tea in hand, offering one without a word. You have the look of a boy doing math he does not like the answer to, she observed, settling into a comfortable silence beside him that she made no move to fill. Izuku accepted the tea and turned it slowly in his hands. I keep thinking about what that man said, he admitted finally. About us being threads. Load-bearing points. He was not wrong, Midnight-sensei. That is exactly what we are. And last night proved that if someone pulls hard enough on the right thread, people I care about get hurt trying to hold the structure together. Midnight considered that for a long moment before answering, her usual sharp wit set carefully aside in favor of something more measured. May I offer you a different way of looking at the same fact, she said, and waited for his small nod before continuing. You are correct that the circle is a structure, and that structures can be attacked at their load-bearing points. But you are describing that fact as though it is unique to what we have built here, as though an ordinary hero team, an ordinary friendship, an ordinary family does not carry exactly the same vulnerability. Anyone who loves anyone else has already accepted a load-bearing point that an enemy could, in theory, target. That is not a flaw specific to your quirk, Midoriya. That is simply the shape of caring about other people in a dangerous world. Your quirk did not invent that risk. It only made it visible in a way most people are lucky enough to never have to look at so directly. Izuku turned that over slowly, the tea cooling forgotten in his hands. Then how does anyone live with it, he asked quietly. Knowing that. The same way anyone else does, Midnight said. By choosing, every single day, that the people worth loving are worth the risk of loving them, and by working as hard as you possibly can to make sure that risk is met with real preparation rather than paralyzed guilt. You do not owe anyone a life free of danger, Midoriya. Nobody could promise that even without your quirk in the picture at all. What you owe them, what you have actually been giving them for 5 months now without fully realizing it, is a structure worth defending, built with real care, real consent, and real preparation. That is what held last night. Not luck. Preparation and choice, layered on top of each other for months. They sat with that for a while, the afternoon light shifting slowly across the training grounds, before Izuku finally spoke again, quieter this time. I am scared it is going to get worse before it gets better, he admitted. Whatever Shigaraki does next. It probably will, Midnight said, with the same unflinching honesty she had brought to every hard conversation since the program's earliest days. I am not going to lie to you and tell you otherwise, because you have earned better than comfortable lies at this point, and so has everyone else in this circle. But I want you to notice something about last night that I do not think you have fully let yourself notice yet. She turned to look at him directly. 9 people held that structure last night, she said. Not because you forced them to, not because they felt obligated, but because 5 months of real, freely given trust had built something strong enough to hold under direct, deliberate attack. That is not a fragile thing you are managing on borrowed time, Midoriya. That is one of the strongest things I have ever personally witnessed built at this school, and I have been teaching here a very long time. Whatever comes next, you are not facing it with a house of cards. You are facing it with a foundation that has already been tested and already held. Let that mean something to you. Izuku sat with the words for a long moment, feeling something in his chest loosen slightly, not the anxiety entirely, which he suspected would never fully leave him as long as people he loved remained in danger because of who he was, but something adjacent to it, a quiet, hard-won confidence that had not been there 5 months ago, when a boy alone in a training ground had first collapsed under the weight of a strength he did not yet understand. "Thank you," he said finally, simple and genuine. Midnight smiled, the expression carrying real warmth beneath its usual theatrical polish. "Do not thank me," she said, standing and brushing off her skirt. "Thank the 8 other people who chose, all over again, 3 weeks ago, to stay. I am just the one who happened to be free this afternoon to remind you what that choice actually means." She left him there on the steps as the afternoon wore on toward evening, and Izuku sat a while longer, watching the light change over the training grounds, thinking about threads and structures and the strange, demanding, beautiful shape of a strength that had never, not once since the beginning, truly belonged to him alone. Somewhere beyond the horizon, he knew, a patchwork skin strategist was already reporting back to Shigaraki, already refining whatever came next in a campaign that had proven, in a single failed night, considerably more difficult than its architects had first assumed. The circle had held. But Izuku understood, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him through every hard lesson of the past 5 months, that holding once was not the same as holding forever, and that whatever trial came next would demand more from all of them than even last night's desperate defense had asked. He closed his notebook, finally, and went back inside to find his friends, because whatever was coming, he intended to meet it exactly the way the circle had taught him strength was actually supposed to work. Together, and by choice, every single day, for as long as they all kept choosing it. He found them scattered through the common room in the easy, unhurried configuration of a Saturday evening that had, against every fear the previous night should have justified, settled back into something close to ordinary. Mina had commandeered the television for a movie nobody was really watching. Hyoka and Momo sat at the kitchen table working through what looked like actual homework, an act of stubborn academic normalcy that struck Izuku, watching from the doorway, as its own quiet kind of defiance. Kendo, visiting from the 1B dorms with her arm still lightly bandaged, was in the middle of losing badly to Mina at some card game neither of them seemed to be playing by consistent rules. Ochako spotted him first and patted the cushion beside her without a word, and he crossed the room and sat, letting the easy noise of the group wash over him, the particular warmth of simply being present among people who had chosen, deliberately and at real cost, to remain exactly where they were. "You look better than you did an hour ago," Ochako observed quietly, leaning her shoulder against his. Midnight Sensei said something that helped, he admitted. About threads, and structures, and choosing to love people anyway even though it means accepting the risk that comes with it. Ochako considered that for a moment, watching Kendo triumphantly declare a victory that Mina immediately and loudly disputed. "Smart lady," she said finally. "Though I could have told you the same thing for free." He laughed, the sound surprising him with how easily it came, how unguarded, and felt, sitting there in the ordinary noise of a room full of people who had nearly been taken from him less than 24 hours earlier, something settle into place that he suspected would need to settle into place again and again in the difficult months ahead, a quiet, hard-won understanding that the strength the circle had built together was not measured only in what it could withstand in battle, but in whether it could still make room, even after a night like the one before, for laughter over a card game with rules nobody quite agreed on. Whatever Shigaraki was planning next, whatever new and more patient strategy his methodical, patchwork-skinned strategist was even now beginning to assemble in the quiet dark of a derelict building across the city, Izuku understood, watching Kendo demand a rematch and Mina accept with theatrical, delighted outrage, that the true test ahead would not simply be whether the circle could survive another direct assault. It would be whether the trust holding it together could survive doubt itself, planted carefully, patiently, from within. He did not yet know how close that test was, or how deeply it would eventually cut, but for tonight, in the warm, ordinary noise of the common room, he let himself simply be present, and let that presence, freely chosen and freely shared, be enough. The Bond Sovereign Act 3. Chapter 15, The Seed of Doubt. It began, as the most dangerous things often did, with something that looked almost too small to matter. A gossip forum, one of dozens that had sprung up in the years since hero rankings became a matter of public obsession, posted an anonymous entry 2 weeks after the warehouse district engagement, framed as an insider tip from an unnamed source close to UA. The post was carefully, deliberately vague in the way that made it impossible to trace or definitively debunk, suggesting that the so-called Vanguard Circle was less a voluntary support structure than an increasingly demanding arrangement, one where certain members had privately confided discomfort with the pressure to keep showing up, keep giving, keep proving their loyalty to a cause that had already put them in mortal danger once. It named no names. It made no explicit accusation. It simply planted, with surgical precision, a question, and let the internet's considerable appetite for speculation do the rest, spreading through comment sections and reaction videos with the particular speed reserved for stories that let strangers feel as though they have uncovered something hidden. Momo found it first, scrolling through her phone during a rare quiet moment between classes, and felt something cold settle in her stomach as she read it a second time, then a third, searching for the scene where truth ended and manipulation began and finding the line far blurrier than she wanted to admit. It is not true, she told herself firmly, closing the app. And then, more troublingly, found herself wondering whether that certainty was really as solid as she wanted it to be, or whether the doubt had already, in reading it once, found its way in regardless. That was, Nizu would explain grimly to the assembled staff 2 days later once the post had been traced, with considerable effort, back through a chain of proxy accounts to a source they strongly suspected originated within League-adjacent circles, precisely the point. You do not need an accusation to be true to make it effective, he said. You only need it to be plausible enough to make someone pause, even for a moment, and wonder. Doubt does not require evidence. It only requires a crack wide enough to slip through, and then time to work on its own. That is a considerably cheaper weapon than anything requiring direct confrontation, and considerably harder to trace back to its source, which is precisely why I suspect it will not be the last one we see. The post spread faster than anyone at UA could contain, picked up and amplified across enough platforms within 48 hours that ignoring it entirely was no longer a realistic option. Speculation bloomed in the comment sections, some of it hostile, framing the circle as exploitative regardless of its careful, consent-driven design, some of it merely curious, and a smaller but more corrosive current that focused specifically on individual members, parsing old footage and interview clips for any sign of hesitation, any flicker of discomfort that could be reinterpreted as evidence of coercion. Midnight called an emergency circle meeting the same evening the post's reach became impossible to ignore, gathering everyone in the annex with an expression that made clear, before she had said a single word, exactly how seriously she was taking the situation. I am not going to pretend this is nothing, she said, once everyone had settled. Someone, almost certainly connected to the League given the timing and the sophistication of the source concealment, has deliberately planted a piece of disinformation designed to make each of you question not the program's structure, which I stand behind completely, but each other. Whether the people beside you are truly here by choice, or whether some of you are simply too afraid or too proud to admit you want out. The room absorbed that in an uneasy silence, and Izuku, sitting near the center of it, felt the particular cold dread of watching a threat land exactly where it had been aimed. He looked around at the faces he had come to know so well over the past 6 months, searching, almost against his own will, for any flicker of the doubt Midnight had just described, and hated himself immediately for looking. I want to be completely honest with all of you right now, Midnight continued, because I think honesty is the only real defense against exactly this kind of tactic. I cannot prove a negative. I cannot definitively demonstrate that not one single person in this room has ever felt a private moment of doubt or discomfort about their involvement here. That would be an absurd standard to hold any human relationship to, let alone one built under this much pressure. What I can tell you, and what I need every one of you to hold on to over the coming days, is that discomfort and doubt are not the same thing as coercion, and having complicated feelings about a hard choice does not mean the choice itself was not genuinely, freely made. Kendo, arms crossed, spoke into the silence that followed with her usual blunt directness. So what do we actually do about it? She asked. Ignoring it does not seem like it is going to make it go away. We do exactly what this program has always done, Midnight said. We keep the door open, honestly and without pressure, for anyone who wants to talk through anything they are feeling, publicly speculated about or not. And we refuse, absolutely refuse, to let an anonymous stranger's manufactured narrative decide for us what is true about relationships we have all built with our own eyes open. If any of you have doubts, real doubts, about your place here, that conversation is always, always welcome. But it needs to come from you, honestly examined, not from a forum post designed specifically to manufacture exactly that uncertainty. The meeting broke up an hour later without any dramatic resolution, only the quiet, unglamorous work of a group of people choosing, once again, to trust each other in the face of a threat specifically engineered to make that trust feel uncertain. But Izuku noticed, in the days that followed, a subtle shift in the group's easy rhythms, small hesitations that had not been there before, a slightly longer pause before someone offered a hand during training, a careful, almost self-conscious quality to check-ins that had once felt entirely natural. The seed, however small, however unproven, had found soil to take root in, and Izuku understood, with a sinking, familiar dread, that the true danger of Shigaraki's new strategy was not going to be measured in any single dramatic confrontation, but in this slow, patient, corrosive erosion of the very foundation the entire circle had spent 6 months carefully building. Chapter 16, Cracks in the Weave. The first real crack appeared not where anyone expected it, and that, in retrospect, was precisely what made it so effective. It surfaced during a routine training session 10 days after the forum post first began circulating, when Power Loader's careful monitoring equipment registered something that had never once appeared in 6 months of data collection, a support connection that produced a measurably weaker reading than its established baseline. The connection in question was Momo's, consistently one of the strongest and most precise in the entire circle, and the drop, while modest in absolute terms, was significant enough that Recovery Girl called an immediate halt to the session to investigate. Momo herself seemed as troubled by the reading as anyone, sitting afterward in the Annex's small side office with Recovery Girl and Midnight, turning the data over with the same rigorous, uncomfortable honesty she brought to every problem, including, evidently, problems located inside her own heart. I do not think I am imagining it, she admitted quietly, after several long minutes of careful, halting self-examination. I have been telling myself the forum post meant nothing, that I know my own reasons for being here and no anonymous stranger's speculation could possibly change that. But I think, somewhere underneath that certainty, a part of me has been quietly, involuntarily checking myself for the exact kind of doubt the post described, and I think that checking itself has become its own kind of interference. Not doubt about wanting to be here. Something more like self-consciousness. Watching myself for a flaw I do not think actually exists, and finding that the watching itself has started to feel like static. Recovery Girl listened to this with the careful, patient attention of a woman who had spent decades helping young heroes untangle exactly this kind of knotted internal contradiction. That is an extremely sophisticated piece of self-awareness, young lady, she said. And it also happens to describe precisely the mechanism I suspect our unknown adversary was hoping to trigger. Not manufactured doubt about the circle itself. Manufactured self-consciousness about your own genuine feelings, which interferes with the very sincerity the mechanism depends on, whether or not the underlying trust ever actually wavered at all. Midnight nodded slowly, turning the implication over with visible unease. That is considerably more insidious than I initially credited them for, she said. They are not trying to convince any of you the circle is fake. They are trying to make the genuine article second-guess itself into static. That is psychological warfare of a very particular, very patient sophistication. Momo's honest, unflinching diagnosis of her own internal state proved, over the following days, to be something of a gift disguised as a setback. Once named clearly, the phenomenon became considerably easier for the circle as a whole to recognize and address, and Midnight moved quickly to fold a new component into their regular training, brief, unhurried conversations at the start of every session specifically designed to surface exactly this kind of quiet, creeping self-doubt before it could calcify into genuine interference. It helped, but it did not fully resolve, and Izuku watched with growing, helpless frustration as small inconsistencies continued to surface across the following 2 weeks, never dramatic, never conclusive, but present in a way that gnawed at the edges of a foundation that had, until recently, felt entirely unshakable. Kyoka, still carrying the residual weight of her alley confrontation months earlier, found her usual steady support connection occasionally flickering under moments of unexpected stress. Kendo, newer to the circle than most, admitted to a persistent, nagging worry that her own commitment might be judged less genuine than the founding members, a worry that had never once been voiced by anyone around her but that she could not entirely shake regardless. Izuku raised the mounting pattern with Aizawa late one evening, exhaustion evident in both of their postures after a training session that had produced more uncertainty than progress. "I do not know how to fight this," he admitted. "I know how to train harder. I know how to get stronger. I do not know how to convince someone their own feelings are real when a part of them has started doubting that on its own." Aizawa considered the question with his usual unhurried gravity before answering. "You cannot fight it directly," he said finally. "That is the uncomfortable truth of it. You cannot argue someone out of self-doubt, and trying to reassure everyone constantly risks making the whole thing feel even more fragile than it already does. What you can do, what this entire circle can do, is keep showing up, honestly and without performance, and let time and consistency do the slow, unglamorous work that no single conversation ever could. Doubt planted by a stranger who does not actually know any of you is fighting against 6 months of lived, genuine experience. That is not a fair fight for the doubt to win, provided you do not let it convince you to stop living that experience out loud." Izuku held on to that advice as best he could over the following days, though the mounting, quiet erosion of the circle's easy confidence weighed on him more heavily than any physical threat had managed to since this entire journey began. He did not yet know that the true test of Shigaraki's patient strategy was still ahead of them, waiting for exactly the right moment of vulnerability to strike, and that when it finally arrived, it would not target the circle's collective doubt at all, but something far more personal, and far more dangerous. In the meantime, the circle did what it had always done best, adapting through practice rather than theory alone. Midnight introduced a new evening ritual, brief and unforced, where anyone could voice a passing doubt or discomfort aloud without it being treated as a crisis, simply as an ordinary part of an honest relationship rather than a hidden fracture waiting to be exploited. The effect, subtle but real, was to drain some of the forum post's power simply by refusing to let uncertainty fester in private silence, the exact soil in which it had been designed to take root. Izuku found himself, in an unexpected turn, becoming something of a steadying presence for others during these sessions rather than the one needing steadying, a small but meaningful shift that Recovery Girl noted with quiet satisfaction in her weekly review. He had spent 7 months learning to accept support. Now, gradually, he was learning to offer the same patient, unhurried reassurance he had so often received, sitting with Kendo through her quiet insecurities, listening without judgment to Kyoka's residual unease, and finding, in the practice of it, that his own doubts grew steadier too. Chapter 17, The Letter. It arrived on an unremarkable Tuesday morning, slipped into Izuku's mailbox in the dormitory's ground floor cluster alongside the usual scattering of course materials and internship paperwork, an envelope with no return address, his name printed on the front in careful, deliberate block letters that gave nothing away about the sender. Inside was a single page, and it took Izuku less than 30 seconds of reading to feel the floor tilt beneath him in a way no physical attack had managed in the 6 months since this entire journey had begun. The letter was not threatening, not in any overt sense. It was, in its own way, worse. It was patient, methodical, and cruelly precise, laying out, in calm and reasonable language, a series of carefully selected observations about the circle's recent internal strain, the forum post's fallout, Momo's documented dip in connection strength, Kyoka's flickers, Kendo's quiet insecurity, framed not as isolated, manageable difficulties but as evidence of an inevitable, structural collapse. It suggested, with the same clinical detachment Izuku remembered from Kyoka and Kendo's accounts of the patchwork skin strategist, that the kindest thing Izuku could do for the people he claimed to care about was to release them from an arrangement that was, by its own internal logic, always destined to grind them down eventually. It suggested he already knew this, somewhere underneath his stubborn refusal to admit it, and that continuing to accept their support in spite of that knowledge was its own quiet, selfish cruelty dressed up as gratitude. It was signed, simply, someone who has been watching closely, and understands exactly what this is costing them, even if you refuse to. Izuku read it 3 times, standing alone in the dormitory hallway, before the letter's carefully engineered logic began, despite every rational defense he tried to raise against it, to find purchase in exactly the deepest, oldest insecurity he had carried since long before his quirk had ever manifested, the quiet, persistent fear that he was, at his core, a burden to the people who loved him, that his strength had always demanded more from others than he had any right to ask. He did not go to Aizawa. He did not go to midnight. In the grip of the letter's patient, poisonous logic, some instinctive, wounded part of him decided instead that the only responsible thing to do was to quietly begin pulling away, to create distance before the collapse the letter promised could ever actually arrive, to spare the people he loved the cost of a relationship he had suddenly, desperately convinced himself he had never had the right to ask of them in the first place. The withdrawal was subtle at first, and precisely because it mirrored the same slow, creeping uncertainty the circle had already been quietly grappling with for 2 weeks, it took several days before anyone recognized it for what it actually was. Izuku began arriving late to training sessions, offering thin, unconvincing excuses. He deflected Ochako's usual easy invitations to sit together at meals with a distracted vagueness that was entirely unlike him. He stopped seeking out the small, ordinary moments of connection that had defined the past 6 months, not out of any dramatic decision but out of a quiet, grinding certainty that every moment of connection he accepted was, according to the letter's calm and reasonable logic, one more unfair cost extracted from someone who deserved better than to keep paying it. It was Ochako, inevitably, who noticed first, because she had known him longest and had spent 6 months learning to read the particular shape of his silences with an accuracy no data monitor could match. She found him on the same back steps where he had once talked through his fears with Midnight, 3 days into his quiet withdrawal, sitting alone in the cold evening air with his notebook closed and unopened beside him, an image so uncharacteristic it stopped her in the doorway before she had even said a word. Deku, she said quietly, settling onto the step beside him without waiting for an invitation. Something is wrong. You do not have to tell me what. But I am not going to pretend I have not noticed, and I am not going to just let you sit out here alone with it. He was quiet for a long moment, the letter's careful, poisonous logic still churning somewhere beneath his ribs, warring against 6 months of hard-won trust in the person sitting beside him. Finally, haltingly, he told her, not everything, not yet, but enough. The letter's central accusation laid bare in halting, uncertain fragments. That maybe I have been asking too much of everyone. That maybe the kindest thing I could do is stop. Ochako listened to the whole halting confession without interrupting, and when he finally finished, she did not immediately reassure him, did not rush to dismiss the fear the way some part of him had almost hoped she would, because hearing it dismissed too easily would have felt like proof it had never been taken seriously at all. Instead she sat with it for a long moment, considering her answer with the same careful weight she brought to every hard truth. Can I tell you what I actually think, without you deciding in advance that I am just saying it to make you feel better? She asked finally. He nodded, throat tight. I think someone sent you something designed to make you feel exactly what you are feeling right now, she said. I do not know who, and I do not know exactly what it said, but I know you, Izuku, and I know that this quiet pulling away, this deciding on your own, without asking any of us, what is best for us, is not something that comes from inside you naturally. It comes from somewhere. Someone planted it. And I think the cruelest part of whatever they sent you is that it used your own good heart against you, twisted the exact same instinct that makes you a good person, caring so much about whether you are a burden, into a weapon aimed at tearing you away from the people who love you. Izuku felt something crack open in his chest at the words, the careful, poisonous certainty the letter had built over 3 days beginning, for the first time, to waver under the weight of 6 months of lived, undeniable evidence sitting right beside him on a cold step, refusing to leave. I got a letter, he admitted finally, voice barely above a whisper. 2 days ago. It said I should let everyone go. That continuing to accept your support was its own kind of selfishness. Ochako's expression, when he finally looked at her, held no judgment, only a fierce, immediate clarity that steadied him more than any careful reassurance could have. Show it to Aizawa-sensei, she said firmly. Tonight. Not because you did anything wrong by being scared, Deku, but because whoever sent that letter needs to be found, and because you do not get to make a decision about my life, or Tsuyu's, or anyone else's in this circle, based on an anonymous stranger's cruelty. That choice was never yours to make alone. It never has been. Do you understand me? I understand, he said quietly, and for the first time in 3 days, he found he actually did. He looked down at the letter, still folded in his jacket pocket where he had carried it for 3 days like a stone he could not set down, and felt, for the first time since reading it, the beginning of something like relief at the thought of finally handing it to someone else. Okay, he said quietly. Tonight. Ochako did not let go of his hand as they walked back toward the main building together, and Izuku found, somewhere in the simple, steady warmth of that contact, that the letter's careful, poisonous logic had already begun to lose its grip, loosened not by argument alone but by the plain, undeniable fact of her hand still in his, freely given, exactly as it had been from the very first day this entire journey began. Chapter 18, What the Circle Chooses. Aizawa read the letter twice in the dim light of his office, his expression darkening with each careful pass, before finally setting it down on his desk with the controlled precision of a man restraining a considerable amount of anger. Sit down, Midoriya, he said, before Izuku had even fully crossed the threshold, his voice quieter than usual, carrying none of its typical dry edge. You are not in trouble. I need you to understand that clearly before we go any further. You brought this to me the moment you recognized it for what it was, and that took real courage after 3 days of carrying it alone. That is the part one wants you to hold on to tonight, not the 3 days that came before it. This is targeted psychological manipulation, he said flatly, and I want you to hear me say clearly that what you felt reading this was not a personal failure, Midoriya. This was engineered, carefully and deliberately, by someone who has spent months studying exactly which of your fears would cut deepest. The fact that it worked, even briefly, is not evidence you were weak. It is evidence they did their homework, and it is exactly the reason you did the right thing bringing it to me instead of acting on it alone. Nizu, summoned within the hour once the full implication of the letter's contents became clear, examined the document with the same meticulous attention he brought to every piece of intelligence, and confirmed within minutes what everyone in the room had already begun to suspect. The handwriting analysis, the paper stock, and the careful, clinical construction of the manipulation all matched the profile of the same patient strategist who had confronted Kyoka in the alley months earlier and directed the failed extraction attempt at the warehouse. He is shifting tactics entirely, Nizu said grimly. Direct confrontation failed. Disinformation designed to create general uncertainty produced results, but slower and less dramatic than he likely hoped. This letter represents a considerably more surgical approach, targeting the specific psychological architecture of the one person whose doubt could unravel the entire structure fastest, simply by convincing him to dismantle it himself, voluntarily, out of what he would experience as compassion rather than defeat. It is, I will say with real professional discomfort, an extremely sophisticated piece of psychological strategy. Izuku sat through the analysis with his hands clenched tightly in his lap, the shame of having nearly succeeded in exactly that self-dismantling still raw and immediate, until midnight, arriving partway through the briefing with an expression that made clear Aizawa had already filled her in, crossed the room and knelt directly in front of him, forcing his gaze up to meet hers. I need you to hear something very clearly, Midoriya, she said, her usual theatrical polish entirely set aside in favor of blunt, unhurried sincerity. What almost happened here was not a crack in your character. It was a demonstration of exactly how much you love the people around you, twisted by someone cruel and patient enough to weaponize that love against itself. That is not a flaw in you. That is a flaw in a world that occasionally produces people willing to exploit the best parts of someone else for their own ends. Do not let them convince you the lesson here is to love people less carefully. The lesson is that you do not have to carry the weight of protecting them from that love entirely alone. That is what the rest of us are for. The following evening, at Midnight's insistence, the full circle gathered again in the annex, and this time Izuku, with considerable effort and Ochako's steady hand on his shoulder throughout, told them everything, the letter's contents laid bare in front of the very people it had tried to convince him to abandon. The room's reaction, when he finally finished, was not the confirmation of his deepest fear that some wounded, exhausted part of him had half braced for. It was something else entirely. Kendo spoke first, her voice carrying an edge of genuine anger that had nothing to do with Izuku and everything to do with the person who had written the letter. That is disgusting, she said flatly. Using the fact that you care about us as a weapon to try to get you to abandon us. That is not cleverness. That is just cruelty wearing a clever costume. Momo, who had spent the past 2 weeks quietly wrestling with her own version of manufactured self-doubt, nodded slowly, something fierce and resolute settling into her expression. I understand now, more clearly than I did 2 weeks ago, exactly what we are actually up against, she said. Not simply an enemy trying to defeat us in combat, but one deliberately trying to convince us to defeat ourselves, from the inside, using the very things that make this circle worth building in the first place. I refuse to let that work. Not on myself, and not on you, Izuku. Mirko, characteristically, put it more bluntly still, crossing the room to grip Izuku's shoulder with the same bruising directness she had used the very first day they met. You almost let some coward's letter talk you into deciding for me what I am and am not allowed to choose for myself, she said, though there was no real anger in it directed at him, only a fierce, protective intensity aimed squarely at the absent author of the letter. Do not do that again. I am a grown woman who has survived worse threats than a mean letter, and I will decide for myself when I am done standing beside you. That day is not today, and it is not going to be tomorrow either, no matter how clever the next attempt turns out to be. One by one, around the room, every member of the circle offered some version of the same fierce, unwavering reaffirmation, and Izuku sat at the center of it, throat tight, feeling something in his chest that had been quietly breaking for 3 days finally, slowly, begin to mend. I am sorry, he said finally, when the room quieted enough for him to speak. I should have come to Aizawa-sensei immediately instead of trying to carry it alone and almost pulling away from all of you because of it. Tsuyu, seated near the front with her usual calm, steady presence, spoke into the quiet that followed his apology. You do not need to apologize for being human, she said simply. You need to keep doing what you just did. Telling us. That is the whole lesson here, Izuku. Not that you should never doubt. That you should never carry the doubt alone, because alone is exactly where they want you to carry it. The meeting ended not with any dramatic resolution but with the same quiet, ordinary warmth that had carried the circle through every crisis so far, a shared meal, easy conversation, the deliberate, unhurried work of simply being present with each other in defiance of everything the letter's author had hoped to accomplish. But underneath that warmth, Izuku understood, with a clarity that had cost him 3 painful days to earn, that the fight ahead was going to demand something more from all of them than raw strength or careful tactics alone. It was going to demand the harder, more patient work of trusting each other, and trusting himself, even when someone patient and cruel enough kept finding new ways to make that trust feel like a mistake. He did not yet know that the letter, and the 2 weeks of quiet erosion that had preceded it, represented only the opening movement of a considerably larger strategy, one that Shigaraki himself, watching the circle's stubborn, hard-won recovery from a distance, was already beginning to escalate into something that would test every single thread of the foundation they had built, all at once, and without mercy. In the days that followed, Aizawa quietly redoubled the circle's security protocols once more, this time focusing specifically on communication channels and mail screening, though he admitted openly, in a briefing with Nizu, that a sufficiently patient adversary would likely find some new avenue eventually. We cannot seal every possible crack, he said. What we can do is make sure that whatever gets through, it lands on a foundation sturdy enough to absorb it without shattering. That is the only defense that actually scales against this kind of enemy. Nizu agreed, though his expression carried a weight that suggested he suspected, correctly, that the letter had been a probe rather than a conclusion. He is testing which pressure produces results, he said grimly. Disinformation produced slow erosion. Direct psychological targeting nearly produced a unilateral collapse. I suspect the next move will combine elements of both, at a scale considerably larger than a single letter. I want this circle as prepared as we can possibly make it, because I do not believe we have seen the last of his patience yet. Chapter 19, The Line That Would Not Break. The escalation, when it came 3 weeks later, arrived with none of the patient subtlety of the foreign post or the letter. It arrived instead as a direct, calculated ultimatum, delivered not to Izuku but to Nizu's office directly, through channels sophisticated enough that UA's considerable security infrastructure could do nothing to intercept it before it reached its intended audience. The message was brief, and it named a location, an abandoned industrial complex on the city's northern outskirts, and a time, 3 days from delivery, and a demand so simple in its cruelty that it left the assembled staff in stunned, furious silence when Nizu first read it aloud. Shigaraki himself would be present, the message claimed, along with a small contingent of League forces, and he offered a single, stark choice. Izuku could come alone, surrender himself and whatever mechanism sustained his quirk to League custody for what the message euphemistically termed further study, and the circle, all 9 names in Midnight's careful ledger, would be left permanently untouched, free to live their lives without further League interest of any kind. Or Izuku could refuse, in which case the message promised, with the same chilling clinical detachment that had characterized every prior League communication throughout this entire campaign, that the coming months would see a sustained, escalating campaign against every single person who had ever chosen to stand beside him, until the circle's foundation was not merely doubted but permanently, irreparably shattered. The room's reaction, once the full weight of the ultimatum settled, was immediate and unanimous, though it took a different shape in every person present. Aizawa's fury manifested as cold, controlled tactical focus, already turning the message over for any exploitable weakness in its structure. Mirko's took the form of blunt, furious defiance, declaring within seconds that the very idea of Izuku surrendering himself alone was not merely wrong but actively insulting to everyone who had spent 6 months building something worth defending. Midnight's manifested as quiet, focused urgency, already calculating exactly how much time they had to prepare a response that did not simply walk into whatever trap the ultimatum's precise, deliberate location almost certainly represented. Izuku, however, said nothing at all for several long minutes, sitting perfectly still at the center of the gathered response, the ultimatum's stark, simple logic settling over him with a weight that felt, in some ways, heavier than the letter 3 weeks earlier had managed, precisely because this time the choice being offered was real, not manufactured, not psychological manipulation dressed up as reasonable concern, but an actual, concrete trade the League appeared genuinely prepared to honor. I have to consider it, he said finally, and the room went utterly still at the words. Not because I want to leave any of you. Because if there is even a chance that surrendering myself actually keeps all of you safe, permanently, I do not know how I look any of you in the eye and choose differently. The silence that followed was not the silence of agreement. It was, Izuku realized within seconds, the silence of a room collectively drawing breath before an argument they intended to win. Absolutely not, Mirko said first, her voice carrying none of its usual playful edge, only flat, unshakable certainty. And before you say one more word about noble sacrifice, kid, let me lay out exactly why that offer is not actually the trade it is dressed up to be. Shigaraki does not want you dead. He wants your quirk, and everything he has learned about how it works over the past 6 months tells him it does not function in isolation. The moment he has you in custody, alone, cut off from every single support connection that makes you who you are, you become exactly what he originally hoped to create from the start, a weapon with no will of its own left to resist him. That is not a trade that protects us. That is a trade that hands him the very thing this entire campaign has been about, wrapped in a bow labeled noble sacrifice so you would talk yourself into it willingly. Momo, seated nearby, nodded with the same rigorous, unflinching clarity she brought to every tactical problem. There is also the matter of trust, she added quietly. Even setting aside the question of what happens to you in custody, consider what accepting this offer would actually communicate. That our freely given trust in you was conditional on your own willingness to disappear the moment it became costly. That is not protection, Izuku. That is the exact same argument the letter tried to make 3 weeks ago, given a sharper edge and a real deadline. We rejected it then for good reason. The reason has not changed simply because the threat sounds more serious this time. Hyoka added her own voice to Momo's, quieter but no less firm. I stood in an alley months ago and told a stranger he was going to be disappointed if he thought he could take anything from this circle, she said. I meant it then. I mean it more now. You surrendering yourself does not protect what we built, Izuku. It just hands them the last piece they could never take by force. Ochako, who had said nothing yet, finally spoke, her voice quiet but carrying a steel that silenced the room more completely than any raised voice could have managed. 6 months ago, she said, I sat in a training ground and told you I chose to be part of this because I believed in what we were building together, not because you needed something from me. That choice has not changed, Izuku. It does not get revoked because the danger got bigger. If anything, it gets more important, because this, right here, is exactly the moment that choice was always going to have to prove itself for. I am not letting you walk into that complex alone. None of us are. That is not me overriding your choice. That is me making mine, the same way I have every single day since this all began. One by one, the rest of the circle added their own voices, each one firm, unshaken, refusing with a unified, hard-won clarity to let the League's ultimatum dictate the terms of a choice that had always, from the very beginning, belonged to all of them together rather than to Izuku alone. Aizawa, watching the room's fierce, unanimous resolve settle into something that felt less like desperate defiance and more like genuine, calculated confidence, finally spoke into the quiet that followed. Then we are not sending Izuku into that complex alone to surrender, he said. We are sending the entire circle in together, on our own terms, at a time and in a formation of our choosing, prepared for exactly the confrontation Shigaraki thinks he is orchestrating on his terms instead of ours. If he wants to test this foundation directly, we are going to make sure he finds out exactly how much 6 months of freely given trust is actually worth, all at once, on a battlefield where none of us are willing to hold anything back. Nizu, who had been quiet through most of the fierce, resolute discussion, finally allowed himself a small, grim smile, the expression of a strategist who had just watched a group of people transform genuine fear into genuine resolve in real time. Then I believe, he said, we have 3 days to prepare for exactly that, and I intend to make sure every single advantage we can possibly assemble is in place before any of you walk through that complex's doors. Izuku looked around the room one final time, at every face that had, once again, chosen him, chosen the circle, chosen a shared future over the easy, terrible simplicity of surrender, and felt something settle in his chest that no letter, no ultimatum, no carefully engineered doubt had managed to fully extinguish across the entire difficult month behind them. 3 days, he said quietly, more to himself than to the room. Then let us make sure we are ready. He looked around the room one final time before it broke into the focused, purposeful motion of preparation beginning in earnest, and felt something settle into place that had been unsteady since the ultimatum first arrived, not certainty that tomorrow would be easy, but certainty, hard-won and entirely real, that whatever it demanded, he would not be asked to meet it alone. Chapter 20, 3 days. The 3 days that followed passed in a blur of focused, unglamorous preparation, the kind that left little room for the fear that had gripped the room in the immediate aftermath of the ultimatum, replaced instead by the steady, grounding discipline of people who had decided, collectively and without reservation, exactly what they intended to do and had turned their full attention to doing it well. Nizu coordinated the tactical planning personally, working alongside Aizawa, Midnight, and Mirko to build a response that treated the abandoned industrial complex not as a trap to be walked into blindly but as a battlefield to be studied, mapped, and, wherever possible, reshaped in advance to favor the circle's strengths. Reconnaissance drones, deployed carefully to avoid tipping their hand, produced detailed structural schematics of the complex within the first day, revealing a sprawling network of warehouses and processing structures that offered both considerable danger, ample opportunity for ambush and isolation, and considerable opportunity, multiple potential choke points and defensible positions that a well-coordinated team could use to their advantage. Power Loader, working through both nights with barely any sleep, produced a set of specialized support equipment designed specifically for the confrontation, reinforced contact gauntlets that would allow support connections to be maintained even in the chaos of active combat, where a simple handhold might be disrupted in an instant, and a compact emergency beacon system, keyed to each circle member individually, that would allow instant, precise coordination even if the group was forced to separate under pressure. Momo, true to form, spent the bulk of the preparation period running tactical simulations with Kendo and Kyoka, walking through every plausible configuration of the coming confrontation with the same rigorous precision she brought to everything, refining not just individual combat readiness but the specific, practiced choreography of how each support connection could be maintained and transferred fluidly between circle members depending on how the battle unfolded. Mirko took personal charge of Izuku's own preparation, running him through drills that pushed his control of his quirk's raw output to a level of precision the earlier months of careful, incremental trials had never demanded. "This is not about hitting harder," she told him bluntly, midway through the second day, both of them breathing hard after a grueling session. "You already hit hard enough to level a building. This is about control. About knowing exactly how much of what 9 different people are giving you actually need in any given moment, so you are not burning through their support recklessly the second things get chaotic. A fight like this is not going to be one clean burst. It is going to be hours, maybe, of sustained, shifting pressure, and the version of you that survives it is the version who has learned to spend what he is given wisely, not the version who just takes everything at once because it is finally available." Izuku absorbed the lesson with the same intense, focused determination he brought to every hard truth Mirko offered him, and found, over the following day and a half of drilling, that something in his control had genuinely sharpened, a new, deliberate precision to how he drew on the circle's support, careful and measured even under the simulated pressure of Momo's increasingly elaborate combat scenarios. On the evening before the third day, with final preparations largely complete and the entire circle gathered for what everyone understood, without needing to say it aloud, might be the last quiet evening before a confrontation that could reshape everything, Recovery Girl called Izuku aside for a private conversation in the infirmary, away from the rest of the group's careful, determined energy. "I want to check something before tomorrow," she said, running through a series of familiar diagnostic scans with the same brisk efficiency she had brought to that very first collapse nearly 7 months earlier. "Not your body. That is in about as good a condition as I could reasonably ask for, given the training schedule you have all been keeping. I want to check something else." She set down her instruments and looked at him directly, her sharp, tired eyes carrying the particular weight of a woman who had watched this entire journey unfold from its very first uncertain flicker on a monitor. "Are you afraid?" she asked simply. Izuku considered the question honestly, the way he had learned, slowly and with considerable difficulty, to consider every hard question over the past 7 months. "Yes," he admitted. "Not the way I was afraid after the letter. Not afraid that I am wrong to have all of you beside me anymore. I know that is not true now, even when it is hard to hold on to. I am just afraid of what tomorrow is actually going to cost. Afraid someone gets hurt because of a choice I could not find any way around making." Recovery Girl nodded slowly, something gentle settling into her expression. "That is not the fear of someone who has learned the wrong lesson from this whole difficult journey, young man," she said. "That is the fear of someone who has learned exactly the right one, that the people beside you matter enough to be afraid for. I would be considerably more worried about you walking into tomorrow without that fear at all. It means you understand precisely what is at stake, and precisely why it is worth fighting for. Carry it. Just do not let it convince you, the way that letter almost did, that the answer is walking in there alone." She reached out and patted his hand once, the same brief, deliberate touch that had produced that very first flicker on a monitor 7 months earlier, and Izuku felt, even now, even after everything, the same small, grounding warmth answer the gesture, a quiet reminder of exactly how far this strange, demanding journey had carried him since that very first afternoon in the training ground. "Get some rest tonight," she said. "Tomorrow is going to ask a great deal of all of you. I intend for every single one of you to meet it as rested and as ready as 7 months of hard-won preparation can make you." Before he left the infirmary, Recovery Girl added one more thing, almost as an afterthought, though Izuku would later understand it had been anything but. Whatever happens tomorrow, she said, I want you to remember that this circle was never built to make you invincible. It was built to make sure you never had to face an impossible fight entirely alone. Those are different things, and conflating them is exactly the mistake that gets young heroes killed. Lean on your friends tomorrow. Do not try to carry more than your share simply because the stakes are high enough to tempt you into it. He carried that instruction with him back through the quiet dormitory halls, turning it over alongside everything else the past 3 days had taught him, and found, standing outside his own door in the late evening quiet, that he believed it, fully and without reservation, in a way that would have felt impossible 7 months earlier, when accepting help of any kind had still felt like an admission of failure rather than the foundation of everything he had since become. Chapter 21, The Night Before. Izuku did not go to bed early, despite Recovery Girl's careful instruction, and he suspected, walking the quiet dormitory halls well past the hour he knew he should have been asleep, that he was not the only member of the circle finding rest difficult to come by on the eve of tomorrow's confrontation. He found Ochako exactly where some instinctive part of him had expected to find her, sitting alone on the same back steps that had become, over the past 7 months, something like a quiet touchstone for both of them, a place where hard conversations seemed to arrive more easily than anywhere else on campus. She looked up as he approached, and made room on the step without needing to be asked, the same easy, wordless welcome that had defined their friendship since the very first day they met. Could not sleep either, she said, not really a question. He sat down beside her, the cold night air sharp and clarifying after the long, exhausting days of preparation. Kept thinking about tomorrow, he admitted. About all of you, walking into that complex because of a choice that started with me. Ochako was quiet for a moment, studying the dark shape of the training ground spread out before them, before finally answering, her voice carrying the same steady, unshaken conviction it always did when the subject mattered most. You keep saying that like it is some kind of debt you owe us, she said. Like tomorrow is something happening to us because of you, instead of something we are choosing to do because of what we believe in together. I need you to hear the difference, Izuku, because I do not think you fully have, not all the way down, even after everything this past month has taught all of us. He turned to look at her, and something in her expression, fierce and open and entirely without pretense, held him there. 7 months ago, she continued, I held your hand in a training ground because I wanted to help a friend who kept passing out trying to save people. I did not know, then, everything that choice was eventually going to ask of me. None of us did. But I have had 7 months to watch exactly what that choice built, not just for you, for all of us, this strange, remarkable thing we made together out of nothing but people deciding, over and over, to actually show up for each other. I would not trade that, Izuku. Not even knowing everything it has cost, and everything tomorrow might still cost. That is not a debt. That is just what it looks like to actually love people, and to let them actually love you back, instead of always trying to carry everything alone the way you used to before any of this started. Izuku felt something in his chest tighten and ease at once, the particular ache of being truly seen by someone who had spent 7 months learning every hidden corner of exactly how he thought and felt and doubted himself. Thank you, he said quietly, the words feeling, as they so often did with her, both entirely inadequate and exactly, precisely enough. They sat together in comfortable silence for a while after that, the cold night settling around them, until Ochako finally spoke again, quieter this time, something more vulnerable creeping into her usual steady confidence. Can I tell you something I have not told anyone else, she asked. He nodded. I am scared too, she admitted. Not of tomorrow exactly. Of what happens after, if it does not go the way we are all preparing for it to go. I do not know how to carry that fear the way you seem to carry yours, quietly, alone, turning it over and over until you find some way to make peace with it. I just feel it, loud and messy, and I do not always know what to do with it. Izuku considered that for a moment, something shifting in his understanding of exactly what tonight actually needed to be, not reassurance offered one direction only, but the same kind of honest, mutual vulnerability the entire circle had spent 7 months slowly, painfully learning to practice with each other. You do not have to know what to do with it, he said finally. I think, maybe, the whole point of everything we have built together is that you do not have to carry it alone either. Not tonight, and not tomorrow, whatever tomorrow turns out to hold. Ochako looked at him for a long moment, something soft and grateful settling into her expression, before she finally leaned her head against his shoulder, the same easy, familiar gesture that had grounded him through countless difficult moments over the past 7 months. They stayed there a while longer, two people afraid in their own particular ways, choosing, deliberately and without needing to say so aloud, to be afraid together rather than alone, until the cold finally drove them back inside toward whatever uneasy rest the night before tomorrow's confrontation was willing to offer them. Elsewhere across the dormitory, in ones and twos, the rest of the circle found their own versions of that same quiet, honest reckoning with the fear none of them had fully voiced during the focused, determined preparation of the previous 3 days. Momo reviewed her tactical notes one final time before finally setting them aside, choosing instead to simply sit with Kyoka in comfortable silence. Mirko, characteristically, worked through her nervous energy with one final, solitary training round in the annex long after everyone else had gone to bed. Midnight sat up late with her ledger, reading and rereading 9 names that had, over 7 remarkable months, become considerably more than an experiment, considerably more than a program, something closer, she thought, closing the ledger at last, to a family built one deliberate, freely given choice at a time. And somewhere across the city, in the abandoned industrial complex that would, in less than 12 hours, become the site of everything this long, difficult journey had been building toward, Tomura Shigaraki sat alone in the dark, running through his own final calculations, confident, patient, and entirely unprepared for exactly how much 7 months of freely given trust was actually capable of surviving when tested all at once, on a battlefield of his own choosing, by people who had already decided, long before tomorrow ever arrived, exactly what they were willing to risk to prove it. Chapter 22, The morning of the 3rd day. Dawn arrived gray and cold over UA, and by the time the sun had fully cleared the horizon, the circle had already assembled in the annex for what everyone understood, without needing it said aloud, might be the most consequential morning of the entire 7-month journey that had brought them to this point. There was no dramatic speech, no rousing final address delivered from the front of the room. Instead, the morning unfolded with the same quiet, deliberate discipline that had defined the past 3 days of preparation, equipment checked and rechecked, final tactical adjustments confirmed, the specialized contact gauntlets power loader had built, distributed and tested one last time to ensure every connection held true under simulated stress. Nizu addressed the group briefly before they departed, his small, dark eyes moving across each face in turn with the same careful attention he had shown from the very first day this entire program had been proposed in his cluttered office. "I will not pretend this confrontation carries no risk," he said. "I would insult every one of you by suggesting otherwise, and none of you have earned insult after everything you have built together. What I will say is this. I have reviewed every piece of tactical preparation this team has assembled over the past 3 days, and I have rarely, in my considerable time overseeing hero development at this institution, seen a team walk into a confrontation this dangerous, this thoroughly prepared, or this genuinely unified in their reasons for doing so. Whatever happens today, that preparation and that unity are not going to fail you. Trust them." Aizawa followed with a final tactical briefing, precise and unhurried, walking through the agreed formation one last time, the planned entry points, the fallback positions, the specific responsibilities each circle member carried into the confrontation ahead. Izuku listened with the same intense focus he had brought to every briefing over the past 3 days, but found his attention returning, again and again, to the faces around him rather than the tactical schematics, cataloging, almost involuntarily, every small detail of the people who had chosen, so many times now, to stand beside him. Midnight, last to speak before the group's departure, set aside her usual careful ledger and simply looked around the room for a long moment before finally speaking. 9 names became this, she said, gesturing at the assembled group with something that mixed pride and fierce, protective love in equal measure. I have watched every single one of you choose this, again and again, through danger and doubt and deliberate cruelty designed specifically to make you stop choosing it. You did not stop. Whatever today asks of you, I need you to carry that history with you into it. You are not walking into that complex as 9 individuals who happen to share a cause. You are walking in as something considerably harder to break than that. The transport arrived precisely on schedule, and the circle boarded in a formation that had become, over 3 days of careful drilling, almost second nature. Izuku at the center with Ochako and Tsuyu flanking him, Mirko and MT Lady positioned for immediate frontline response, Momo, Kyoka, Mina, and Kendo arranged in a support and coordination formation designed to maintain connection integrity even under chaotic, shifting conditions. The drive to the industrial complex passed in a tense, watchful quiet, the easy conversation of the previous evening replaced by the focused, coiled readiness of a team approaching a confrontation they had spent 3 exhausting days preparing for. Izuku sat near the transport's window, watching the city give way gradually to the sparse, abandoned architecture of the industrial outskirts, and found his mind returning, one final time, to Ochako's words from the night before. Not a debt. A choice, made freely, and remade every single day since. He turned from the window to look at the faces around him one last time before the transport began its final approach, Ochako's steady, familiar determination, Tsuyu's calm, grounding presence, Mirko's fierce, coiled readiness, MT Lady's quiet resolve, Momo's focused precision, Kyoka's hard-won courage, Mina's stubborn brightness even now, and Kendo's unwavering commitment, 7 months in the making and tested, again and again, by every cruelty a patient, methodical enemy could devise. Whatever Shigaraki was expecting to find waiting for him inside that abandoned complex, Izuku understood, with a clarity that steadied something in his chest that had been quietly trembling since the ultimatum first arrived 3 days earlier. It was not going to be a boy walking in alone to surrender. It was going to be exactly what 7 months of freely given trust had actually built, tested and proven and unbroken, walking in together, on their own terms, ready to prove that the very thing Shigaraki had spent 2 months patiently trying to unravel was, in fact, considerably stronger than anything his careful, methodical strategy had accounted for. The transport slowed as the industrial complex's rusted outer perimeter came into view, and Aizawa's voice, calm and steady over the internal calm, carried the same unshaken confidence that had guided this entire desperate, remarkable journey from its very first uncertain days. "This is it," he said. "Whatever happens next, remember exactly what got you here. Not fear. Not obligation. Choice, made freely, and proven under fire more times than any of us ever expected to have to prove it. Hold on to that, and hold on to each other. Let us go finish what 7 months of trust built us to finish." The calm fell silent after that, and the circle moved forward as one, into whatever waited beyond the rusted gates ahead. The transport doors opened onto the cold, gray morning light of the industrial complex, and the vanguard circle stepped out together, into whatever waited for them beyond the rusted gates ahead. Izuku was the last to step down, pausing for one brief moment on the transport's threshold to look back at the city skyline behind them, soft and distant in the early morning haze, before turning forward to face whatever the day still held. 7 months ago he had collapsed alone on a training ground, uncertain whether his own body would ever make sense to him again. He walked forward now flanked on every side by people who had chosen him, and whom he had chosen in return, again and again, through fear and doubt and deliberate cruelty designed to break exactly what they had built regardless. Whatever waited beyond the rusted gates, he understood, with a steadiness that felt, at last, entirely his own, they would meet it exactly the way they had met everything else since this journey began. Together. The Bond Sovereign Act 4. Chapter 23, Through the Rusted Gates. The industrial complex stretched before them in the gray morning light, a sprawl of rusted warehouses and skeletal processing towers that had, according to Nizu's reconnaissance, sat abandoned for the better part of a decade before the League claimed it as a staging ground. Nothing moved in the open yard between the outer perimeter and the nearest structure, and the stillness itself felt deliberate, the calculated silence of a trap already sprung and simply waiting to be walked into. Aizawa's voice came low and steady over the internal calm as the circle advanced in formation. "Stay tight. Stay to the planned route. If this is what our reconnaissance suggests, the open ground is not where the real danger sits. It is inside those structures, where they have had time to prepare the terrain. Watch your spacing. Nobody moves ahead of the formation, no matter what you see or hear." They made it perhaps 60 meters into the yard before the complex answered back. The first sign was subtle, a faint shimmer in the air near the largest processing tower that Momo's trained eye caught an instant before it resolved into a full villain ambush, 5 figures dropping from concealed positions along the tower's upper gantries, each one moving with the same disciplined, coordinated precision that had characterized every League engagement since the Warehouse District confrontation months earlier. "Formation Bravo," Izawa called immediately, and the circle shifted into the pattern they had drilled relentlessly over the previous 3 days, Mirko and MT Lady surging forward to meet the descending attackers head-on while Momo threw up a hasty barrier to shield the group's more vulnerable support members, Kyoka and Mina already falling back into the coordinated overwatch positions their training had prepared them for. Izuku felt Tsuyu's hand close around his wrist in the same instant the first attacker landed, her steady, familiar belief flooding through the connection with none of the hesitation the past month's careful psychological campaign had tried so hard to instill. "You have got this," she said simply, and the strength answered clean and immediate and entirely without the doubt that had nearly undone everything 3 weeks earlier. The opening skirmish lasted less than 2 minutes, the ambushing force overwhelmed by a circle that had spent 3 days specifically preparing for exactly this kind of coordinated assault. And as the last attacker was subdued and restrained, Izuku understood, with grim clarity, that this had never been intended as anything more than an opening probe, a test of the circle's readiness before whatever waited deeper in the complex revealed itself. "That confirmed it," Izawa said, surveying the subdued attackers with narrowed eyes. "This was reconnaissance, not resistance. They wanted to see exactly how we would respond before committing anything real. Everyone stay sharp. The actual confrontation has not started yet." They pressed deeper into the complex, the circle's formation holding tight and disciplined through a maze of rusted corridors and collapsed processing floors, until the path finally opened into a vast central warehouse, its ceiling partially collapsed to let gray daylight spill across a floor littered with old machinery and support struts, and at its center, waiting with the same unhurried, patient stillness that had characterized every prior encounter, stood Tamura Shigaraki, flanked by the patchwork skin strategist and a handful of additional League operatives arranged in a loose defensive perimeter around him. "So," Shigaraki said, his voice carrying easily across the open warehouse floor, decayed fingers twitching restlessly at his sides. "You did not come alone." "No," Izuku said, stepping forward with the circle arrayed around him, Ochako's hand finding his free one even as Tsuyu maintained her own connection at his other side. "I am never coming alone again. That offer was never actually on the table, whether you understood that when you made it or not." Shigaraki's expression, what remained visible of it beneath the accumulated scarring, shifted into something that might have been amusement, or might have been the particular cold satisfaction of a strategist watching a piece move exactly where he had calculated it would. "Interesting," he said. "My associate warned me you might reject the terms outright. I confess I was curious whether 7 months of careful, patient pressure had worn through that particular resolve. It appears it has not, yet." "Good. That makes what comes next considerably more informative." He raised one scarred hand, and the warehouse around them erupted into motion as concealed operatives emerged from every shadowed corner and elevated position, considerably more numerous than the opening ambush had suggested, and Izuku understood, in the same instant Izawa's voice snapped through the calm with urgent, controlled precision, that whatever this confrontation had actually been designed to test, the true trial was only now beginning. Chapter 24, The Structure Under Fire. The battle that followed unfolded across the warehouse's cavernous, debris-strewn floor with a chaotic intensity that tested every hour of the circle's careful 3-day preparation. League operatives pressing from multiple directions at once in a coordinated assault clearly designed to fracture the group's cohesion and isolate individual members exactly as the patchwork skin strategist's earlier reconnaissance had recommended. Mirko anchored the front line with characteristic ferocity, driving back a pair of operatives whose combined quirks generated a disorienting field of shifting gravity, refusing to yield ground even as the warped terrain beneath her feet made every strike a fight against her own balance as much as her opponent's. MT Lady's giantess form provided crucial cover along the warehouse's collapsed northern wall, creating a defensible choke point that prevented the League force from fully encircling the group despite their numerical advantage. Momo's barriers flexed and reformed continuously across the battlefield, not merely defensive now but woven into an active tactical asset, redirecting incoming attacks, creating temporary cover for exposed circle members, and maintaining, throughout the chaos, An unbroken thread of weave support that kept Izuku's control sharp and precise even as the engagement's intensity threatened to overwhelm careful calculation with raw survival instinct. Izuku moved through the battle's center with a controlled, deliberate fury unlike anything the earlier warehouse district confrontation had drawn from him, drawing measured, calculated bursts of strength through whichever connection the shifting tactical situation demanded, Ochako's steady anchor for sustained engagement, Mirko's fierce edge for sudden, decisive strikes against particularly dangerous operatives, Momo's precise weave when surgical accuracy mattered more than raw force. The lessons of 3 days of intensive drilling held, even under pressure that made every one of Mirko's earlier warnings about reckless overspending feel immediate and real. The patchwork skin strategist, Izuku noticed even amid the chaos, held back from the direct engagement entirely, positioned at the warehouse's periphery with the same clinical, observational stillness he had shown in every prior encounter, occasionally offering quiet, precise adjustments to the League force's coordination that made clear he was still directing the battle's shape even without personally entering the fray. "He is watching for the crack," Aizawa's voice came sharp over the calm, cutting through the chaos with grim clarity. "Whatever weakness he thinks this fight will expose, he is not going to find it through brute force. Everyone hold formation. Do not let them isolate anyone." The warning arrived precisely in time to matter. Izuku caught, from the corner of his eye, a coordinated push by 3 operatives specifically targeting Kyoka's overwatch position, clearly aimed at repeating the isolation tactic that had nearly succeeded months earlier in the alley, and felt something cold and immediate settle into focus, the memory of that earlier vulnerability sharpening rather than paralyzing him this time. "Not again," he said, and moved, Ochako's grip tightening around his wrist as he crossed the battlefield in a burst of controlled, explosive speed, intercepting the advancing operatives a bare few meters from Kyoka's position and driving them back with a combination of raw strength and the kind of precise, targeted control that 7 months of careful training had finally, fully made his own. Kyoka, breathing hard but unhurt, offered him a brief, fierce nod of thanks before returning her attention to the battlefield, her own contribution to the fight, a disorienting soundwave barrage that scattered a fresh wave of advancing operatives, resuming with renewed intensity. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, the warehouse floor gradually littered with subdued League operatives as the circle's disciplined formation continued, against every calculation the League's patient strategist had built his entire campaign upon, to hold. Shigaraki himself remained at the warehouse's center throughout, watching the battle unfold with an increasingly unreadable stillness, his earlier restless twitching gradually settling into something more focused, more calculating, as though he were revising his own understanding of the confrontation in real time. It was nearly 15 minutes into the engagement, with the League's initial assault force largely subdued or in retreat, that Shigaraki finally moved, stepping forward from the warehouse's center with a deliberate, unhurried stride that immediately drew every circle member's wary attention. "Enough," he said, his voice carrying an edge that had not been present before, something colder and more immediate than his earlier clinical detachment. "My associate's approach has been thorough, but thorough is not the same as sufficient. Let us test this structure properly, boy. Just the 2 of us, and see exactly how much of that borrowed strength survives when the borrowing stops entirely." The patchwork skin strategist, watching from the warehouse's periphery, allowed himself a small, unreadable shift in posture at his employer's words, the closest thing to open disagreement Izuku had yet seen from him. "That was not the plan we discussed," he said quietly, though there was no real challenge in the observation, only a careful, professional note of caution. "The variables are not fully mapped yet. A direct confrontation before we understand the structure's actual limits carries unnecessary risk." Shigaraki did not look back at him. "The plan has already told us everything it is going to tell us through patience," he said. 2 months of careful pressure and the structure has not cracked. Sometimes the only way to actually finish mapping a variable is to apply enough force that it either breaks or reveals precisely why it will not. I am done waiting for the slow answer." The strategist said nothing further, though something in his continued stillness suggested he had, at least internally, registered a disagreement he had no intention of pressing further against his employer's evident resolve. Chapter 25, The Weight of Direct Confrontation. The warehouse fell into a tense, watchful quiet as Shigaraki's challenge settled over the battlefield, the remaining League operatives falling back at some unspoken signal, and the circle drawing tight around Izuku with the same fierce, protective instinct that had carried them through every crisis of the past 7 months. You do not fight him alone, Mirko said immediately, stepping forward with the same unshakable directness that had defined her role in the circle since the very beginning. Whatever he is offering, it is a trap dressed up as a fair fight. He wants exactly one thing, you isolated from every connection that makes you dangerous to him. We are not giving him that. Shigaraki's expression, watching this exchange, carried something that might have been genuine curiosity beneath its cold detachment. I did not ask for a fair fight, he said. I asked to test the structure. If the boy cannot face me without 8 other people holding his hand, that tells me everything I actually need to know, does it not? The taunt landed with deliberate precision, aimed squarely at the same deep insecurity the earlier letter had tried and failed to fully exploit, and Izuku felt its pull even now, the old, familiar fear that accepting help was itself a kind of admission, a weakness dressed up as strength. But 7 months of hard-won understanding held firm against the pull in a way 3 weeks earlier it might not have. That is not weakness, he said, meeting Shigaraki's gaze directly, his voice steady despite the tension coiled through his entire body. You keep trying to make this about whether I can stand alone, like standing alone is the only thing that proves anything real. It does not. What proves something real is whether the people beside you actually choose to be there, over and over, even when someone like you keeps trying to convince them or me that they should not. Mine do. That is not a weakness you can exploit, Shigaraki. That is the exact thing your entire strategy has been failing to break for 2 months. Something shifted in Shigaraki's expression at that, the cold, clinical detachment cracking, just slightly, into something that looked almost like genuine, unwilling reconsideration. Then let us finally settle the question properly, he said, and moved. The attack came fast and direct, Shigaraki's decay quirk reaching for Izuku with lethal, immediate intent, and it was MT Lady's giantess form that intercepted the strike, one massive hand sweeping Izuku backward out of range while Mirko surged forward to meet Shigaraki's advance head-on, her kick connecting with enough force to stagger him backward several meters across the warehouse floor. You want to test the structure, Mirko snarled, planting herself firmly between Shigaraki and the rest of the circle. Fine. Test this part of it first. What followed was not the isolated, one-on-one confrontation Shigaraki had demanded, but something the circle had specifically drilled for during their 3 days of preparation, a fluid, coordinated defense that refused to grant the isolation he sought while still allowing Izuku, supported continuously by shifting combinations of Ochako's steady anchor and Momo's precise weave, to engage directly in the fight rather than being shielded from it entirely. Shigaraki's frustration became increasingly evident as the engagement continued, his decay quirk finding no clean opening through the circle's coordinated defense, every attempt to isolate Izuku met by another member surging forward to close the gap before it could be exploited. This is not how it was supposed to unfold, he said at one point, mid-engagement, something raw and unguarded slipping through his usual cold detachment. A structure like this should have cracked by now. It should have cracked weeks ago. It should have, Aizawa's voice cut in over the battlefield, the pro-hero himself now engaging directly alongside the circle's front line, his capture weapon lashing out to bind one of Shigaraki's remaining operatives. If you had been dealing with a structure built on obligation, or fear, or convenience. You were not. You were dealing with something built on choices that got remade, deliberately, every single time you tried to break them. That is a considerably harder thing to unmake than you calculated for. The battle's momentum, gradually and unmistakably, began shifting in the circle's favor, Shigaraki's remaining forces steadily overwhelmed by a defense that refused, no matter how precisely targeted the pressure became, to fracture along any of the lines his 2 months of patient strategy had identified. And Shigaraki himself, backing away from Mirko's relentless assault with his own frustration now plainly, unmistakably visible, seemed, for the first time since the confrontation began, genuinely uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 26, What Could Not Be Taken. It was in that moment of Shigaraki's visible uncertainty that the battle's true crisis arrived, not through any tactic the League's patient strategist had planned, but through the simple, brutal physics of a warehouse ceiling that had already been partially collapsed before the confrontation began, and that 4 minutes of concentrated combat had finally, catastrophically weakened beyond its remaining structural tolerance. The first warning came as a low, groaning shudder running through the warehouse's remaining support beams, and Momo, whose trained eye for structural stability had never fully switched off even in the heat of battle, recognized the danger an instant before it fully materialized. Ceiling collapse, she shouted, already redirecting her barrier's shape toward the section of roof beginning to buckle directly above the warehouse's central floor, precisely where the fighting had concentrated most heavily. Everyone clear the center, now. The scramble that followed happened in seconds that felt, to everyone present, considerably longer, the circle-breaking formation to clear the collapsing zone even as several of the remaining League operatives, caught equally unprepared, did the same. It was Kendo, positioned nearest the warehouse's central support column when the first major section gave way, who found herself trapped, a falling beam pinning her leg against debris that had not been part of the confrontation's careful, drilled choreography at all. Izuku saw it happen in the same instant Ochako did, both of them moving before conscious thought could catch up to instinct, but it was Momo's barrier, thrown with desperate, precise speed, that bought the crucial seconds needed to prevent the beam from crushing Kendo entirely, holding just long enough for Izuku to reach her, Ochako's hand still locked around his wrist, the connection between them steady and unbroken even in the chaos. He tore the beam free with the same controlled, deliberate strength that 7 months of careful training had built, careful even now, even with adrenaline screaming through every part of him, not to simply overpower the obstacle but to move it precisely, minimizing the risk of further collapse onto the position where Kendo lay pinned. It came free in seconds, and he hauled her clear just as the section of ceiling above them finally gave way entirely, burying the spot where she had been trapped moments earlier under a mountain of twisted metal and broken concrete. Kendo lay gasping in his arms for a moment, shaken but, as Recovery Girl would confirm within the hour, remarkably unharmed beyond bruising and a wrenched ankle, and Izuku knelt there in the settling dust, breathing hard, the reality of exactly how close the collapse had come to something far worse settling over him with visceral, immediate weight. Across the ruined warehouse floor, the collapse had done what 4 minutes of concentrated combat had not, ended the confrontation decisively, the remaining League operatives, Shigaraki among them, forced into a hasty retreat through the chaos of falling debris and the general confusion of a battlefield now fundamentally reshaped by circumstances neither side had planned for. Shigaraki paused at the warehouse's shattered edge before disappearing into the industrial complex's outer maze, turning back for one final, unreadable look at the scene behind him, Izuku kneeling in the dust with Kendo held safely in his arms, Ochako's hand still steady on his shoulder, the rest of the circle already converging to help, to check, to hold the structure together even now, in the battle's chaotic, unplanned final moments. Something in his expression, Izuku would later think, turning the memory over in the days that followed, had looked, for just that one unguarded instant, less like a strategist calculating his next move and more like a man confronting a fact he had spent 2 months refusing to fully accept. Then he was gone, vanishing into the maze of rusted structures beyond, and the warehouse fell quiet except for the settling dust and the ragged, relieved breathing of a circle that had, against every calculated pressure a patient, methodical enemy could devise, held. Mirko was the first to reach Izuku and Kendo, dropping to one knee beside them amid the settling debris, her usual fierce energy tempered, for the moment, into something gentler. "You did good, kid," she said, one hand briefly gripping his shoulder. "Real good. That is exactly the kind of call that separates a hero from someone just along for the fight." MT Lady followed close behind, already coordinating with Aizawa over the comm to confirm the rest of the League's retreating forces posed no immediate further threat, while Momo, breathing hard from the barriers demanding final deployment, knelt to check on Kendo's leg with the same careful, practiced attention she brought to every crisis. "It is not broken," she said after a moment, relief evident in her voice. "Bruised badly, possibly a hairline fracture, but nothing Recovery Girl cannot handle once we get back." Chapter 27, After the Collapse. The aftermath unfolded in the practiced, efficient rhythm of a team that had trained not only for combat but for exactly this moment, the careful, unglamorous work of accounting for every person, tending every injury, and confirming, beyond any doubt, that everyone who had walked through the rusted gates that morning was walking back out again. Recovery Girl, who had insisted on accompanying the deployment despite Aizawa's initial reservations, moved through the group with brisk, focused efficiency, confirming Kendo's ankle injury as painful but entirely treatable, tending to a collection of bruises and minor cuts across the rest of the circle, and pausing, at each stop, to offer the same brief, grounding touch that had started this entire remarkable journey nearly 7 months earlier. "You held," she said, moving between them, her sharp, tired voice carrying real, unguarded pride beneath its usual clinical briskness. "Every single one of you. I want you to understand exactly what that means, because I do not think the weight of it has fully caught up to any of you yet, still running on adrenaline the way you are." Kendo, propped against a support strut with her ankle already wrapped, managed a tired, grateful smile as Izuku knelt beside her. "You saved my life in there," she said. "I do not think I have properly said that yet. Whatever debt that leaves between us, I intend to spend a long time paying it forward instead of dwelling on it." "There is no debt," Izuku said quietly. "Just people looking out for each other. That is all this has ever been, and all it needs to be." "You do not need to," Izuku said quietly. "That is what all of this has always been for. I am just glad Momo's barrier held long enough for me to reach you." Momo, nearby and still catching her breath from the barrier's demanding final deployment, shook her head slightly. "It held because Kyoko's support kept my focus sharp even in the chaos," she said. "And because Izuku moved the instant the danger was clear, without hesitation, exactly the way 3 days of drilling prepared him to. This was not any one person's save, Kendo. It was all of us, doing exactly what we spent months building ourselves to do, together, the way it was always meant to work." Aizawa, moving through the aftermath with his usual exhausted, watchful authority, confirmed via comm that UA's response teams were already securing the perimeter and beginning the process of taking the subdued League operatives into custody, and that reinforcements would arrive within minutes to help manage the site and ensure no further ambush awaited them on the journey home. "We won this one," he said, once the immediate flurry of medical and tactical concerns had settled into something calmer, addressing the assembled, exhausted circle with the same blunt honesty he always offered. "I want to be clear about what that actually means, though." Shigaraki retreated. He did not surrender, and he did not abandon whatever strategy brought him to that warehouse in the first place. "This is a victory, and I do not want anyone diminishing that. But it is not the end of this fight. Understand that clearly, even as you let yourselves feel exactly how much today's outcome deserves to be celebrated." Izuku absorbed the warning with the same clear-eyed understanding that had carried him through the past 7 difficult months, but found, sitting there in the settling dust of a battlefield that had tested everything the circle had built and found it, against every calculated pressure, unbroken, that he could hold both truths at once, the sober awareness that harder trials likely still waited ahead, and the genuine, hard-won joy of a victory that belonged, in every meaningful sense, to all of them together. He thought, briefly, of the boy who had collapsed alone on a training ground 7 months earlier, uncertain and afraid of his own body, and found it strange, in a good way, how distant that memory now felt, replaced by the steady, grounded certainty of a young man who finally understood exactly what his strength had always actually been for. Ochako settled down beside him amid the wreckage, exhaustion and relief mingling openly across her face, and bumped his shoulder gently with her own. "We held," she said, echoing Recovery Girl's earlier words with a small, tired smile. "All of us. Exactly the way we said we would." "Exactly the way we said we would," Izuku agreed, and felt, for the first time since the ultimatum had first arrived 4 days earlier, something in his chest ease into genuine, unguarded relief. The transport ride back to UA passed in a much lighter atmosphere than the tense, watchful journey out that morning, the circle's exhausted, battle-worn quiet gradually giving way to the easy, relieved conversation of people who had faced their greatest fear together and, against every dark possibility the past month had forced them to imagine, come through it intact. Izuku watched the city skyline grow larger on the horizon, felt Ochako's steady presence beside him and the quiet, grounding warmth of 8 other people who had chosen, one final decisive time, to stand with him when it mattered most, and allowed himself, for the length of that ride home, to simply feel proud of what they had built together. It would not be the last trial the Vanguard Circle faced. Aizawa's sober warning ensured none of them walked away from the day believing otherwise. But as the transport carried them back toward the campus that had become, over 7 remarkable months, something considerably more like home than any of them had expected when this strange, demanding journey first began, Izuku understood, with a certainty that felt, at last, entirely unshakable, that whatever trials still waited ahead, the foundation beneath them had already proven itself strong enough to meet them. Mirko, seated across the transport with her usual restless energy finally settling into something closer to contentment, caught his eye and offered a small, tired grin. "Not bad for a day's work, kid," she said. "You held the line, we held it with you, and Shigaraki went home with a lot less than he came for. I will take that outcome every single time, and I suspect, deep down, so will you." Izuku managed a tired smile of his own, the ache of the day's battle settling into his bones even as something warmer and steadier settled alongside it. "We held it together," he corrected gently. "That is the only way any of it worked." Mirko's grin widened at that, fierce and genuine. "Yeah," she agreed. "That is exactly the point, is not it?" Ochako, seated nearby, leaned her head briefly against Izuku's shoulder, exhaustion and quiet contentment mingling in the easy gesture. "9 names," she murmured, half to herself, echoing the same phrase that had come to mean so much over the past several months. "Still 9 names. Still standing." "Still standing," Izuku agreed, and closed his eyes for the remainder of the ride home, letting the tired, grateful warmth of the moment carry him the rest of the way back to the campus that had, through every trial the League had thrown against it, remained exactly what it had always been meant to be, a place worth defending, built by people worth trusting, one freely given choice at a time. He would wake, hours later, to the familiar sight of UA's gates coming into view, battered and scarred by the day's fighting but still standing, still whole, still exactly the home this long, demanding year had built for all of them, together, and would carry that image with him, he suspected, for a very long time to come. It was, he thought sleepily, exactly the image worth carrying. Chapter 28, Revised Calculations. In the days following the industrial complex confrontation, the mood across UA carried an uneasy mixture of celebration and vigilance, the Circle's decisive stand widely reported, cautiously praised by the wider hero community, and treated, by everyone who understood the fuller context, as a victory that had bought time rather than ended the danger entirely. That assessment proved, within a week, to be exactly correct. Nizu's intelligence network, working through channels considerably more sophisticated than the fragments that had informed earlier briefings, began picking up a shift in League communications almost immediately after the warehouse confrontation, a marked change in tone and urgency that suggested Shigaraki's patient, incremental strategy had given way to something considerably more direct. "He is done testing the structure piece by piece," Nizu told the assembled staff and Circle leadership in a briefing held 4 days after the battle, his usual careful composure carrying a harder edge than the group had grown accustomed to seeing. "Our sources suggest he has concluded, correctly in my assessment, that psychological erosion and targeted extraction attempts are not going to succeed against a foundation this well built. Which means he has apparently decided to abandon subtlety entirely in favor of overwhelming force." He tapped a control, and a projection filled the wall behind him, a compiled intelligence summary indicating League activity across multiple fronts, resource consolidation, recruitment of additional muscle from among the underground's more mercenary elements, and, most concerning of all, credible indications of movement toward a target Nizu identified with grim, unflinching clarity. "UA itself," he said. "Not another isolated confrontation on ground of their choosing. A direct assault against this campus, timed, based on current intelligence patterns, to occur within the next 2 to 3 weeks. The scale suggested by current League mobilization exceeds anything we have faced since the original League offensives years ago." The room absorbed this with the particular heavy stillness of people who had already given everything they had to one confrontation only to learn the next one would demand considerably more. Izuku felt the old, familiar weight settle back into his chest, the awareness that every victory in this long, grinding conflict seemed only to purchase the right to face something larger still. "Why?" he asked quietly, into the silence that followed Nizu's briefing. "If direct confrontation already failed once, why escalate to something even larger instead of trying a different approach entirely?" Nizu's small, dark eyes settled on him with an expression that mixed genuine sympathy with unflinching strategic honesty. "Because, Midoriya, I suspect he has concluded that your Circle's strength scales with the threat it faces, up to a point, but that point is not infinite. A structure that held against one warehouse and a dozen operatives may not hold with equal certainty against a coordinated assault numbering in the hundreds, striking multiple points of this campus simultaneously. He is not abandoning the strategy of testing your foundation's limits. He is simply applying considerably more pressure to find them. Aizawa, arms crossed near the back of the room, spoke into the grim silence that followed with characteristic bluntness. Then we prepare for exactly that, he said. Every available resource, every hero UA can call on, every hardened defensive measure this campus can implement in the time we have left. If he wants to test this structure at scale, we make sure the scale of our preparation matches it. Mirko, arms crossed and jaw set with the same fierce resolve that had carried her through every prior crisis, nodded sharply in agreement. Good, she said. I would rather meet this thing head-on with warning than get caught flat-footed by another patient little probe. Let him bring everything he has got. We will be ready. Izuku looked around the room at the gathered faces, Mirko's fierce readiness, Aizawa's grim determination, Nizu's careful strategic focus, and felt, beneath the weight of yet another looming crisis, something that had not been there in quite the same way 7 months earlier, a foundation tested and proven, ready, however imperfectly, to meet whatever scale of challenge came next. 2 to 3 weeks, he said quietly, turning the timeline over. Then we use every one of those days as well as we possibly can. The meeting dispersed into a flurry of purposeful motion, staff and circle members alike already turning their attention to the enormous task ahead, and Izuku found himself, in the quiet moment before he too was swept into the coming preparations, thinking not of the battle itself but of everything the past 7 months had already asked of the people around him, and of how much more this looming confrontation was about to ask again. He did not know, standing there in the aftermath of Nizu's grim briefing, exactly what the coming weeks would cost. He knew only that whatever the cost turned out to be, he would not be asked to pay it, or to help others pay it, alone. Chapter 29, Fortifying the Foundation. The 2 weeks that followed transformed UA's campus into something closer to a fortress than any of the students had ever seen it, defensive measures implemented with a speed and thoroughness that spoke to just how seriously Nizu's intelligence had been taken by every level of the school's administration and the wider hero community it called upon for support. Reinforcements arrived from across the country, veteran pro-heroes volunteering their time to help harden the campus's physical defenses and contribute additional firepower to what everyone understood might become the largest single confrontation UA had faced in years. Barrier specialists worked around the clock reinforcing structural weak points. Communication and coordination systems were overhauled entirely, learning directly from the lessons of the industrial complex engagement to ensure no isolated pocket of defenders could be cut off from the wider response the way Kyoka very nearly had been months earlier. The Vanguard Circle itself expanded further during this period, not through new members joining the core support structure, a boundary Midnight insisted on holding firm given the scale of what was coming, but through a broader network of coordination with the wider hero response that would defend the campus. Mirko took on an informal command role among the assembled pro-hero reinforcements, her blunt, battle-tested authority earning quick respect even among heroes who outranked her in the formal hierarchy. MT Lady coordinated closely with the campus's structural defense teams, her intimate understanding of large-scale urban combat proving invaluable in positioning defensive assets for maximum effectiveness. Izuku's own preparation intensified beyond even the demanding regimen that had preceded the industrial complex confrontation, Power Loader and Recovery Girl working together to push the boundaries of exactly how much sustained output his refined control could safely manage across an engagement that might, unlike the relatively contained warehouse battle, stretch across hours rather than minutes, and across multiple simultaneous fronts rather than a single concentrated confrontation. We need to talk about something before this fight arrives, Recovery Girl told him privately, midway through the second week of preparation, her expression carrying a gravity that made clear this was not a conversation to be rushed. A siege of the scale Nizu is describing is not going to look like the warehouse. You are not going to be able to stay within arm's reach of your strongest connections the entire time. There may be moments where you have to draw on more distant, weaker connections, or even operate briefly without any active support at all, simply because the tactical situation demands it. I need you to go into this with your eyes fully open about that reality, not discover it for the first time in the middle of the fight itself. Izuku absorbed this with the particular cold clarity he had learned to bring to hard truths over the past 7 months. What happens if that happens, he asked. If I have to fight without any connection active at all, even briefly? Recovery Girl's expression carried real, unhedged honesty. Based on everything we have observed, you crash, she said. Hard, and fast, the same way you did that very first day in the training ground, only this time in the middle of an active battlefield rather than a controlled exercise. I am not telling you this to frighten you, Midoriya. I am telling you because I need you to understand, with complete clarity, that managing your positioning and your connection to the circle throughout this engagement is not a secondary consideration. It may be the single most important tactical factor in whether you survive it. The warning settled into Izuku's preparation over the following days with grim, focused weight, and he found himself, alongside Aizawa and Momo, working through an entirely new layer of tactical planning specifically addressing exactly how his positioning would be managed and protected throughout whatever chaotic, sprawling engagement the coming siege actually produced. On the final evening before Nizu's intelligence suggested the assault window would open, the full circle gathered once more in the annex, joined this time by the wider network of pro-heroes and defenders who would be fighting alongside them, the room considerably more crowded than it had ever been for one of Midnight's careful, ritual check-ins, but carrying the same fundamental spirit that had defined the program since its earliest, uncertain days. Whatever happens tomorrow, or whenever the assault actually arrives, Midnight said, addressing the assembled crowd with her usual blend of theatrical presence and unflinching sincerity, I want every single person in this room to understand something. This defense is not simply about protecting a campus, or even about protecting the people we love most directly. It is about protecting the principle that brought all of us here in the first place, that real strength is built on trust freely given, not fear, not obligation, not desperation. If we hold that line tomorrow, we do not just win a battle. We prove something worth proving. Izuku, standing near the center of the crowded room with Ochako beside him, felt the weight of that principle settle over him with the particular clarity that came only from months of hard-won understanding, and found himself ready as 7 months of trial and doubt and unbroken, freely chosen trust could make him, for whatever the coming siege was about to demand. After the meeting broke up, Aizawa found him alone near the annex's entrance, lingering while the rest of the crowd dispersed toward their final preparations for the night. There is one more thing I want you to hear before tomorrow, he said, his usual dry exhaustion giving way, for a moment, to something quieter and more direct. You have spent 7 months learning to accept help without treating it as a debt. That lesson is going to matter more tomorrow than it ever has before, because a fight this size is not going to give you time to agonize over every connection you draw on. Trust your training. Trust the people around you. And trust yourself to make the calls a siege like this is going to demand, even when there is no time to second-guess them. Izuku nodded slowly, turning the words over with the same careful attention he gave every piece of hard-won advice Aizawa had offered him since the very beginning. I will, he said. Thank you, sensei. For everything, not just tonight. Aizawa's expression carried the faint, weary trace of something that might have been pride, quickly folded back into his usual exhausted composure. Get some sleep, he said simply, and get some sleep is exactly what UA's campus did that night, however uneasily, as it waited for whatever the coming dawn would bring. Chapter 30, The Siege. The assault came at dawn, 11 days after Nizu's initial briefing, arriving not with the careful, patient subtlety of the League's earlier tactics but with overwhelming, coordinated force, waves of villains and League operatives converging on UA's perimeter from multiple directions simultaneously, exactly the scale of confrontation the campus's frantic 2 weeks of preparation had been built to withstand. Aizawa's voice carried across the coordinated defense network with the same calm, controlled authority that had guided every prior crisis, directing response teams to threatened sectors as the battle's shape became clear, a coordinated League force considerably larger than anything the Circle had faced before, but meeting, at every point of contact, a defense that had spent 2 weeks preparing for exactly this scale of confrontation. Izuku moved through the battle's opening hour with the careful, measured discipline his training had instilled, drawing support in calculated bursts as the tactical situation demanded, Ochako and Tsuyu rotating through sustained anchor support during quieter stretches of the engagement, Mirko's fierce edge called upon during the battle's most dangerous flashpoints. Momo's precise weave guiding him through several engagements requiring surgical accuracy amid the campus's crowded, chaotic defensive positions. The siege ground on through the morning and into the early afternoon, the campus's defenders gradually pushing back wave after wave of League forces, and for several hours it seemed, against every grim warning Nizu's intelligence had offered, that the defense might hold with considerably less cost than anyone had feared. The southern gate held through 3 separate concentrated pushes, empty ladies giantess form anchoring the defense alongside a rotating team of visiting pro-heroes who had never trained alongside the circle before the past 2 frantic weeks of preparation but who fell into coordinated rhythm with a speed that spoke to just how thoroughly UA's hardened protocols had been drilled into every participant. Mina and Kyoko worked in close tandem along the western perimeter, their combined quirks creating a disorienting, overlapping field of acid and sound that scattered 3 separate infiltration attempts before they could gain any real foothold. Kendo, her ankle fully healed in the week since the industrial complex, led a squad of Class 1B students in defense of the campus's secondary structures, her steady, unflinching leadership a match for even the most chaotic stretches of the morning's fighting. Momo moved constantly between threatened positions, her barriers and improvised equipment providing crucial support wherever the defense's coordination threatened to fray, until even Aizawa, monitoring the engagement's overall shape from the command post, allowed himself a rare, grim note of cautious optimism over the calm. "We are holding better than projected," he said, just past the engagement's 4th hour. "Keep discipline. Do not let a good morning make anyone careless." Then, in the battle's 5th hour, the crisis recovery girl had specifically warned against finally arrived. A coordinated push against the campus's eastern perimeter, considerably more sophisticated than the assault's earlier waves, succeeded in fracturing the defensive line at a critical juncture, and Izuku, responding to an urgent call for reinforcement at a position considerably distant from his usual support formation, found himself, for the first time since the siege began, genuinely isolated. Ochako and the rest of his closest connections engaged in separate, equally desperate engagements too. Far away to reach him in the critical moment, a fresh wave of League operatives converged on his position. He drew on the connection anyway, reaching instinctively for the familiar strength even as some distant, disciplined part of his training screamed a warning, and felt it answer, thinner and less certain than usual, a faint, distant echo of Ochako's belief in him carried across a battlefield too vast and chaotic for the connection to sustain at full strength. It was enough to hold the line for nearly 90 seconds, long enough to blunt the worst of the fresh assault's momentum, before the crash recovery girl had warned him about finally arrived, hard and sudden and entirely without the careful cushioning of a nearby support connection to soften its edge. He went down hard on the cracked pavement of UA's eastern perimeter, consciousness fading fast. The last thing he registered, a League operative closing the distance with clear, lethal intent, and the desperate, distant sound of Ida's voice, arriving at a dead sprint from a nearby coordination post, shouting a warning that came, agonizingly, seconds too late to prevent what happened next. Chapter 31, The Cost of the Line. Ida reached him with less than a second to spare, driving the advancing operative back with a desperate, full-speed tackle that saved Izuku's life at the direct cost of a devastating hit that should, by every reasonable measure, have been Izuku's to take instead. The strike caught Ida across the shoulder and ribs with enough force to send him tumbling across the cracked pavement, and though recovery girl would later confirm, once the immediate crisis passed, that the injury, while serious, was survivable and treatable, the sight of Ida down and unmoving beside Izuku's own unconscious form sent a wave of grim, focused fury through every nearby circle member who witnessed it, a fury that, channeled through the coordinated defense that arrived within seconds to secure the position, broke the eastern perimeter's crisis decisively in the defenders' favor. Izuku woke in the campus infirmary hours later, the battle's outcome, a hard-fought, costly but ultimately decisive victory, already confirmed by the time his eyes finally opened, and found Ochako sitting beside his bed with an expression that mixed profound relief with something harder, more shaken. "Ida," he said immediately, the memory of that final, desperate moment before the crash returning in a rush that made him try to sit up before Ochako's firm hand on his shoulder stopped him. "He is going to be fine," she said, her voice carrying a rawness that told him exactly how close that outcome had actually come to being otherwise. Cracked ribs, a dislocated shoulder, considerable bruising. Recovery girl says he will need a few weeks of careful recovery, but he is going to be completely fine, Izuku. He is fine. Izuku felt something in his chest crack open at the words, relief and guilt tangled together in the same familiar, exhausting knot that had haunted him since the very earliest days of this entire journey. He got hurt because I crashed, he said quietly. Because I drew on a connection that could not actually sustain me, and pushed it anyway, because I did not want to leave that line undefended. Ochako was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried none of the reflexive reassurance he had half-braced himself for, only the same hard, honest clarity that had carried them both through every difficult conversation of the past 7 months. I am not going to tell you that is not true, she said. It is true. You made a call in a desperate moment, and it had a cost, and Ida paid part of that cost so that you would not have to pay a worse one. That is real, and I am not going to pretend otherwise just to make you feel better. She reached out and took his hand, the same familiar, grounding gesture that had anchored so much of this long journey together. But I also need you to hear this, she continued. Ida chose that, Izuku. In the exact same way every single one of us has chosen, over and over, to stand in the way of danger meant for you. That choice does not stop being real just because it went badly this time. He does not regret it. I already asked him, the one time he was lucid enough to answer before Recovery Girl put him back under for the surgery. He said, and I am quoting him directly because I think you need to hear it in his own words, that protecting the people who protect all of us is not a debt, it is simply what being part of something like this actually means. Izuku absorbed that slowly, the guilt not vanishing entirely, he suspected it never fully would, but settling, gradually, into something he could carry forward rather than something that threatened to crush him where he lay. I need to see him, he said finally. When Recovery Girl says it is all right. Tomorrow, she promised. Tonight, you rest, and you let the rest of us hold the line for a while. That is what this is for, remember. Nobody holds it alone. Outside the infirmary windows, the campus lay quiet under the settling evening light. The siege's cost considerable but its outcome, against every grim possibility the past 2 weeks of preparation had forced everyone to imagine, decisively theirs. The League's assault had been broken, its forces scattered or captured, and though word would reach UA within days that Shigaraki himself had escaped the battle's chaos, slipping away before the final defensive lines closed around the campus entirely, the message the siege's failure sent was, Izuku understood even through the haze of exhaustion and lingering guilt, unmistakable and complete. The structure had held, at real and lasting cost, but it had held, and somewhere beyond the horizon, in whatever hidden refuge Shigaraki had retreated to lick the wounds of a strategy that had now failed him twice in direct confrontation, Izuku suspected, with grim, weary certainty, that the coming reckoning between them was no longer a matter of if, but of exactly how much more both sides were willing to risk before it finally, decisively arrived. He drifted toward sleep sometime later that evening, Ochako's steady presence still nearby, the day's exhaustion finally outweighing the restless churn of guilt and relief that had occupied his waking hours since he first opened his eyes in the infirmary. His last coherent thought, before sleep finally claimed him, was not of Shigaraki, or of the battle still likely to come, but of Ida's voice, steady even through pain, insisting that protecting the people who protect everyone else was never a debt at all. He held on to that thought like an anchor, and let it carry him, finally, into rest. Chapter 32, What Remains. The days following the siege passed in the slow, careful rhythm of recovery, the campus gradually returning to something resembling normalcy even as the physical evidence of the battle, scorched ground, hastily repaired structures, the quiet absence of familiar faces temporarily sidelined by injury, remained visible in every direction. Izuku visited Ida the following morning exactly as promised, finding him propped up in an infirmary bed with his shoulder immobilized and his ribs carefully bound, looking considerably more uncomfortable than the bright, determined expression on his face suggested he was willing to admit. You do not need to apologize, Ida said, before Izuku had even fully crossed the threshold, apparently anticipating exactly the conversation that was coming with the same precise, forward-thinking clarity he brought to everything. I can see it in your face already, and I want to head it off before it takes root. I made a choice in that moment, the same choice I would make again without hesitation. You are not responsible for choices other people make to protect you, Midoriya. You never have been, and I would ask you, as your friend, to please stop carrying guilt for decisions that were never yours to carry in the first place. Izuku sat down slowly in the chair beside the bed, the guilt Ida had so precisely diagnosed still sitting heavy in his chest despite the directness of the reassurance. I keep thinking about how close it was, he admitted. Not just for you. For all of us. If the line had broken somewhere else, if someone had not reached the gap in time. Ida considered that for a moment, his expression thoughtful rather than dismissive. Then let that awareness make you sharper, not smaller, he said. That is the lesson I would want you to take from this, if you are going to take one at all. Not that connection is dangerous, and therefore something to be minimized. That connection is precious, and therefore something to be protected as carefully and as thoughtfully as we possibly can, every single time we go into a fight like that again. The conversation settled something in Izuku that had been raw and unresolved since he first woke in the infirmary the previous evening, and he left Ida's bedside with a clearer, steadier sense of exactly how to carry the weight of what had happened, not denying its cost, but refusing to let that cost curdle into the same corrosive guilt that had nearly driven him to abandon the circle entirely months earlier. Nizu called a full debrief 3 days after the siege, gathering the circle's core members alongside the wider network of pro-heroes and defenders who had helped hold UA's perimeter, to walk through the battle's outcome with the same careful, unflinching analysis that had characterized every major decision throughout this entire campaign. The numbers, by any reasonable measure, represent a decisive victory, Nizu said, laying out the engagement's final tally with characteristic precision. Over 60% of the assaulting League force captured or confirmed neutralized, 0 fatalities among UA's defenders despite the scale and intensity of the assault, and confirmation, through several captured operatives already cooperating with interrogation, that this represented the single largest resource commitment the League has made to any operation in recent memory. They gambled heavily on this assault succeeding, and it did not. He paused, his small dark eyes moving across the gathered group with a gravity that made clear the next portion of the briefing carried different weight. That victory came at real cost, however, and I do not want anyone in this room to leave today's briefing believing otherwise. Ida Tenya's injuries, while recoverable, were serious. Several other defenders across both UA staff and visiting pro-hero reinforcements sustained injuries requiring extended recovery. And Midoriya himself experienced a full systemic crash under combat conditions for the first time since this program began, a vulnerability that very nearly proved fatal and that we must treat, going forward, as a confirmed and serious tactical risk rather than a theoretical concern. Recovery Girl, seated near the front of the gathered group, spoke into the sober silence that followed with her usual blunt, unflinching honesty. I want to add something to that assessment, she said. The crash happened because the battlefield scale outpaced what any of us had previously tested or prepared for. That is a solvable problem, not an unsolvable flaw in the mechanism itself. But it means our training and our tactical planning need to evolve further before the next confrontation, because I do not believe, given everything we now know about Shigaraki's escalating strategy, that this was the last time we will face an engagement of this scale. The briefing continued for the better part of 2 hours, working methodically through lessons learned, tactical adjustments needed, and the careful, ongoing process of integrating everything the siege had revealed into the circle's evolving preparation. But Izuku found himself, sitting through the detailed analysis, returning again and again to a single, steadying thought that Nizu's grim tally of costs and Recovery Girl's honest accounting of the crash's danger could not fully overshadow. They had held. Not without cost, not without real, lasting scars, both physical and otherwise, but they had held, against the largest and most direct assault the League had yet attempted, and in doing so had proven, decisively and beyond any reasonable doubt, exactly what 7 months of freely given trust was actually capable of withstanding when tested to its absolute limit. That evening, the circle gathered once more in the annex, smaller than usual with Ida and several others still recovering, but present in spirit even in their physical absence, Momo reading aloud a message Ida had dictated from his infirmary bed, characteristically formal and characteristically sincere, reaffirming, in careful, deliberate language, exactly why he had made the choice he made and exactly why he intended to keep making it. Midnight, closing her ledger for the evening after updating it with the siege's sober costs and hard-won victories both, looked around the gathered room with an expression that carried, beneath its usual composed authority, something rawer and more personal than she typically allowed herself to show. 8 months ago, she said quietly, this was a theory. A flicker on a monitor that none of us fully understood. Whatever comes next, whatever Shigaraki still has waiting for us, I want every one of you to understand that what we have built here has already proven itself considerably more remarkable than any of us, myself included, dared to hope for at the very beginning. Izuku, sitting near the center of the room with Ochako's steady presence beside him and the quiet, hard-won warmth of a circle that had faced its greatest trial yet and emerged, battered but unbroken, on the other side, felt something settle deep in his chest that no letter, no ultimatum, no siege could fully unmake. Whatever the final reckoning with Shigaraki still held in store, he understood, with a clarity that felt, at last, entirely and unshakably his own, that he would not face it as a boy carrying an impossible burden alone. He would face it as part of something considerably stronger than that, something built, thread by careful thread, choice by freely given choice, into a foundation that had already proven, again and again, exactly how much it could withstand, and would keep proving it, for as long as any of them kept choosing it. Somewhere beyond the horizon, in whatever hidden refuge he had retreated to after the siege's decisive failure, Tomura Shigaraki was already beginning to understand the same hard truth, and to reckon, for the first time in this long, patient campaign, with the possibility that the final confrontation ahead might not unfold according to any calculation he had yet devised. In that hidden refuge, the patchwork-skinned strategist delivered his final report on the siege with the same clinical thoroughness he had brought to every prior briefing, though something in his usual detached composure had shifted, subtly but unmistakably, into a kind of grudging, professional recalibration. The structure did not merely hold, he said. It adapted, in real time, to a scale of engagement it had never previously faced, and the single point of genuine failure, the crash under isolated conditions, was compensated for within seconds by a member willing to absorb the cost personally rather than allow the structure to fracture. That is not the behavior of a system with an exploitable weak point. That is the behavior of a system that has learned to treat its own vulnerabilities as shared burdens rather than isolated failures. Shigaraki listened to the assessment in silence, decayed fingers still at last against the arm of his chair, and when he finally spoke, his voice carried none of the cold, clinical satisfaction that had characterized his earlier strategic conversations, only something flatter, more contemplative, the sound of a man forced to genuinely reconsider a premise he had held for the better part of a year. Then perhaps, he said slowly, the structure was never actually the thing to be broken at all. Perhaps it was always the wrong target. The strategist said nothing to that, recognizing, with the same careful professional instinct that had guided him through months of patient, methodical work, that his employer had arrived at a conclusion that would need to be reached fully on its own terms before it could be acted upon. He withdrew quietly, leaving Shigaraki alone with the thought, and somewhere in that quiet, unlit room, the shape of whatever confrontation still waited ahead began, slowly and irrevocably, to take on a different form entirely, one that neither the circle nor its members had yet begun to prepare for. The Bond Sovereign Act 5. Chapter 33, The Quiet Before. 3 weeks passed after the siege without any further move from the League, an unusual, unsettling quiet that Nizu's intelligence network struggled to fully explain even as the campus gradually returned to something resembling its ordinary rhythms. Ida's recovery progressed steadily, his cheerful, determined presence returning to the dormitory common room within 2 weeks, still favoring one shoulder but otherwise very much himself. Kendo's ankle healed completely. The scorched sections of campus grounds were repaired, the visible scars of the siege gradually fading even as the memory of it remained sharp and present in every member of the circle. It was Nizu who finally broke the unsettling quiet, calling Izuku and Aizawa to his office on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday afternoon with an urgency that made clear something significant had finally shifted. "We have received contact," he said without preamble, once they were seated. Not an ultimatum this time. Something considerably stranger. A direct communication, verified through channels I am confident were not compromised, requesting a meeting. Shigaraki himself, alone, no League forces, no ambush indicators our intelligence can detect. He wants to speak with you, Midoriya. Directly, and, according to the message's own framing, without any intention of combat. Izuku absorbed this with a wariness that felt entirely justified given everything the past 8 months had taught him about trusting anything associated with Shigaraki's careful, patient strategy. That sounds like exactly the kind of thing that turns out to be a trap, he said. It may well be, Nizu agreed. Which is precisely why I want to walk through every possible interpretation before any decision is made. But I want you to understand something about the specific language used in this message, because I believe it matters considerably more than a simple trap would require it to. He does not ask you to come alone. He does not threaten the circle if you refuse. He simply states, and I am characterizing rather than quoting precisely, that the confrontation at the siege revealed something he needs to understand more fully, and that he believes a conversation, not a battle, is the only way to actually resolve it. Aizawa's expression remained skeptical throughout the briefing, though Izuku could see him turning the strategic implications over with the same careful, methodical attention he brought to every decision involving his students' safety. It could be genuine curiosity, he said finally, or it could be an elaborate setup designed to exploit exactly the kind of good faith a conversation like this would require. I am not inclined to trust it easily. But I also do not think dismissing it outright, without at least understanding what he actually wants, serves us particularly well either, given how much this entire conflict has already cost everyone involved. Izuku sat with the decision for a long moment, the memory of that final, unreadable look Shigaraki had given him amid the industrial complex's collapsing ceiling returning with fresh, uncertain weight. Something in Shigaraki's decayed features in that moment had looked, he thought again now, less like a man calculating his next move and more like someone confronting a question he did not yet know how to answer. I want to talk to the circle before I decide anything, he said finally. This is not a call I want to make alone, even if the message only names me specifically. That, Nizu said, with something that looked almost like approval in his small, dark eyes, is exactly the answer I was hoping to hear, and precisely why I believe, whatever this meeting turns out to be, you have already built something considerably stronger than whatever Shigaraki is bringing to it. Before the meeting concluded, Nizu raised one further point, delivered with the same careful precision he brought to every strategic consideration. I want to address the security dimension plainly, he said. If this is a trap, the most likely form it would take is not a direct assault on the meeting itself, which our intelligence suggests would be difficult to conceal from our own reconnaissance, but rather an attempt to isolate you afterward, once your guard has naturally lowered in the aftermath of what may prove to be an emotionally significant conversation. I intend to have additional coverage in place for several days following any meeting, regardless of how it unfolds. Aizawa nodded in firm agreement. That tracks with the pattern we have seen from him throughout this entire conflict, he said. Patient, indirect, willing to wait for the moment his target is least prepared. We plan for that possibility specifically, not just for the meeting itself. Izuku absorbed the additional layer of caution without complaint, understanding, after everything the past 8 months had taught him, exactly why such careful, layered vigilance mattered even in a situation that might, against every hard-won instinct, actually prove to be exactly what it claimed to be. Chapter 34, What the Circle Decided. The Circle's response to Nizu's proposal, once Izuku laid out the full context that evening in the annex, proved considerably less unified than the fierce, immediate refusal that had met the earlier ultimatum, a difference that surprised Izuku even as he turned it over in his mind, listening to the room's careful, thoughtful debate unfold. I do not like it, Mirko said first, pacing at the front of the room with her usual restless energy. Every instinct I have built over years of fighting people like him says this is a trap, dressed up in reasonable-sounding language specifically because reasonable-sounding language is exactly what would get past our guard after everything else has failed. Momo, seated nearby with her usual thoughtful precision, offered a more measured counterpoint. I understand that instinct, and I do not entirely disagree with it, she said. But I think it is also worth considering that every prior League strategy in this entire campaign has been built around exploiting weakness or manufacturing doubt. This proposal does neither. If it is a trap, it is an unusually indirect one, and Shigaraki has not, in my observation, favored indirection when direct force or manipulation were available options instead. Tsuyu, characteristically calm, added her own perspective into the debate. There is also the matter of what refusing costs us, she said. If this is genuine, and we refuse without ever finding out, we lose whatever chance existed to actually end this conflict on terms other than continued violence. I am not saying we should walk in blind. I am saying the question deserves real consideration, not an automatic no. The debate continued for the better part of an hour, careful and thorough in a way that reflected exactly how much the circle had grown, over 8 demanding months, into a genuine collective capable of weighing hard, uncertain choices together rather than deferring entirely to any single voice, including Izuku's own. It was midnight, listening throughout with her usual careful attention, who finally offered the framework that brought the discussion to its eventual resolution. I think the real question is not whether we trust Shigaraki, she said. None of us do, and none of us should, given everything he has done. The real question is whether we trust ourselves, and the structure we have built together, enough to walk into an uncertain situation with our eyes open, prepared for betrayal, without letting that preparation curdle into refusing every possible path towards something other than endless conflict. She looked around the room, her expression carrying the same blend of theatrical presence and genuine sincerity that had guided the program since its earliest days. I propose this, she continued. Izuku goes, but not alone in the way the League's earlier ultimatum demanded. The full circle accompanies him to the meeting's agreed location, visible, present, but positioned to allow the conversation itself space to happen without 8 or 9 people crowding directly into it. If this is a trap, we are prepared and positioned to respond immediately. If it is genuine, we have not foreclosed the possibility of something other than another battle, simply out of understandable, justified fear. The proposal met with gradual, careful agreement around the room, each member weighing in with their own conditions and concerns until a plan emerged that satisfied, as much as any plan involving Shigaraki could satisfy, both the circle's hard-won caution and its equally hard-won willingness to consider a path beyond continued violence. Izuku, listening to the entire careful, collaborative process unfold, felt something settle in his chest that had nothing to do with the uncertain danger still ahead and everything to do with the simple, profound fact of watching a room full of people he loved work through an impossible decision together, weighing his safety and their own with the same careful, unhurried seriousness they had brought to every crisis since this journey began. Whatever tomorrow's meeting revealed, he understood, watching Aizawa finalize the tactical positioning plan with Momo and Mirko, he would walk into it exactly the way he had walked into every trial since the very beginning. Not alone, and not because he needed anyone to carry the weight for him, but because the people beside him had chosen, one final time, to be there regardless of what waited ahead. Before the planning session finally concluded late that night, Ochako pulled Izuku aside for a quieter, more private moment away from the room's remaining tactical discussion. I need you to promise me something, she said, her usual steady confidence carrying an unmistakable edge of real fear beneath it. If something feels wrong tomorrow, even a little wrong, even if you cannot fully explain why, you get out immediately. You do not stay to hear him finish a sentence. You do not give him the benefit of the doubt past the point where your own instincts are telling you not to. Promise me that. Izuku looked at her, at the fear she had kept carefully controlled through the entire evening's careful, collaborative debate, finally allowed to surface now that the two of them were alone. I promise, he said, and meant it fully. She studied him for a long moment, searching his face for the same sincerity he had tried to put into the words, before finally nodding, some of the tension easing from her shoulders. Okay, she said. Then I trust you to make that call tomorrow, the same way I have trusted every other call you have made this past year. Just, come back to us. Whatever happens in that conversation. Come back. I will, he said, and the quiet, fierce certainty in his own voice surprised even him, a year's worth of hard-won confidence settling into the promise in a way that would have been impossible for the frightened, uncertain boy who had first collapsed in a training ground so many months earlier. Chapter 35, The Conversation. The meeting location, a quiet, disused park on the city's eastern edge chosen for its open sightlines and lack of easy ambush cover, sat still and empty under an overcast sky as Izuku approached the agreed meeting point, the rest of the circle positioned at a careful, watchful distance exactly as the previous evening's planning had arranged. Shigaraki was already waiting, seated alone on a weathered park bench with no visible league presence anywhere nearby, and Izuku felt the strange, unsettling rawness of the scene immediately. An enemy who had spent 8 months orchestrating increasingly elaborate strategies against him now simply sitting, still and quiet, in an empty park. "You came," Shigaraki said, without turning as Izuku approached, his voice carrying none of the cold, clinical edge that had defined every prior encounter. "I confess I was not entirely certain you would." "I almost did not," Izuku said honestly, stopping a careful distance away, every instinct from 8 months of hard-won caution keeping him alert despite the scene's unsettling stillness. "Give me a reason I should trust that this is not another calculation." Shigaraki was quiet for a long moment, decayed fingers still and folded in his lap rather than drumming their familiar restless rhythm. "I do not know that I can," he said finally. "I have spent 8 months trying to break something I was certain had to be breakable, because everything I understood about strength and power told me a structure built on trust was inherently more fragile than one built on fear or force. I was wrong. I do not enjoy being wrong, and I do not know entirely what to do with that fact yet. But I find I am no longer certain that continuing to test it through violence serves whatever purpose I originally believed it would." Izuku studied him carefully, searching for the calculation he half expected to find beneath the words and finding, instead, something that looked, uncomfortably, like genuine uncertainty. "That is not the same as saying you have changed your mind about everything else," he said slowly. "About what you were trying to build. About Shigaraki's cause." "No," Shigaraki agreed. "It is not. I still believe this society is built on a hierarchy that crushes people it decides are not useful enough to matter. I still believe that hierarchy deserves to be torn down. Nothing about watching your circle hold against my forces has changed that underlying conviction. What it has changed is my certainty that the method I have been pursuing, breaking things, breaking people, is actually the only path toward tearing it down, or even a particularly effective one." He turned to look at Izuku directly for the first time since the conversation began, something raw and unguarded visible beneath the accumulated scarring of his features. "You built something I do not fully understand," he said. 9 people, more now, choosing, over and over, freely, to stand beside a boy the hierarchy you claim to serve would have discarded entirely if his quirk had simply failed to manifest along more conventional lines. "That is not nothing, Midoriya. I have spent my entire life believing connection like that was a lie people told themselves to make an unbearable world feel survivable. I am no longer certain that belief was correct, and I find that considerably more unsettling than any battle I have fought against you." There was a long pause before he continued, his voice quieter now, almost private, as though he were working through the thought as much for his own benefit as for Izuku's. "I watched my own life unravel into exactly the kind of isolation I am describing, long before any of this began," he said. "I told myself for years that the isolation was strength, that needing no one was the only honest way to survive a world built to grind people like me down regardless. Watching your circle hold, again and again, against everything I threw at it, has made it considerably harder to keep telling myself that particular story." Izuku felt something complicated shift in his chest, not trust, not yet, perhaps not ever fully given everything that had come before, but something adjacent to it, a wary, uncertain recognition of a man wrestling with a genuine crisis of conviction rather than executing another patient, calculated strategy. "I am not going to pretend everything you have done is forgiven just because you are having second thoughts," he said carefully. "People got hurt. Ida got hurt badly enough that it could have been much worse. That is real, and it does not go away because you have decided the structure you tried to break is stronger than you expected." "I am not asking for forgiveness," Shigaraki said. "I do not think I have any right to it, and I am not certain I would know what to do with it if it were offered. I am asking, I think, though I confess I am not entirely certain what I am actually asking, for an acknowledgement that the question itself is real. That there might be something in what you have built worth understanding rather than simply destroying." They sat in the quiet, overcast stillness for a long moment, neither entirely certain of what came next, the weight of 8 months of conflict settling uneasily between them in a conversation that resolved nothing decisively but that felt, to Izuku, considerably more significant than any battle they had fought. "Whatever happens now?" Izuku asked finally, breaking the long silence. If this is real, if you actually mean what you are telling me, what does that change, practically? You still command people who do not share whatever you are feeling right now. This does not just end because you had one conversation on a park bench. Shigaraki's expression carried something almost like a bitter, self-aware acknowledgement of exactly that difficulty. No, he agreed. It does not. I do not have a clean answer for you, Midoriya. I am not certain I have ever had a clean answer for anything, which is perhaps part of how I ended up here in the first place. What I can tell you is that I do not intend to order another direct assault against your circle while this uncertainty remains unresolved in my own mind. That is not peace. It is not even a truce in any formal sense. It is simply the most honest thing I am currently capable of offering. Izuku turned that over carefully, weighing it against everything he had learned over 8 demanding months about trusting anything associated with this man. That is not nothing, he said finally. But I need you to understand something too. The circle is not going to lower its guard because of one conversation, however genuine it might be. We have been hurt too many times by patient, careful strategy dressed up as something else. If this is real, prove it with time. That is the only currency that is going to mean anything to any of us at this point. I understand that better than you might expect, Shigaraki said quietly. Trust, once broken as thoroughly as I broke it with your circle, does not repair itself through declaration. It repairs, if it repairs at all, through sustained, demonstrated restraint, over a length of time considerably longer than either of us might find comfortable. I am prepared for that. I do not know that I am prepared for what it might mean if I actually succeed at it, but I am prepared to try. That is, I think, the most honest thing I have said to another person in longer than I care to admit. Shigaraki was quiet for a moment, something that might have been respect, grudging and unfamiliar, flickering across his scarred features. That is fair, he said finally. More fair than I likely deserve, given everything. I will not pretend I know exactly what proving it looks like. But I understand the terms. Chapter 36, No Clean Resolution. The conversation, when Izuku finally reported its full contents to the circle and UA's assembled staff later that evening, met with a reaction considerably more complicated than either relief or continued suspicion alone, a careful, uneasy processing of information that offered no clean resolution to a conflict that had cost so much over the preceding 8 months. Niza listened to the full account with characteristic thoroughness, his small, dark eyes narrowed in careful thought throughout. This does not end the danger, he said finally, once Izuku finished. I want to be extremely clear about that before anyone allows relief to outpace caution. Shigaraki commands considerable forces who do not share whatever uncertainty he has apparently begun to feel, and a leader in genuine ideological crisis is not inherently a safer adversary than one operating from clear, confident conviction. If anything, the unpredictability this conversation suggests may require even more careful vigilance going forward, not less. Aizawa, arms crossed near the back of the room, nodded in grim agreement. It also does not undo what already happened, he said. Ida's injuries were real. The siege's cost was real. A conversation, however genuine it turns out to be, does not erase any of that, and I do not think any of us should pretend it does simply because it offers a sliver of hope that this conflict might eventually end through something other than continued escalation. Izuku absorbed both assessments with the same clear-eyed understanding he had brought to every hard truth of the past 8 months. I am not asking anyone to trust him, he said. I do not fully trust him either, not after everything. I am only telling you what he actually said, because I think it matters, strategically and otherwise, that something in this conflict has genuinely shifted, even if none of us know yet exactly what that shift means going forward. Midnight, listening carefully throughout, finally offered a perspective that settled something uneasy in the room's careful deliberation. I think what matters most here, she said, is not whether we decide today to trust Shigaraki's apparent change of heart. It is that the circle's foundation, the very thing he spent 8 months trying and failing to break, may have actually accomplished something none of his strategies against it ever could. It made him question the entire premise his campaign was built upon. That is not nothing, whatever comes of it eventually. That is, in its own strange way, a victory considerably larger than any single battle we have fought. The room settled into a thoughtful, uncertain quiet at that, the weight of Midnight's observation settling alongside Nizu's continued caution and Aizawa's grim acknowledgement of real, unhealed cost, a complicated, layered reality that offered no easy narrative of clean victory or continued unambiguous conflict, but something more honest and more difficult. The recognition that even hard-won progress rarely arrived without persistent uncertainty trailing close behind it. In the weeks that followed, League activity against UA and the Circle specifically dropped to near nothing, a quiet that Nizu's intelligence network monitored with careful, unrelenting vigilance even as it began, cautiously, to interpret the pattern as something other than another patient trap being prepared. Whether Shigaraki's apparent crisis of conviction represented a genuine, lasting shift or merely a temporary pause in a conflict that would eventually resume on different terms, no one at UA could say with certainty. What they could say, with considerably more confidence, was that the Circle itself, tested across 8 demanding months by disinformation, direct assault, psychological manipulation, and finally a full-scale siege, had not merely survived. It had proven something Izuku suspected would outlast whatever eventually became of his complicated, unresolved rivalry with Shigaraki, that strength built on freely given trust, patient and imperfect and genuinely chosen, could withstand almost anything thrown against it, including, in the end, the conviction of the very enemy who had spent so long trying to prove otherwise. Nizu, in the weeks following the meeting, established a careful, deliberately narrow channel through which any further communication from Shigaraki might be received and verified, insisting that the arrangement remain strictly one-directional in terms of trust extended. UA would listen, would consider, but would extend no unilateral goodwill beyond what the League's continued restraint actually earned over time. It is possible to hold two things at once, he explained to the assembled staff during one of the many careful briefings that followed. Genuine hope that something has shifted, and equally genuine refusal to let that hope compromise the vigilance that kept everyone safe through 8 months of considerably less hopeful circumstances. Mirko, characteristically blunt during that same briefing, offered her own addition to Nizu's careful framework. "I will believe it when I see a year of nothing happening," she said. "Not because I want to be difficult, but because a year of nothing happening is worth more than 100 more conversations on park benches. Words are cheap. Time is not. Let him prove it the expensive way, the same way we proved everything we built." Nizu nodded slowly, a faint, approving smile touching his small, sharp features. "That," he said, "is precisely the standard I intend to hold this arrangement to as well." Izuku found himself, in the months that followed the meeting, returning often to Shigaraki's final words on that quiet park bench, the raw, unfamiliar uncertainty in a man who had spent his entire adult life building his identity around unwavering, destructive conviction. He did not know, and understood he might never fully know, whether that uncertainty would eventually resolve into something like reconciliation, or whether it would simply curdle, given enough time and enough pressure from those around Shigaraki who did not share it, back into the same violent certainty that had defined the League's actions for years before this fragile, unresolved pause began. What he did know, holding on to it with the same hard-won clarity that had carried him through every prior trial, was that his own answer to that uncertainty would not change, regardless of how Shigaraki's eventually resolved. He would keep building. He would keep choosing, and being chosen by, the people who had proven, across 8 demanding months, exactly what that choice was worth. Chapter 37, 1 year. A year passed, in the way years tend to, in a blend of ordinary days and remarkable ones that only revealed their full significance in retrospect, and Izuku found himself, on the anniversary of that very first collapse in the training ground, standing once again on the same cracked concrete where this entire remarkable journey had begun, considerably changed from the frightened, uncertain boy who had first reached for a strength he did not understand. The Vanguard Circle had grown and evolved over that year in ways none of its founding members could have fully predicted at the outset, its structure now a recognized, respected model that other hero programs across the country had begun studying with genuine interest, its core lesson, that sustainable strength could be built on consent and connection rather than isolation and obligation, gradually reshaping conversations about hero training in ways that extended well beyond Izuku's own particular, unusual quirk. Shigaraki's uncertain, unresolved shift in conviction had not, in the year since that quiet park bench conversation, resolved into either full reconciliation or renewed open conflict, but had settled instead into something more complicated and more honest, occasional communication, careful and wary on both sides, that Nizu's intelligence network monitored closely even as it cautiously acknowledged that whatever had shifted in that conversation appeared to have held. The League itself had fractured somewhat in the intervening months, some factions pursuing renewed aggression that UA and its allies continued to meet with the same hard-won readiness the siege had proven, others drifting toward an uncertain, watchful quiet that mirrored Shigaraki's own unresolved reckoning. Izuku stood in the training ground that evening, watching the sunset paint the sky in the same soft gray and gold it had carried that very first difficult afternoon a year earlier, and felt Ochako's familiar presence settle beside him before she even spoke, her hand finding his with the same easy, unhurried certainty that had anchored this entire journey from its earliest uncertain days. "Hard to believe it has been a year," she said, following his gaze across the familiar, weathered concrete. "Hard to believe how much changed," he agreed. "I used to think strength had to mean standing alone. That accepting help was some kind of admission that I was not enough on my own. I do not think that boy would recognize how wrong he actually was about that." Ochako smiled, leaning her head against his shoulder in the same easy gesture that had grounded countless difficult moments across the past year. "Good thing he had a whole circle of people willing to prove it to him, then," she said. Behind them, the rest of the circle gathered for what had become an informal annual tradition, marking the anniversary with the same easy, unhurried warmth that had defined the program since its very first careful trials, Mirko needling Aizawa about his perpetually exhausted expression, Momo and Kyoka comparing notes on some new tactical refinement, Kendo and Mina in the middle of another good-natured, rules-optional card game, Tsuyu and MT Lady deep in quiet conversation near the annexes. Entrance, Midnight watching over the whole scene with her careful ledger, now considerably thicker than its original 11 pages, held loosely in one hand. Izuku looked around at all of it, at the strange, remarkable structure that had grown from a single flicker on a monitor a year earlier into something that had weathered disinformation and betrayal, direct assault and a full-scale siege, and had emerged from every single trial not merely intact but genuinely, deeply strengthened by having survived it together. He thought of the letter that had once nearly convinced him to walk away from all of it, of Ochako's steady hand pulling him back from that precipice, of Mirko's fierce, unshakable belief, of Ida's quiet, devastating sacrifice and equally quiet, unwavering insistence that it had never been a debt at all. He thought of 9 names in a careful ledger that had grown, over a demanding, difficult year, into something considerably larger and considerably more precious than any of them could have predicted at the very beginning. Midnight, catching his eye across the training ground, offered the same small, knowing nod she had given him that very first evening the full circle gathered together, and Izuku, understanding exactly what it meant, nodded back, and let himself, standing there in the fading evening light surrounded by the people who had chosen him and whom he had chosen in return, simply feel grateful, and let that gratitude, freely given and freely returned, be enough. Whatever trials still waited ahead, and he understood, with the same clear-eyed wisdom the past year had taught him, that there would likely be more. He no longer faced that uncertain future as a boy convinced he had to carry every burden alone. He faced it instead as part of something he had built, thread by careful thread, choice by freely given choice, into a foundation strong enough to hold against anything the world might still throw against it, together, exactly as it had always been meant to be. He thought, too, of his mother, who had visited more often over the course of the year than she ever had during his earlier, more turbulent time at UA, drawn, he suspected, by the same quiet relief every parent of a hero eventually learns to hold alongside their fear, the recognition that their child was not facing the world's dangers in isolation. She had met most of the circle by now, had sat through more than one of Midnight's careful explanations of the program's structure with the particular fierce attention of a mother determined to understand exactly what her son had built his life around, and had told him once, quietly, over tea in the dormitory common room, that she finally understood something about him that had worried her since he was very small, that he had always needed people every bit as much as they had needed him, and that watching him finally allow himself to believe that was worth every uncertain, frightening month it had taken to get here. Chapter 38, Coming Home. Long before the anniversary arrived, in the weeks immediately following the park bench conversation, the circle had faced a quieter, more personal milestone that Izuku would later think of as its own kind of turning point, considerably less dramatic than any battle but no less significant for its gentleness. Ida's full return to active duty came nearly 2 months after the siege, his shoulder and ribs fully healed under Recovery Girl's careful supervision, and the circle marked the occasion not with any grand gesture but with the same easy, unhurried warmth that had come to define its truest moments. A shared meal in the annex, Ida seated at the center of it looking simultaneously embarrassed and quietly moved by the attention. "You do not all need to make a fuss," he said, though his protest carried none of its usual crisp authority, softened by something that looked, to Izuku's careful eye, very much like genuine emotion held carefully in check. "We are not making a fuss," Mina said cheerfully, already piling a second helping onto his plate without asking. "We are celebrating. There is a difference, and you do not get to argue with it tonight." Izuku, watching from across the table, found himself thinking back to the raw, unresolved guilt that had gripped him in the days immediately following Ida's injury, and felt a quiet, grateful wonder at how far that guilt had traveled since, transformed not through denial or dismissal but through the slow, patient work of a friendship that had refused to let either of them carry the weight of that day alone. Later that evening, once the gathering had wound down into smaller, quieter conversations scattered across the annex, Izuku found a moment alone with Ida near the room's entrance, the two of them watching the rest of the circle's easy warmth from a companionable distance. "I want you to know something," Izuku said finally, turning the words over carefully before speaking them aloud. "I have spent 2 months thinking about what you told me, that protecting the people who protect all of us is not a debt. I believed you when you said it. But I do not think I fully understood it, not all the way down, until I watched you walk back into this room tonight like nothing had ever happened between us because of it." Ida considered that for a long moment, his expression thoughtful in the particular way that had always made him one of the most quietly perceptive members of their entire class. "I think," he said finally, "that is exactly the point, Midoriya. If I had come back and things felt strange between us, if you had continued to treat me differently because of what happened, that would have meant the choice I made had somehow changed the fundamental nature of our friendship. It did not. It could not if the friendship was ever real to begin with. I made a choice in a dangerous moment because I care about you. That does not require anything from you afterward except exactly what you have already been giving me, your friendship, unchanged and unburdened by guilt neither of us needs to carry." Izuku felt something settle fully into place at those words, a resolution to the guilt that had lingered, quiet but persistent, since the day of the siege, finally allowed to loosen its grip entirely. "Thank you," he said simply, and found, this time, that the words felt completely adequate to the moment in a way they so often had not before. Ida's return marked, in its own quiet way, the beginning of the circle's gradual shift from a program forged primarily in crisis towards something calmer and more sustainable, its members settling into the kind of steady, ongoing rhythm that allowed each of them, over the months that followed, the space to grow into exactly the people they were becoming, individually and together, in ways the earlier, more frantic phase of the conflict had never quite allowed. Chapter 39, Individual Threads. In the months following the park bench conversation, the circle settled into a new, quieter rhythm, one that allowed its individual members, for the first time since the program's frantic early days, the space to grow into their own separate identities beyond their shared role in Izuku's support structure. A shift Midnight had quietly hoped for since the very beginning but had never dared to force before the danger had eased enough to make it safe. Kendo, her confidence in the circle long since settled, used the relative calm to lead an initiative of her own devising, working alongside Power Loader and Recovery Girl to formally document the circle's accumulated tactical and psychological insights into a training framework that other hero programs, cautiously at first and then with growing enthusiasm, began adapting for their own students. It was not about replicating Izuku's exact quirk, she explained to a visiting delegation from a sister hero academy midway through the year, but about the underlying principle, that a support structure built on genuine consent and mutual investment produced resilience that isolated, individualistic training simply could not match. Several members of the visiting delegation, she would later report back to the circle with evident satisfaction, left that particular presentation asking considerably more thoughtful questions than they had arrived with. Momo, meanwhile, found herself increasingly drawn toward the theoretical side of the circle's ongoing research, working closely with Power Loader to formally publish, with full consent from every participant and careful ethical oversight from Nizu's office, a groundbreaking paper on reciprocal quirk support mechanisms that drew attention from hero science programs across the country, transforming what had once been an uncertain, improvised experiment into something approaching a recognized field of study in its own right. Mirko, characteristically, took her evolving role less toward theory and more toward action, formally establishing a mentorship initiative for young heroes whose quirks, like Izuku's, defied conventional training frameworks, drawing on her own hard-won understanding of what it meant to build strength through genuine, unflinching belief rather than isolated toughness alone. "I spent years thinking asking for help made you weak," she told one bewildered young trainee midway through the year, in a conversation Izuku happened to overhear and would carry with him for a long time afterward. "Turns out I just had not met the right people to prove me wrong yet. Do not make my mistake. Find your people early." Kyoka's growth took a quieter, more personal shape, the lingering shadow of her alley confrontation gradually easing over the course of the year into something closer to hard-won confidence rather than residual fear, aided in no small part by the steady, patient support of the circle around her and by her own deliberate choice, made explicitly and repeatedly throughout the year, to keep showing up despite what that confrontation had cost her. MT Lady, whose public persona had once leaned heavily into performance and spectacle, found in her ongoing role within the circle a depth of genuine partnership she had spent years quietly missing, her public interviews over the course of the year gradually shifting in tone, less focused on rankings and camera-ready moments, more focused, with a sincerity that surprised even longtime observers of her career, on the value of teams built on real trust rather than simple parallel deployment. Ida, fully recovered within a few months of the siege, returned to his role as the Circle's logistics and safety coordinator with renewed, deliberate purpose, his own experience of choosing to absorb harm meant for someone else lending a depth of authority to his safety protocols that no amount of theoretical planning could have replicated. He never spoke of the injury as a sacrifice, only ever as a choice, made freely and without regret, precisely the framing Midnight had worked so hard to instill in the program since its very earliest days. Izuku watched each of these individual threads develop over the course of the year with a quiet, growing wonder that never entirely faded, the recognition that the structure he had once feared was nothing more than a burden imposed on the people around him had become, instead, something that gave each of them room to grow in directions uniquely their own, strengthened rather than diminished by the choice to stand together. Midnight, updating her ledger one final time before the year's anniversary, found herself adding a note considerably longer and more personal than her usual careful, clinical entries. 9 names became this, she wrote. Not a support mechanism. Not even simply a team. Something closer to a family, chosen freely and recursion every single day, strong enough to weather everything a determined enemy could throw against it, and generous enough, in the end, to make room for each of its members to become fully, completely themselves within it. Even Aizawa, whose gruff, exhausted exterior had remained largely unchanged across the entire tumultuous year, found himself shaped in quieter ways by the circle's evolving structure, his own approach to mentoring the wider student body at UA gradually incorporating lessons he had first learned overseeing Izuku's careful, halting early trials. He began, without ever quite announcing it as a deliberate policy shift, paying closer attention to which of his students seemed to be struggling in isolation, and found more occasions than he might once have expected to gently redirect them toward exactly the kind of open, honest conversation about support and connection that had once felt entirely foreign to his own instinctively solitary approach to teaching. He would never fully admit, even to himself, how much watching Izuku's journey had reshaped his own understanding of what it meant to actually protect the students under his care, but Midnight, who had known him long enough to read the small, quiet shifts in his teaching style, noticed regardless, and made a point, once or twice over the course of the year, of telling him so directly, watching with quiet amusement as he deflected the observation with his usual dry, exhausted humor every single time. "You are imagining things," he told her once, with the particular flat delivery that made it impossible to tell whether he meant it or was simply too tired to argue further, and she had only laughed, closing her ledger with the quiet satisfaction of someone who knew exactly what she had seen. Recovery Girl, for her part, spent much of the year quietly expanding the medical and psychological frameworks she had first improvised in those earliest, uncertain days of Izuku's diagnosis, formalizing a set of best practices for supporting young heroes whose quirks demanded unconventional relationships with their own bodies and with the people around them, work that she would later admit, with characteristic bluntness, had done more to reinvigorate her enthusiasm for her profession than anything else in the better part of a decade. "I thought I had seen every kind of quirk this job could throw at me," she told Izuku once, reviewing a particularly promising set of research results late one evening. "You proved me wrong, and I find I do not mind being wrong nearly as much as I expected to, when the being wrong turns out to matter this much." She paused, setting down her notes for a moment to look at him with the same sharp, tired warmth that had guided him since that very first afternoon in the training ground. "You were a frightened boy passed out on cracked concrete the first time I really looked at you, Midoriya," she said. "Watching what you and this circle built out of that fear has been one of the great privileges of my career. I want you to know that, plainly, before too much more time passes and I forget to say it." Izuku, caught off guard by the sudden sincerity, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a rare enough occurrence that Recovery Girl allowed herself a small, satisfied smile at having managed it. "You do not have to say anything back," she added, returning to her notes with brisk efficiency. "I just wanted it said. Some things are worth saying plainly, while there is still time to say them." Chapter 40, A Different Kind of Test. 10 months into the year, a different kind of test arrived, one that had nothing to do with the League or with Shigaraki's unresolved conviction, and everything to do with the Circle's evolving purpose in a hero world still catching up to what it had built. A young hero in training from a neighboring academy, a second-year student whose quirk, like Izuku's, defied easy categorization, was quietly referred to UA through official channels after her own instructors, well-meaning but out of their depth, found themselves unable to help her manage a power that seemed to require something from her that traditional training frameworks simply had no language for. Her name was Saki Indu, and her quirk, still only partially understood even by her own instructors, seemed to require moments of genuine, shared vulnerability with others in order to stabilize rather than spiral into dangerous, uncontrolled bursts, a mechanism eerily reminiscent of the very journey that had brought the Vanguard Circle into existence a year earlier. She arrived at UA nervous and guarded, having spent the better part of 2 years being quietly treated by her own peers and instructors as a liability rather than a person, her power's unusual demands having earned her a reputation for being difficult, high maintenance, more trouble than her admittedly impressive raw ability was worth. Izuku recognized the shape of her isolation almost immediately, the particular, familiar loneliness of someone whose body had handed them an unaskable question that the people around them had responded to with distance rather than curiosity, and found himself, over the following weeks, taking on a role he had never anticipated occupying, not simply a fellow support recipient but something closer to a mentor, offering Saki the same patient, careful understanding that Recovery Girl and Midnight had once offered him. "You are not broken," he told her, during one particularly difficult early session in the annex, when her own frustration at needing something from others had boiled over into the same guilt and self-recrimination he remembered all too well from his own earliest days. "Your quirk is just built differently than most. That does not make you a burden. It makes you someone who gets to discover, the way I did, exactly how much stronger connection can make you, if you let yourself actually accept it instead of fighting it." The Circle, without any formal decision or dramatic announcement, simply absorbed Saki into its orbit over the following months, Midnight extending the same careful, consent-driven framework that had guided the program since its inception, Recovery Girl and Power Loader adapting their research methods to help map the specific contours of her own unique mechanism, and Ochako, Tsuyu, and Momo each, in their own ways, offering Saki the same patient, unhurried friendship that had once anchored Izuku through his own uncertain beginning. By the time the year's anniversary approached, Saki had grown from a guarded, isolated second year into someone considerably more competent, her own small, developing support network drawn not from obligation but from the same genuine, freely given trust the Circle had spent a year proving was possible to build, and Izuku found himself, watching her progress, understanding something about the true shape of what he and his friends had accomplished that no battle or confrontation had ever fully revealed to him. This was never just about surviving Shigaraki, he said to Ochako one evening, watching Saki laugh at something Mina had said across the annex, easy and unguarded in a way she had not been capable of when she first arrived. It was about proving something could exist at all. That is going to outlast whatever happens with the League, one way or another. It already has. Ochako smiled, watching the same scene with the same quiet satisfaction. That is what I have been trying to tell you for a year now, she said. You just needed to see it happen for someone else before you fully believed it about yourself too. Saki herself, cornered gently by Izuku a few weeks later for what he had intended as a brief check-in, ended up talking with him for the better part of 2 hours, the conversation ranging from her own complicated feelings about her quirk to her gradual, hard-won understanding of exactly what the circle had offered her that her previous academy never had. I spent 2 years thinking I just had to get better at controlling it alone, she admitted, curled into one of the annex's worn armchairs with a cup of tea long since gone cold in her hands. Like needing anyone else was proof I had not tried hard enough yet. Nobody ever told me that was the wrong question to be asking in the first place. It took me a while to unlearn that too, Izuku admitted. I do not think it ever fully goes away, honestly. I still catch myself sometimes, especially when things get difficult, slipping back into thinking I should be able to handle everything myself. The difference now is I have people who notice when that happens, and who are not shy about calling it out. That noticing, more than anything else, might be the truest gift this whole strange year has given me. Saki considered that for a long moment, turning her cold tea over in her hands. Do you think I could have that? She asked quietly. Not just now, while everyone here is being kind to the new girl. Actually have it, the way you all seem to. Izuku looked at her, at the same nervous, hopeful uncertainty he remembered so vividly from his own earliest days in this exact annex, and felt something settle warmly in his chest. You already do, he said simply. You just have not had enough time yet to fully believe it. That part takes longer than anyone tells you it will. But it is already true, Saki. Look around. It has been true for weeks now. Saki looked around the annex, at Mina and Kendo still arguing good-naturedly over their card game in the corner, at Kyoka quietly tuning an instrument nearby, at the easy, unhurried warmth that filled the room without anyone needing to perform it for her benefit, and something in her posture, guarded and careful since the day she first arrived, eased just slightly, a small but unmistakable first step toward the same hard-won belief that had once taken Izuku himself the better part of a year to fully claim as his own. Thank you, she said quietly, for noticing. For all of it. You do not have to thank me, Izuku said, echoing words he had heard so many times himself over the past year from people who had shown him exactly the same patient kindness. Just keep showing up. That is the only thank you any of us actually want. They sat together a while longer in the annex's fading evening light, the easy, unhurried quiet of the moment carrying none of the urgency that had once defined so much of the past year's difficult conversations, simply two people, once strangers, now something considerably closer to family, sharing space and comfort without needing anything more from the moment than exactly that. Chapter 41, What Comes Next? On the evening of the anniversary itself, after the gathered circle's easy, familiar celebration had wound down into the comfortable, unhurried quiet of old friends simply enjoying each other's company, Izuku found himself once more on the training ground's cracked concrete, this time with the full weight of a year's hard-won understanding settled comfortably into his chest rather than the frightened uncertainty that had first brought him to this exact spot. Aizawa found him there, as he so often had at pivotal moments throughout this long, remarkable journey, settling into his familiar lean against the same support post he had occupied that very first afternoon a year ago. You have come a long way from the kid who collapsed on this exact spot, he observed, his usual dry exhaustion carrying an unmistakable note of genuine pride beneath it. I have had a lot of help getting here, Izuku said, and meant it in every sense the words could carry. That is the whole point, is it not? Aizawa said. You did not just survive the last year, Midoriya. You proved something considerably harder to prove than surviving. You proved that strength built on trust, real trust, freely given and carefully protected, can hold against nearly anything, and can grow, in the process, into something worth considerably more than the sum of what any of you could have built alone. That is not a small thing to have proven. Most heroes spend entire careers without ever demonstrating anything half as significant. Izuku looked out over the darkening training ground, thinking of everything the past year had asked of him and of the people who had chosen, again and again, to answer that demand alongside him. "Do you think it is really over?" he asked quietly. "Whatever this is with Shigaraki. Whatever comes next." Aizawa considered the question with his usual unhurried gravity. "I do not think anything involving a person as complicated as Shigaraki is ever fully, cleanly over," he said finally. "But I think what you built here changed the shape of what comes next, whatever it eventually turns out to be. You are not walking into an uncertain future as a boy hoping his strength is enough to survive it alone. You are walking in as part of something that has already proven, under every kind of pressure a determined enemy could devise, that it does not break. That is not a guarantee nothing difficult lies ahead. It is a considerably better foundation to face it from than anything either of us had a year ago." Izuku held on to that thought for a long moment, watching the last light fade fully from the sky above the training ground where this entire remarkable journey had begun. "Thank you, Sensei," he said finally, "for believing in this, even when none of us fully understood what it was going to become." Aizawa's expression carried the faint, weary trace of genuine warmth that had become, over the course of this long year, considerably less rare than it once had been. "Do not thank me," he said. "Thank the 8, now 9, now considerably more than 9 people who chose, over and over, to build it with you. I just happened to be standing nearby when it started." They stood together in comfortable silence for a while longer before finally turning back toward the warm, gathered light of the annex, where the rest of the circle's easy, familiar warmth still lingered, and Izuku understood, walking back across the same cracked concrete where a frightened, uncertain boy had once collapsed under the weight of a strength he did not understand, that whatever trials the future still held, he no longer needed to face them wondering whether he could survive alone. He already knew, with a certainty that had cost a year of doubt and danger and hard-won trust to earn, that he would never have to find out. Inside the annex, the celebration had settled into its final, comfortable stretch of the evening, and Izuku found himself pulled back into it almost immediately upon his return, Mina insisting he settle a good-natured dispute about whether a particular training exercise from early in the year had been as difficult as legend now made it out to be, Kendo producing, with evident pride, a printed copy of the training framework paper she and Momo had spent months developing, its cover page listing every single circle member as a contributing author regardless of how directly involved they had been in the technical writing itself. "You did not have to do that," Izuku said, looking at his own name listed alongside everyone else's, a quiet, humbled surprise settling over him. "Yes we did," Momo said simply, settling into the seat beside him with her usual precise, unhurried certainty. "None of this exists without you being willing to let us in the first place. That deserves to be on the record, formally and permanently, whatever else this document accomplishes for other programs down the line." Mirko, overhearing the exchange from across the room, raised her drink in a brief, informal toast. "To the kid who almost talked himself into fighting Shigaraki alone in a burning warehouse a year ago," she said, grinning, "and to every single one of us stubborn enough to make sure he never actually had to." The room answered with a ragged, laughing chorus of agreement, glasses and cups raised in the same easy, unpolished warmth that had defined this strange, remarkable family since its very first uncertain days, and Izuku, sitting at the center of it with Ochako's hand still warm in his own, felt the full, accumulated weight of everything the past year had built settle over him not as a burden, the way he had once feared it always would, but as something closer to the truest kind of gift he had ever been given, freely offered and freely, gratefully received. Outside, beyond the annex's warm, lit windows, the city stretched into the darkness, carrying within it an uncertain future neither fully resolved nor entirely without hope, a rivalry with Shigaraki that remained genuinely unfinished, a hero world still learning what the Vanguard Circle's example actually meant for the future of how strength itself might be built and sustained. But inside that warm, crowded room, for one more evening at least, none of that uncertainty mattered nearly as much as the simple, unshakable fact of everyone gathered there, together, exactly by choice, exactly as they had always chosen to be. Later, long after the celebration had finally wound down and the annex had emptied into the quiet dormitory night, Izuku walked Ochako back toward her room, the easy, comfortable silence between them carrying the accumulated weight of an entire remarkable year. At her door, she turned to face him, something soft and certain in her expression that needed no further words to explain itself. 1 year down, she said simply. Longest year of my life, he said, and she laughed, soft and warm in the quiet dormitory hallway. Best one too, though, she added after a moment, and he found he could not disagree. 1 year down, he agreed. And whatever comes next, we face it the same way we faced this one. Together, she finished, and the word settled between them not as a promise newly made but as a simple, established fact, proven true across every difficult month that had led them here, and certain, both of them understood without needing to say it aloud, to remain true across however many more still waited ahead. He walked back to his own room slowly afterward, past the annex's darkened windows and the quiet, sleeping dormitory halls, and found himself, one final time that night, turning over the whole long arc of the year behind him, the fear and the doubt, the letters and the sieges, the quiet, unglamorous work of showing up for people and letting them show up for him in return. A year ago he would not have believed any of it possible. Tonight, lying in the dark with the sounds of a campus finally settling into rest around him, he found he could not imagine having lived it any other way. Somewhere beyond the horizon, in whatever hidden refuge he still called his own, Tomura Shigaraki sat with his own unresolved uncertainty, a question neither fully answered nor entirely abandoned, and the shape of whatever came next between them remained, deliberately and honestly, unwritten. But here, in this quiet dormitory hallway, in the steady, unhurried rhythm of a campus finally at rest, Izuku Midoriya slept soundly for the first time in longer than he could easily remember, not because every danger had passed, but because he no longer needed to face whatever came next alone, and understood, at last and completely, exactly what that had always been worth. And somewhere in that same quiet night, across the many rooms of a dormitory that had become, over one remarkable year, something considerably more like a true home than any of them had dared hope for at the very beginning, 8 other names in Midnight's careful, ever-growing ledger slept just as soundly, each of them carrying forward, in their own quiet way, the same hard-won understanding that had brought them all this far together, and would, whatever the future still held in store, continue to carry them forward from here, one freely given choice at a time. Thanks for listening.